Hey, warmer for the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. Boy, does it feel great to have these long Saturday podcasts back. As has been the case in past years, when it comes to conference play on Saturdays, we are going to bypass the recap because you are probably going to be getting a over 4 hour long podcast. This might be 4.5+ hours long, and I don't want to make it any longer, and I need to break down over 125 games for today, so there's no guests, there's no recap. It is strictly giving you guys picks and analysis on every one of these college basketball games for Saturday as we hit some bank shots. It's relatively commercial free. We're gonna have 2 breaks along the way, probably one after like 3+ hours and then one at the very end of the show just to be able to squeeze it in. So relatively commercial free, and we're gonna get you guys just hopefully a tremendous Saturday, and you can expect this moving forward every single game, every single day, whether we've got one game or in some cases over 150 games on the board. We break them all down and go in Las Vegas rotation order. This is where, in terms of the games on the normal rotation, it's involving 2 bigger conference teams, and then the games are going to be at the back end. They involve these conferences: the Patriot League, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Atlantic Sun, the Big South. Throw in there as well the Southland, if I didn't say the Patriot League, the NEC Conference, the America East, if I didn't say so already. I might have already said the same conferences twice, but those are going to be the conferences. They're going to be at the back end and on the bottom, and those are the games that typically get listed last, so that makes things convenient for me. And if you ever do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of 2 ways to be able to fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, there's the name does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. And the other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire into whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. While I did not get in any Twitter/X questions today, we do have ourselves just so much fun to be had on this college basketball Saturday. The formalities are all done. We have gotten everything that we need to get taken out of the way. So how about if we dive in, picks and analysis on over 125 games as we hit some bank shots. Starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
601, 602 on the card. NC State is playing host to Virginia. Virginia is a 3.5-point underdog. Total this game 154.5, 155.5. We'll throw in there. I'll probably go a little bit shorter with some of these breakdowns just because we've got over 125 games today. But that said, with NC State, go ahead and set them as a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. You've got a Virginia team that has been incredibly efficient on the offensive side of things. Actually entered in that game against Virginia Tech, numero uno in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Took it on the chin a little bit, but still, they've been able to do a nice job in terms of their execution. 18th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and key for them is going to be shutting down this NC State team from 3-point range. NC State, top 55 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. Right now, they've been able to shoot over 38% from 3-point range, but I do think that Virginia is going to do a nice job of holding in there inside, as you've had Thaddeus DeRitter do a nice job of just being able to stuff the stat sheet. 16.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game of Virginia, a top 25 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and they have been pretty sturdy on the defensive end as well. Not a team that's going to generate a lot of turnovers, but they have been a unit that has been in the top 50 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Virginia, this is not necessarily an up-tempo team. They're 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and that factors in the triple overtime game that we saw against Virginia Tech. Prior to that game, they were actually more around about 265th. And for NC State, they're fast, but they're not warp speed fast, 123rd in terms of total possessions per game. But I do think that the execution is going to be there. And typically, when it comes to a tip time like this, you've got 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern on that tip time. You do see things taper off a little bit, but that said, I'm still going to be in on the over because you also have an NC State team that I do think is going to be able to get a little bit more moving forward out of Darion Williams, who's only been able to supply the team with about 14 points, 5.5 rebounds. He's just been down with the scoring in general, but whole has been greater than some of its parts for this team. You've got 5 different guys for NC State that all give you at least 7.9 points per game. They all shoot at least 40.5% from 3-point range as well, and for NC State, they're not necessarily giving themselves a ton of second and third chances. They've been good on the defensive glass, so top 45 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're really forcing things to the outside as well. Over 46% of opponent shots do come from three-point range, with Virginia being a team that is so good from three-point range, shooting 37.5% for three, top 50 mark in all of college basketball. Jakari White is making 50% of his threes, 11 points per contest. Chance Mallory has been able to shoot over 40% from three, 11 points per contest. He's been able to step up as White has been dealing with injury, and I do think that White could be out of the fold, but even with him out, you do have enough, in my opinion, with Sam Lewis shooting 39% from three to hold down the fort, and Ogana Onyesu, 2.5 blocks per contest, should be able to help Virginia hold in there inside. So somehow line at 2.5, willing to take 3+ here with Virginia, and on the over sub, I had a 156.5, 6-3, 6-4 on the card. Kentucky's on the road against Alabama. Alabama is a 5.5 point favorite. 171.5 is the total, and set a total of 173.5. I do like the over with this Alabama team. You know that they're going to be playing at warp speed, top 20 team in terms of total possessions per game, and Kentucky has actually slowed themselves down quite a bit. For Kentucky, in terms of total possessions per game, right now they're only checking in right around about 170th in all of college basketball, so that has been very intriguing to see. But that said, I do think that they are going to be speeding themselves up a little bit, and I am going to be willing to take those points with Kentucky, as I did set them as a 5.5 point underdog if we could get to a 6+. Right now, we're right on my number, but I do think that when it's all said and done, we'll probably get a 6.5, and personally, if I had to play the 5.5, I would rather take the points rather than lay them, because now for Kentucky, they're going to be a little bit more rock solid down low. A man that was injured for much of the season, of Mohamed Diabate, has been able to give you 12.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, is back, and now they've got Jaden Quantitz as well. Not necessarily going to be an offensive force, but was able to give Arizona State last season about 2.5 blocks per contest. They've been having him come in off the bench and should be able to give this team some added depth. And Ortega Owe is starting to come into his own as well, only shooting 32.5% for three with 14 points per game, and team as a whole for Kentucky only shooting about 33.5% from three-point range. I do think that that's going to be going northward. Now, when you take a look at this Alabama team, they've actually been a relatively good team in terms of being able to guard the perimeter, top 155 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but clean possessions are going to be they're outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, top 30 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and with Alabama, they are attempting the most threes in all of college basketball, 36.5 threes per contest, and they're shooting on a clip of darn near 36% from the outside, with LeBaron Filan, Aiden Holloway, both shooting 42+% from three-point range. Filan about 22 points, 5.5 assists per contest. Holloway 17.5 points, 4 assists. He's been able to do a nice job there, but his team has taken a little bit of setback on the glass, as this is a unit that is outside the top 175 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. I do think that Kentucky is going to have a little bit of a leg up with regards to the glass play with getting back Quantitz, and you've got Denzel Aberdeen, who's been very versatile with about 11.5 points per contest. For Kentucky, it does feel like they're starting to find their offense a little bit more as well. This is a unit that has been able to get to at least 78 points in each of their last 2 games, and for that matter, they've been able to get their 3 of their last 4 games ever since getting just stump trucked by Gonzaga. They've been a little bit better, so this is a total that I set at a 173.5. I do like the over, and at 6+, we'll take the points with Kentucky. If we do get down to a 5 or less, we'll be willing to lay it with Alabama, but don't think we're probably going to get there. 6-5, 6-6 on the card. Villanova is on the road against Butler. Butler finds themselves as a home underdog here of 1.5 points. 146.5 to 147.5 is the total, and I did set my total at a 146.5, so 147+, I'm going to be in on the under. You've got yourself a nice tempo war here. Villanova 329th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Butler is finding themselves more in that neighborhood about 42nd, and Butler has been slowing down a little bit more in recent games, which I was sort of expecting. Butler has been a nice three-point shooting dynamo team, but they're also a team that does a relatively okay job inside, in which they just grab a bunch of second and third chances. Michael Jai is giving you 14+ points, 11+ rebounds per game for a Butler team that's grabbing 37.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is 16th in all of college basketball. And if you look at what they've been able to do at home, it actually is the same number both at home versus on the road. And for Villanova, they're going to be looking to hold up down low with the fact that Duke Brandon has been one of the best rebounders in all of college basketball. He's right now supplying the team with over 11.5 rebounds per game. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. And for Villanova, they've been 53rd in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and it's a team that is very much hinging upon Bryce Lindsey to be able to get things going, as Lindsey has been able to do an incredible job supplying the team with 16.5 points per contest, shoots 44.8% from 3 points. For a team that as a whole, they're a top 50 team shooting 37.5% from 3 points. They're keeping teams off the free throw line. Top 40 team in terms of fewest free throws allowed on a per possession basis, but they've been a little bit lucky with it. Teams are shooting just 64% of the free throw line against them. That is a number that is very much going to be going northward, because as we know, you can't really guard the free throw line. But that said, for this Butler team, these teams both have been rough with their free throw shooting percentage. Butler is about 68.5% of the free throw line. Villanova more around 67.5%. So that's something that does factor into the under if you get a nip and tuck game. But I like what Finley Bizjack has been able to bring to the table. He's given the team about 16 points, shoots 34% 38% from three, and then Jalen Jackson, Jamie Kaiser have been good three-point shooters. Problem is now you're going to be without Jackson for the rest of the season, but in the interim, Evan Haywood has been able to step up, giving the team 43% three-point shooting as a little bit more of a sixth man, and they've been looking a little bit more to Yohan Traore. Really had a nice coming out party a few games ago where he was able to fly the team with 20 points in that game against Creighton, so do like what I'm seeing there. Butler does seem to be going a little bit more to the inside, and I think that they're going to be able to match the rebounding of Villanova, as other than Duke Brandon, you really don't have anyone else on the roster that gives you 5+ rebounds per game. So I did set Butler as a 2.5-point favorite. I like them outright on the money line at a 147 or higher, and on the under 607, 608 on the card. Pittsburgh is playing us at Clemson. Clemson does find themselves as a favorite of 3.5 points. 134.5 is the total, and made my total a 135. I do like the over. Now you do have two teams that are going to be playing at a very slow and controlled pace. Clemson is right now checking in right around about 294th in terms of total possessions per game. Pittsburgh 343rd, and for this Pittsburgh team, they've been able to do a relatively solid job inside. Cam Corrin has been their main man, giving the team 13.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, and this unit has been able to do a solid job in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They're a top 125 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, but they are outside the top 175 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. They've actually been a top 90 team with their 3-point shooting percentage, as you've got pretty much each of your top 4 scorers shooting 34.6 and 40.9% from 3-point. I do like the game of DeMarco Minor. He has been very major, 11.5 points, right around about 3 boards, 3.5 assists, so like that. And then you've been able to Barry Dunning being able to get her Dunning, 12.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, but for Pittsburgh, it's not a team that's really going to be forcing the issue outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a Clemson team that's been very efficient, top 30 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and it's a holes greater than the sum of its parts approach. You've got 9 different guys for this Clemson team that all see at least 16 minutes per game. They all average between 5.1 and 11.5 points per game. They're an okay 3-point shooting team at about 33.2% from the outside, but what this team really does a nice job of is cutting you off from 3-point range, as teams are shooting just 27.6% from 3 against them, top 20 mark in all of college basketball. And they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances either. This has been a top 75 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage. For Pittsburgh, they do grab about 32.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound. Neither here nor there. Clemson is not going to grab a lot of second and third chances themselves, but they're going to prevent you from grabbing those second and third chances. But I just flat out think that this Clemson team is going to be able to execute late. They are a little bit rough at the free throw line in their last game against Syracuse. I do think that goes northward, and I like what I'm seeing right now to Carter Welling. 10 points, 5.5 boards, is actually a mid-30s 3-point shooter. Justin Porter has been able to shoot 38.5% from 3, and Dylan Hunter, he doesn't take a lot of threes, but he shoots 48.5% from 3-point range on the ones that he does attempt. With this Clemson team, they're really not going to force a lot of turnovers either, so both teams should be able to get a lot of clean possessions and more of a controlled game to be able to help you out with that over. So at a 134.5 or less in on the over, and I think that Clemson finds a way to get the job done. I'm willing to lay up to 4 with them, made them a 5-point favorite. 609, 610 on the card. It is Virginia Tech on the road against Wake Forest. Wake Forest, a favorite of 3 points total on this game. It is 147 and set a total of 154.5. I do like the over. You've got a pair of teams in Virginia Tech and Wake Forest that are very much looking to bump up their tempo, and for this Wake Forest team, they have been a squad that has been able to do a really good job in terms of generating turnovers. A top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis away from home, but their games involve a lot of possessions, as they're currently 49th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And you've got a Virginia Tech team that in terms of total possessions per game is now 61st. Now, a little bit of a warped stat. They played that triple overtime game against Virginia, which that jacks things up, but even without that, they were a top 130 team in terms of total possessions per game. You've got Amari Hansberry and Nicolas Avadeas, who've been able to combine for about 31 points per contest. They're still dealing with the injury to Toby Luell, who's a little bit of a double-double machine, and I do think that is going to be impacting them moving forward, and that's a big reason why I did set Wake Forest here as a 6.5-point favorite, so going to be willing to lay that number. Jaden Schutt off the bench for Virginia Tech has been averaging 10.5 points. He shoots 44% from 3, and he's really been able to come on strong for the team along with Ben Hammond, as for Virginia Tech, they do a really good job in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Problem is they're just allowing a lot of second and third chances as well. This is a bunch that's giving up about 12.5 offensive rebounds per game. They go up against Wake Forest team that they've been okay in terms of generating second and third chances. Not amazing, but not awful. About 106th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and they're going to give you a few second and third chances as well. With Wake Forest, they're only about 181st in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Virginia Tech more around about 219th, but big reason why I like Wake Forest is what you've been able to get out of Drew Harris. He's been a nice headline scorer, 19.7 points. He only shoots about 33% from 3. Team as a whole shooting 33% from the outside, so neither here nor there, but Trayvon Spiller is about 12 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. This is a team that does a great job of rebounding by committee, with Miles Colvin being that main 3-point shooter at 38% from the outside, 13.5 points per contest, and with Wake Forest. I do think that they're going to be able to force a few turnovers. They're not necessarily going to be as strong as they have been in the past, but this is a Wake Forest team that is also allowing teams to only shoot 30.2% from three-point range. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball, and you've got a Virginia Tech team that has been really relying upon their three-point shooting. Outside the top 200 in terms of two-point shooting percentage, top 100 team in terms of three-point shooting percentage. So I just set a total here of a 154.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number here with Wake Forest. We're willing to lay up to 6 with them and take the over. 6-11, 6-12 on the card. It is Duquesne, and they're going to be playing us at VCU. VCU does find themselves as a road favorite here of 7 points. Total on this game, it is 164. Semi-total at a 162.5. I do like the under. Now, you do have a Duquesne team that is playing at quite a rapid pace, 33rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but over their last 4 games, they're playing at a rate of about 3 to 3.5 possessions per game fewer, so it does feel like they're tapering off just a little bit, and you've got a Duquesne team that's just had a tough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security, but they're also a top 85 team with their three-point shooting percentage, a top 50 team with their two-point shooting percentage. This is despite the fact that they're dealing with the injury to John Hughley, who was averaging about 15.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Terrence Gunyard has been that main man, 43% three-point shooter with about 16.5 points per contest. And for Duquesne, this has been a unit that has been neither here nor there with regards to the overall shooting percentages. They do find themselves outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it does feel like they're getting a little bit more rock solid there, and they do go up against a VCU unit that has been pretty good on the inside. They're about 71st in the country with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage, but they are going to leave themselves a little bit vulnerable from three-point range. Right now, VCU is about 260th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for VCU, it really has been just sort of a nice collective in terms of guys being able to step up, give this team some good production, as right now, Terrence Hill has been that main scorer, about 13.5 points per game, shoots 44.5% from three-point range. The team as well is a top 65 team with their three-point shooting percentage at 37.1%. They've been very good with their interior defense, top 55 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and they're still okay at generating turnovers. They're about the country average team with that regard. They are giving up a lot of second and third chances outside the top 150 in terms of defensive rebound percentages. You only have one guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. That'd be Barry Evans. Sechi Suffer follows Phil Martelli Jr. on over from Bryant with 9 points, 5.5 boards per contest, and then J.D. Tracy, who comes over from Oregon, 10.5 points. He's been able to shoot about 38% from three-point range. I do think that in the end, VCU is going to be able to find a way to get the job done outright, but I do think that Duquesne is going to slow down a little bit more, be able to take better care of the ball, and hold in there against a VCU team that doesn't do a great job of guarding the arc. So, semi-total 162.5, like the under, and the points here with Duquesne, 613, 614 on the card. St. John's is playing us to Providence. Providence, a 10.5 to an 11.5 point underdog, 168.5 to 169.5 is the total, and I made St. John's a 15-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Both these teams are very much looking to play up tempo. They're both in the top 40 in terms of total possessions per game. The difference is one team is playing some very solid defense and the other is not. You've got a Providence team that is right now checking in 229th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, St. John's is 24th, and it's not even like this is a Providence team that is amazing with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. Now, they've got 2 feature guards who have been able to do a nice job in terms of providing so much scoring for the team in Jason Edwards along Jalen Sellers. Both of these guys are combining for about 34.5 points per game for a team that shoots 35% from 3. That's about 125th in all of college basketball, and this team is getting massacred on the glass right now. Providence as well outside the top 200 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. That's going to be an issue going against a guy in Zuby Ejiofor is able to give you 7+ rebounds per game. Dylan Mitchell is able to give you 6+ boards as well, and you do have Oswin, can't pronounce the last name, give you 7 boards, 3 blocks per contest, but it just has felt like this Providence team is playing way too fast for their own good, and it's a Providence team that is very much looking for teams to pile drive the ball inside, as they've been a top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and they're allowing teams to shoot 37.5% from three-point range. I do think that there's going to be a little bit of positive regression there, and for St. John's, this team was an absolute flamethrower from three-point range against Georgetown a few days ago. Overall, they're about 68th in the country in terms of three-point shooting percentage. I think that might go downward a little bit, but certainly much improved from a season ago with Ian Jackson shooting 37% for 3, 12 points per contest. Isaiah Sellers, 11 points. He shoots 43.5% from 3. Jusan Sadan shoots 43.5% from the outside, but this is a team that really makes their bones down low. And then they've got the versatility of Bryce Hopkins, 13.5 points, right around about 4.5 boards, 3 assists per game. The big issue that you got for St. John's is that they don't necessarily have that true point guard, but you have a Providence team that's been so lackluster on defense. I don't think that that's really going to make too much of an issue here, and this has been a St. John's team that's been a top 65 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I do think that they're going to shut down this Providence team, and I do think that when it's all said and done, Providence is going to get back to their roots and play a little bit more slowly, but with St. John's also being a top 50 team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis at home, I think that they take it away from Providence and they get the job done at home. Semi line at 15, I'm going to be willing to lay it with the Red Storm, and like the under, semi-total Campbell at a 165. 6:15, 6:16 on the card. It's Northeastern on the road against Campbell, and the Fighting Camels of Campbell find themselves as a favorite here. 4 points, 160.5 is the total, and I made a total of 154.5. I do like the under. You've got a Campbell team that's very much playing more up-tempo from a season ago. Last year, they were outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. John Andrewchuk, he comes over from Florida, and now they're about 160th in terms of total possessions per game, but playing at a rate of more than 6 possessions per game fewer over their last 3 games. As CAA conference play has come, they've been playing more slowly, and Northeastern is a mid-tempo team as well, about 177th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a Campbell team that's not making the most out of their possessions. They're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Northeastern's outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, Northeastern also a top 85 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at over 37% from the outside, but Elliot Pratt, their top scorer from the first 3 games, has not been seen in the last 10. They've dealt with a lot of injuries, with Yuri Fritz and Xavier Abreu having to step up, give the team a combined about 23.5 points per contest, with Fritz very good versatility at 6'7", 5 boards, a steal, a block per contest, and then you've got William Kamori, who's been able to shoot about 44.5% from the outside, but even though this Northeastern team does shoot it well from 3, they are outside the top 275 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. And you've got on the flip side a Campbell team that has been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass in terms of grabbing second and third chances. A top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And a nice go-to scorer in DJ Turn It Up Smith, who's been able to give you 18 points. He shoots 35.5% from 3-point range for a team that as a whole, they're only shooting about 30.8% from 3-point range. Outside of Smith, among your top 7 scorers, nobody else shoots above 33.3% from 3-point range, but you do have Chris Fields along with Davideus Butka, who've been able to combine for 18.1 rebounds per game. Butka has been able to give you about 15.5 points, a little bit over a steal per contest, so love what he's able to bring to the table. And with this Campbell team, they've been very much looking for teams that pile drive it down low. They're a top 10 team in terms of forcing teams to take 2-point shots, so there's not going to be a lot of open threes here for Northeastern. Meanwhile, it's a Northeastern team that has been very fragile inside. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but with Northeastern being a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, I think that keeps them in there, and I do think that the turnovers cost you an over. So somebody total 154.5. I'm in on the under, and with Campbell made them 2.5 point favorites, so taking the 4 with Northeastern. 6:17, 6:18 on the card. UTSA meet for the Roadrunners. They are on the road. They're facing off against Temple. We give our ode to Lane Kiffin go Owls, as Temple is in the 11-point favorite. Total on this game, it is 150.5, and with Temple, I did set them as a favorite of 11.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with them. You've got a Temple team that is doing a really good job in terms of taking care of the ball. A top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and you've got a UTSA team that's fast, but they're not like just absolutely lighting it up fast. They're about 67th in terms of total possessions per game, and Temple is playing very slow and controlled. Temple is 330th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and while this is a Temple team that they do a really good job in terms of being able to take care of the ball, they're also outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they are giving up quite a few open looks from 3, 242nd in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. UTSA, they're more around about 222nd, but for UTSA, the big thing that they need is to find a second scorer, because right now you've got a number 1 guy in Jameer Simpson, who's been very good, 18 points per game, shoots 37.5% from 3, 5 rebounds per contest, but that said, you don't have anyone else on the roster that's giving you more than 8.7 points per contest, so it's been sort of a mismatch there, and this is a UTSA team that is outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now, Temple is not giving themselves any sort of second and third chances on the glass, but they should be able to exploit a defense that is outside the top 170 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Temple, this has been a team that has been very good in terms of their 3-point shooting at 38.1%. That's a top 40 mark in all of college basketball, with Aiden Tobiasen shooting 42% from 3, 15 points per game. Darian Bill for Tough, 17.5 points, shoots 36% from 3. Gavin Griffiths, 38.5% 3-point shooter with about 10.5 points per contest. So these guys are all doing a great job there. You've got a Temple team that has been okay with regards to guarding things inside, about 20th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And while this is a Temple team that is well outside the top 290 in terms of their overall offensive rebound percentage, you're not grabbing any sort of second and third chances. They're doing a relatively okay job of making sure that teams aren't grabbing second and third chances themselves. Their aligned teams only grab 23% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound at home. That's a top 100 mark in all of college basketball. So interesting circumstance here. I did set my total at 153.5. I think that both offenses are going to be efficient. So one will 8 to 11 Temple, and I'm in on the over. 6:19, 6:20 on the card. Oklahoma State is going to be on the road against Texas Tech. Texas Tech finds themselves as the 11.5 point favorites. Total on this game 168.5 to 169.5, and I did set Oklahoma State as an 8.5-point dog. I'm going to be willing to take the points. With Texas Tech, just still hard to buy into this team defensively. They looked much better in that game against Winthrop, but still, this is a team that is allowing opponents to grab about 29% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, 188th in terms of defensive rebound percentage, currently still well outside the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is an Oklahoma State team that can get a little bit loose with the ball. They're outside the top 200 in terms of ball security, but they're playing at warp speed. Top 10 team in terms of total possessions per game. And to the credit of Oklahoma State, this has been a unit that has been very good on the glass. Top 75 team in terms of rebound percentage, with having Pasha Falah give you 13 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. And he's the only guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but it's a whole is greater than some of its parts effort, as you pretty much have at this point 7 different guys who are giving you at least 3.7 rebounds per game. Now, Robert Jennings has been dealing with a little bit of injury, but Christian Coleman and Isaiah Coleman, both of these guys, 4.7 boards per contest, both give you a steal per game between the two of them, about 20 points per game. And Anthony Roy has breathed a lot of life into this offense. He missed the first 3 or so games of the season, shooting 42.5% from 3, 17.5 points per game. And for Texas Tech, I feel like you know exactly what you're going to get out of JT Toppin. Guy has been a double-double machine, as he's supplying 20.5 points. He's been able to give you in that neighborhood about 10.5 rebounds, a steal, and 1.7 blocks per game. And then Christian Anderson shoots 43.5% from 3-point range, 20.5 points per game, but you're going to need to get a little bit more consistency out of some of these guys like Jalen Petty, Donovan Atwell. The ancillary guards have been a little bit hit or miss with that regard. It's a Texas Tech team that's a top 55 team in terms of their own 3-point shooting percentage. They're also outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Texas Tech doing a nice job taking care of the ball. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and Texas Tech, very mid-tempo team. They're about 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I do think that Texas Tech does get the job done, and I do think that they are starting to slow down a little bit more. I think that they're playing a little bit of better defense. That said, this is a circumstance where I do think that Oklahoma State does just enough to be able to hold in their semi-total at a 166.5, so you're at the 168.5 or so. I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to take double figures with Oklahoma State. 621, 622 on the card. Chattanooga is going to be on the road against VMI. VMI finds themselves as a home underdog, as you're catching with them 5 points on this game is 147.5, and I'm going to be willing to take those points. I set VMI as a 3-point underdog, which Chattanooga is just not the same team that we've seen in the past. They're playing at a very slow and controlled pace outside the top 310 in terms of total possessions per game, and for Chattanooga, they're giving up a lot of second and third chances, 283rd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentages. They're just very fragile on the inside. Now, this Chattanooga defense has actually been a little bit better. They've ascended into the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but the offense has also really slid for this team, as for Chattanooga, they're about a country average team at 34.5% 3-point shooting. Jordan Frinson is right now your lone double-figure scorer, 14.8 points. He shoots 41% from 3-point range. Billy the Kid Smith, he gives you 9.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. But for this group, you've only got one guy that gives you over 4 rebounds per game, is Sebastian Hartman, and he's been dealing with injury for about half the season, so that's been quite a bit of an issue. Teddy Washington just doesn't feel like he's a great fit with this team. He comes over from Southeast Missouri State, not a guy that really bombs it from 3, and typically Chattanooga is just looking to take a bunch of threes, and as a matter of fact, they're a top 15 team this year in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. Now, the one thing this thing does have going for them is that they're a top 30 team in terms of ball security. They're only turning the ball over about 9.5 times per contest, and this is not a VMI team that's really going to be forcing the issue with regards to generating turnovers on defense, and they've dealt with an injury to Ricky Bradley, who was supposed to be a top scorer for this team, but in the interim, TJ Johnson has really stepped up with about 18.5 points, 7.5 boards. He only shoots about 31.5% from 3-point range. Team as a whole, they take a bunch of threes. VMI is also a top 30 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3. For VMI, they're allowing teams to shoot about 34% from 3-point range. You've been able to get a little bit more efficiency out of Chattanooga on the defensive side of things, as for Chattanooga, that absolute lack of post play has led to them being a little bit better there. And for VMI, I know they're right now allowing teams to shoot 40% from 3-point range. I do think that there's a little bit of positivity there. Meanwhile, Chattanooga, about 263rd of the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And to the credit of VMI, top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball, but they've also been outside the top 275 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. This despite the fact that you've got a pair of guys in Mario Tatum Jr. and Linus Holstrom who have been able to combine for about 21.5 points per game. Holstrom shot 1 of 10 from 3-point range in the team's previous game, so that was a little bit of an issue for them. And I do think that in the end, you're just going to get a lot of brick shots here in general. So I did set a total of a 147. Right now at the 147.5, I think they get too slow of a game for the over, so do like the under, and I do think that this VMI team does enough to hold in there. We'll take those points. 623, 624 on the card. Southern Miss is going to be on the road against Louisiana. Louisiana finds themselves as a home underdog. You're catching with them 2.5 points. So this game is 130.5. I set Southern Miss as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Louisiana team that I just can't get with right now. For Louisiana, right now, depending upon the day, they're either last or second to last in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a Southern Miss team that's been very mid-tempo, about 196 in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Recognize that the defense wasn't necessarily sterling in that game against Louisiana Monroe a few days ago, and this is a Southern Miss team that's going to give up open looks from three. They're about 290th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but what this Southern Miss team does a really good job of is being able to hit the glass, especially the offensive glass. They're a top 90 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. In a road/neutral court environment, they rebound about 34.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's a top 55 mark in all of college basketball, and they've got by far the best two players in this game to wield Weeks along with Isaac Tavares. These two guys have been able to combine for about 33.5 points per game. Neither of these guys pop it from three-point range. Southern Miss as a whole, they shoot 31% from three, hovering right around about 300th in all of college basketball, but also a top 125 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And for this Southern Miss team, they're about a country average team in terms of generating turnovers. They've had a little bit of a tough time of taking care of the ball themselves, but for Louisiana, it's all about Jackson Oliveira and Dorian Finster. These two guys both give you 12.9 points per game. They both shoot right around about 31% from three, but Louisiana's about 300th in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, outside the top 345 in terms of their two-point shooting percentage. They don't get to the free throw line often, and when they do, they shoot 67% at the free throw line. They are outside the top 225 in terms of ball security, and this team has been very fragile from the outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, all while being outside the top 225 in terms of their overall rebounding. They've been able to get a little bit more out of Joshua Lewis, who's been able to give you about 7 points per contest, but don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. They have yet to be able to really find that main facilitator with nobody giving you more than 2.5 assists per game. And with Southern Miss, I do think that they're going to utilize the second and third chances to do just enough to be able to get you over this total. I set mine at a 132.5, so even though Louisiana is currently dead sinking last in terms of total possessions per game, I do like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Southern Miss, set them as a 10.5 point favorite. 625, 626 on the card is Wofford, and they're going to be on the road against the Citadel. The Citadel is a home underdog of 10.5 points, and total on this game, you're going to be getting it at a 142.5. I'm actually going to take a shot here on the Citadel. I set them as a 9.5 point underdog. The Citadel has been terrible, to say the least. They're currently outside the top 285 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and this is a defense that is very ghastly, by the way. They are 348th in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, but it's not like Wofford has been like some sort of a world beater themselves. They're currently checking in 241st in terms of total possessions per game, and you're going to have a little bit of a tempo war. Wofford playing a little bit more fast this year, 225th in terms of total possessions per game, and the Citadel slowing things down to a crawl, 357th in terms of total possessions per game, and the Citadel have dealt with quite a few injuries this year. They had Solo Abassi out for a bit of time. He's the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 4.1 rebounds per game, 8.5 points, 5.2 rebounds per game, and you've got Braxton Williams, Christian Moore giving you more, combined about 21 points per contest. They both shoot 35% from three-point range, and the one thing that the Citadel has done a great job of is taking care of the ball. They're a top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're also outside the top 340 in terms of generating turnovers, so that means clean possessions for this Wofford team that does have a guy in Kamari Holmes who's done a nice job taking things over, 16.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest. It's a Wofford team that's really not shooting it well from three at 31.7% from the outside. They do a nice job taking care of the ball as well. Top 125 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They really don't force the issue themselves, and more concerning for Wofford than the offense is really the defense, as they're outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Wofford has actually been able to generate some second and third chances. They're a top 150 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. They've been able to get about 5.5 boards out of Brian Sumter, who's been able to supply about 7 points per game. Niles Malkowski has been able to give you 14 points, 4.5 boards, and when it comes to what we've got from this Wofford team, it's been just very much a bland sort of team. Like, everything is very generic in terms of what they've been running, and they just have not been able to shoot it well from three-point range unlike in past years. So I do think that keeps the Citadel lively, and I did set a total here of a 139.5, frankly, because I do think that this is going to be a very slowed down game. So I'm in on the under, and I'm going to take 10 plus here with the Citadel. 627, 628 on the card. It is Auburn on the road against Georgia. Auburn is a 4.5 point underdog to last game. It is 173.5. I did set a total of 167. I do like the under. You've got an Auburn team that's not necessarily playing at the world's fastest pace right now in terms of total possessions per game. They're checking in about 104th. Now Georgia is absolutely gunning it. Georgia, in terms of total possessions per game, they find themselves in numero dos in all of college basketball. And for Georgia, a lot of these possessions are dead possessions because they have been a top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And that's a big reason why I'm going to take a shot on the under, as this is a Georgia defense defense that, despite the fact that they're playing as fast as they are one of the most, shall we say, complete defenses in all of college basketball. They're a top 20 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Now they've been lucky with opponents shooting 65% at the free throw line, but generating all those turnovers has been big for them. And Georgia takes care of the ball. They're a top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Big issue for this Georgia team. They're outside the top 260 with their 3-point shooting percentage. Jeremiah Wilkerson shoots 35.5% for 317.5 points per game. And now you've been able to get a lot out of Justin Bailey. They've been giving him more and more minutes, shooting 40% for 3, 6.5 points per contest. And for Georgia, they've been able to do a nice job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances as well. Top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, outside the top 125 in terms of allowing teams to be able to grab offensive rebounds themselves. And you do have an Auburn team that's been a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, headlined by Keshawn Hall, give you 20 points, 8 rebounds per game. And Auburn has been a hit-or-miss three-point shooting team at about 35.5% from the outside, as Josh Bedford only shooting 31.5% from three. He's been a little bit of a disappointment this year, but you've been able to have Kevin Overton now shoot 38% from three. Kashawn Murphy actually showing some good versatility, 9.5 points, 5.5 boards. He's been able to shoot it well from three-point range. I do think that that's going to keep Auburn relatively lively in this game. I did set my line at 5, so 4.5 is my maximum leg here with Georgia, mainly because for Auburn, they're just very vulnerable on the inside, outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I think that Georgia's going to look to knife the ball inside, and for Auburn, they have been a top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball, but I do think that Georgia is going to sloppy this game up with the way that they generate turnovers. So we'll lay up to 4.5 for Georgia. I like the under. I did set my total at a 167. 629, 630 on the card. It's Georgia State on the road against Coastal Carolina. Chanticleer is already 7-point favorite. 142.5 is the total. Set my total 140.5. I'm in on the under. You've got a Georgia State team that's in the bottom 25 of the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And for Georgia State, they play fast, but not necessarily super duper fast. Both of these teams are actually very similar. Coastal Carolina 115th in terms of total possessions, bringing 124th for Georgia State. And I do think that the Georgia State offense is going to continue to ascend a little bit. So I did set a line here of an 8.5. I'm willing to lay with Coastal Carolina, but with Georgia State, they have been able to get a little bit more ever since they've been able to get back Jelani Hamilton. Hamilton has been dealing with injury, and he's been out for 5 games this far this season, but when he's been out there, he's been able to supply 17 points per contest, shoots 36% from 3-point range. In that game against Marshall, he was able to give them a good performance, and really he's been able to give the team 15 plus points in the last 5 games that he's been able to play in, but just have nothing else around him, as he is the only other top 5 scorers that is shooting above 30.8% from 3-point range. And when it comes to Georgia State, just not doing a lot in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. They're outside the top 250 in terms of overall rebound percentages, despite the fact that he gets 6.5 rebounds per game out of Joe Chappell, who's been able to give you 8.2 points, 6.5 boards, and he's been able to give you a little bit of something down low. And for Georgia State, they've actually been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but I think that they're going to have a tough time with this Coastal Carolina backcourt. You've got a pair of guys in Joshua Beadle, comes over from Boston College, and Rasheed Jones, who have been able to combine for a little bit over 30 points per game. Jones shoots 36.5% from 3. These two guys combine for about 6 assists per game. At Coastal Carolina, not going to force the issue. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball themselves. They have been very, very awful with their 2-point shooting, though. They're outside the top 340 with that regard, but with this Georgia State team being very vulnerable from the outside, I do think that it means that Coastal Carolina going to be able to launch quite a bit from 3, and Coastal Carolina has been pretty solid in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances as well. Even though Coastal Carolina does not generate a lot of turnovers, they're a top 1 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, because they're a top 75 team in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and they rank 70th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. At home, teams are only grabbing 20% of their misses as an offensive rebound, and with Georgia State really just not having a ton down low, Evo Jelani Hamilton back at the fold, I think the Coastal Carolina finds a way to get the job done in a game where there's just not going to be a lot of second chances to be had. Semi-line at 8.5, one to lay it with Coastal Carolina in on the under. I did set my total at a 140.5, 631, 632 on the card. Penn State is going to be playing host to Northern Illinois, and Northern Illinois finds themselves as a 17-point underdog with a total of 157.5. I actually do like the over. I set my total 163.5. Penn State is right now a top 20 team in terms of total possessions per game, and they seem to be getting back to their roots a little bit more in terms of playing slowly, but they're certainly not the defensive team that we've seen in past years. They are currently checking in well outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got a Northern Illinois team that is going to be giving up a lot of second and third chances. Right now, 324th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Teams are grabbing about 34.5% of their best shots as an offensive rebound, and when it comes to Kent State, you've been able to get really good production down low out of Doreko Gillespie. Gillespie has been able to do a nice job supplying 18.5 points, 11.9 rebounds per game. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. He actually shoots 36% from 3. Kent State as a whole shoots 37.5% from the outside. That's a top 45 mark in all of college basketball. Morgan Stafford coming back, shooting about 39% from 3. That's been really big for them. But that said, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northern Illinois because they've actually been a respectable three-point shooting defense. Northern Illinois has been very much mixing and matching. In terms of their offense, you've got a pair of guys in Dylan Duquesne along with Malachi Valentine, who've been able to combine for about 25.5 points per game. Duquesne, he was out for about 4 games to begin the season, so that's why their numbers are a little bit warped, and they're still dealing with the injury to J.J. Taylor. But Jayo Tika, he's a nice sharpshooter, shoots 35.5% for 3. Go all the way back to Simon Maris. He's always been a nice three-point shooter, and this is a Northern Illinois team that's having a very difficult time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but they become a top 175 team in terms of generating turnovers themselves. And even though this is a Northern Illinois team that's just getting absolutely wrecked in terms of giving up second and third chances, they have been a top 55 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Now you've got a Kent State team that's only allowing teams to grab about 25.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, so that is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. But I do think that Northern Illinois finds a way to haul in there some second and third chances, be able to hold in this game, and I do think that Kent State is going to continue to play relatively fast, and I do think that with this Kent State team, they're going to give up some open looks from 3, so I did set my line at a 163.5 with the total in on the over, and I'm willing to take the points with Northern Illinois. 633, 634 on the card. BYU is on the road against Kansas State. Kansas State is a home underdog of 7.5 points in your total on this game, between 170.5 and 172.5. I was seeing an initial opener at one place at like a 14.5. That very much got pile driven downward. I don't know why, but I did set my line at 7.5. Right now I'm seeing an 8.5 out there. If we can get an 8+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Kansas State. You do have a BYU team that's going to be having to travel quite a bit for this game, and for BYU, they've actually been a very rock-solid defense as far this season in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. It's a team that's checking in 24th in all of college basketball, and they are a bunch that I do think is going to be able to do a pretty solid job down low against a Kansas State team that just really doesn't have a lot of rebounding. But with Kansas State, this has been one of the best three-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. Right now, they're shooting 39.9% from the outside. That's a top 15 mark in all of college basketball, with PJ Haggerty supplying 23 points, 5 boards, 4.5 assists, shoots 37.5% from three-point range. Abdi Bashir shoots 48% from 3. Nate Johnson, 44.5% from the outside. And when it comes to Kansas State, they just need to find a way to be able to give themselves a little bit more on the glass, as right now they have been outside the top 150 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and this is a Kansas State team that's going to be looking to push tempo, while BYU is actually a little bit more mid-tempo. BYU, in terms of total possessions per game, about 130th in all of college basketball. Kansas State, they are gunning it. Currently, they are right in that neighborhood, about 32nd in the country, and for BYU, A.J. Devanza has been one of the best freshmen in all of college basketball. He's been giving the team over 20 points per contest. He supplies 5+ rebounds. Sometimes the three-point shooting can come and go. He's shooting about 33% from three-point range, but an absolute dominator there. And this has been a BYU team that's been pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers, a top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Kansas State outside the top 200 with regards to their ball security, but BYU has also been very fortunate at the free throw line, with teams shooting 64.9% of the free throw line. That's a top 10 luck percentage with regards to free throw shooting. Now, they have been themselves very good on the inside with regards to their offense, top 40 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage. They dealt with injury to Dawson Baker along Kennard Davis, but Gabakita down low has been able to give you about 6.5 points, 2 blocks, 7.5 rebounds per game. And for BYU, they don't necessarily grab a ton of second and third chances, but still have been a top 75 team in terms of rebound percentage. I do think that BYU is going to be able to be efficient, top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and I do think that they get the job done, but I do think that for Kansas State, they do just enough to be able to hold in this game, especially in the Octagon of Doom. I did set my line at 7.5, so I had 8+. Want to take the points with Kansas State, and I do like the under. Set my total 165.5, 635, 636 on the card. You've got Central Florida playing goes to Kansas. Kansas finds themselves as a road favorite of 4.5 to 5.5 points. 152.5 to 153.5 is the total, and I made a total of a 147. I like the under. You've got a Kansas State team that's very much slowed themselves down from past years. Right now, Kansas, by the way, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, number 2 in all of college basketball, and they are 17th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, while being 268th in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a Central Florida team that's their forte is three-point shooting. They're 11th in the country, shooting 39.8% from three-point. I think that Kansas is going to do a nice job in terms of taking that away. As a result, I did say Kansas is a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with them. Even with Darren Peterson being missing, you've got Flory Badunga, who should be able to dominate things down low. 14.5 points, 9.2 rebounds per game, and he's been one of the best shot blockers in all of college basketball, 2.2 blocks per contest. And then Bryson Tiller has been able to give you a block and a half, 9 points per game. He shoots in the low 30s from three-point range. You've gotten Trey White going to shoot 43% from three-point range. Kansas still leaving something to be desired with that offense. They're outside the top 50 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but still taking care of the ball. They're a top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, Kansas is also outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers turnovers generated on a per possession basis, they're just not giving you any sort of clean looks whatsoever. And for the Central Florida team, they've been very good in terms of hauling in their second and third chances. Top 25 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And last year, they were top 10 team in terms of total possessions per game, hovering more around about 100th. This year, you've got the UW Milwaukee transfers and Themis Fulks along with Michael Stilwell combined for 26 points per game. Fulks 7.2 assists at 3.3 turnovers per game, shoots 50% for 3. Stilwell shoots 38% for 3, 8.8 rebounds per game. He's been really good on the offensive glass with 4 offensive rebounds per game as well. But this is a Central Florida team that is very vulnerable on the defensive side of things, outside the top 140 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And I do think that Kansas is going to be able to do a relatively solid job on the defensive glass. I still think that a Central Florida team that's grabbing 41% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound is still going to be able to get some of those second and third chances. But you do have a Kansas team that they have been allowing teams only grab about 24.8% of their misses as an offensive rebound. I think that wins out here. 1 to lay up to 4.5 with Kansas, and I'm going to be in on the underside by total 147, 637, 638 on the card. Xavier, they're going to be on the road against DePaul, and DePaul does find themselves as a favorite here of 2 points. So on this game, it is 146.5, and I'm going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement here, as I did set DePaul as a 2-point favorite as well. So 1.5 or less, 1 to lay up DePaul, 2.5 or more. Going to be taking those points with Xavier. And Xavier, to their credit, they've been a top 25 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They are only turning the ball over about 9.7 times per game. And they've been able to have Trey Carroll caroling all the way to giving you 16 points, 5.5 rebounds. And also for Xavier, they're doing the little things well. They're a top 40 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And the big issue that you've got for the Xavier team is down low. They're outside the top 3 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. Jovan Mimasevic has been able to give you about 41% 3-point shooting, 11 points per game. He's been rock solid there, and it's been a nice collective in terms of the rebounding for Xavier. You've had Phil Brochovin be able to supply about 9 points, 8 rebounds per game, but for DePaul, even though they are a team that's a little bit fragile down low, they've been able to do a little bit of a better job in the backcourt, as they've been able to get a bit more recently out of Caleb Banks, who's been able to give you 7.5 points per game. He's been a hit or miss guy, but he does shoot 39.5% from 3-point range. CJ Gunn has been that main scorer. He supplies about 14 points per game, and this has been a DePaul team that has been a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, despite the fact that they're not necessarily the best on the glass. They're outside the top 150 in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, but they're really not going to allow you to have a lot of open looks from the inside. As for DePaul, they do allow you to shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range, but they've been a top 55 team with regards to their low post 2-point shooting percentage. And for DePaul, they become a top 115 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've been able to get some good production out of Landon Blocker in the backcourt, 2 steals, 3.5 assists, 11 points per game, and then NJ Benson has really been that top rebounder with about 6.5 rebounds per game. I do think that for DePaul, being on their home floor and them being a team that's outside the top 10 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, that really prevents you from being able to get an over here. You've got two teams that aren't necessarily going to play super duper slow and aren't necessarily going to play super duper fast. DePaul about 192nd in terms of total possessions per game. Xavier about 101st. So it's at 12, 144. I'm in on the under. 1.5 or less, 1 to lay. DePaul 2.5 or more. Taking the points with Xavier. 639, 640 on the card. Hofstra is going to be on the road against Drexel, and the Dragons of Drexel find themselves as a home underdog of 8.5 points. 136.5 is the total. I set my total at a 138.5. I'm going to be in on the over. You've got a Hofstra team that is really not playing up tempo, and for Drexel, we all know that this is going to be a relatively controlled team with regards to their defense. They're 340th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Hofstra, obviously a little bit faster at 272nd, but I think that Cruz Davis is just going to be able to put up some nice points in this game. Now, I did set my line to where I'm going to be willing to take those points with Drexel. I did set them as a 6.5 point underdog, despite the fact that Hofstra has been very good with their interior defense. This team is in the top 30 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and we're actually number 1 in this category last year, but Cruz Davis, 21.5 points, 5.5 assists, shoots 44% from 3-point. Preston Eatman, James Boogie Patterson have been able to combine for about 23.5 points per contest. Both shoot over 80% at the free throw line. And for the Hofstra team, one issue that you do have with them, outside the top 150 in terms of ball security, they're turning the ball over darn near 12 times per contest. They've done a nice job giving themselves some second and third chances. They're a top 125 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but this is a Drexel team that they just do a nice job in terms of swarming by committee with this regard, and they've been okay with regards to being able to guard the 3-point line. They're about 142nd in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and for this Drexel team, their main form of their offense is the fact that they do rebound about 32.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's a top 85 mark in all of college basketball. This despite the fact that you don't necessarily have that main rebounder like you've had in the past. For this Drexel team, the lone guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, William Garcia Edson, who's been able to give you about 6 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, but Shane Blakeney, he does a nice job stuffing the stat sheet, 12 points, 5 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point. And Drexel a little bit better with that three-point shooting at 33.5% from the outside. They're very much encouraging teams inside. They're a top 30 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from two-point range. And for Drexel, a little bit of an issue for the team is the fact that they shoot 64.7% at the free throw line. That's more of an issue if they were a favorite rather than an underdog, though. And Drexel's still a top 125 team in terms of block shot percentage. They've still been able to get quite a bit from their interior guys, like Garfield Turner has been able to give you 5.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. Victor Ponoff has been able to give you 9.5 points per game. And I do think that Hofstra going to be able to find some okay looks inside. Drexel has been outside the top 150 in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage. And I do think that Hofstra going to do a nice job taking care of the ball. But I do think the fact that Hofstra as well has been a team that's been giving up a few looks from three. They're not necessarily generating a lot of turnovers. Allows Drexel to be able to hold in the game and get it those second chances. So somebody told 138.5. I like the over and 7+ here. With Drexel 641, 642. It is South Dakota State on the road against North Dakota. North Dakota is a home underdog here of 8.5 points. 151.5 is the total. And I said my total at 143.5. I do like the under. You know, a South Dakota State team has very much been slowing down their tempo. And for North Dakota, they've actually been one of the better under teams in all of college basketball. South Dakota State about 226th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. North Dakota down to about 138th. And North Dakota is right now checking in well outside the top 230 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And while this is a North Dakota team that is still outside the top 240 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're doing one thing very well. They're a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've been able to have Grayson Ullman headline things with about 12 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. Eli King doesn't necessarily pop up well from three, but it's actually suffer with about 11 points, 5 boards, 2.5 steals per contest. So I do like what he's able to bring to the table. And on the flip side for South Dakota State, it's really whole is greater than some of its parts sort of collective, and they're not going to allow you to be able to get too many second and third chances whatsoever. With South Dakota State, they do rank in the top 50 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now for South Dakota State, they've been rather pedestrian on offense. They're outside the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're about country average in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, with Damian Wilkerson leading things with 13 points per contest. Doesn't shoot it from three, but gives you about 7 rebounds per game. And then you've got a pair of guys in Kellen Gary along with Joe Saylor that do combine to shoot about 40% for three. Both give you 11.1 points per contest. But for South Dakota State, while they do a nice job in terms of being able to not allow second and third chances, they are a team that is outside the top 175 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, with North Dakota only shooting 31.5% from three and being a team that is pretty content to pile drive the ball down low. I do think that helps out this North Dakota team to hold in there, and I do think that North Dakota going to be able to force a few turnovers. I think that this is going to be a bit of a sloppier game, so some line of 5.5, taking the points with North Dakota, and I like the under. Some by total 143.5, 643, 644 on the card. Houston is going to be on the road against Cincinnati, and yes, we're on to Cincinnati. Cincinnati is on to being a 7.5 to an 8.5 point home underdog. 132.5 to 133.5 is the total line. I saw my total 127.5. I do like the under. Now, Cincinnati has been playing quite quickly this year. They're in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. Houston, once again, a slow and control team, 306th in terms of total possessions per game. They did put on a nice expose against Arkansas, but that's not necessarily because they played super duper fast. They were just really efficient on offense, and this has been a Houston team that's been a little bit hit or miss with that regard, as Michael Suzon is only shooting 26.5% for three, but Kingston Fleming's 44.5% three-point shooter, 15.5 points, 5 assists per game. Emmanuel Sharp, he's lived up to his aim. He's been able to give you 17 points per game, and I just feel like you know what you're going to be able to get out of both of these defenses. They've been two of the most supreme in all of college basketball, but I just feel like Cincinnati is still a work in progress with regards to their offense against a Houston team that's fourth in the country right now in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Cincinnati, to their credit, they're actually number 5, and if you look at them in a home environment and a home environment only, they're still in the top 10, so it's really not as if they've got like a big home and road split or anything like that, so I'm going to be in on the under. I just have a lot of concerns with Cincinnati being outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They face a Houston team that has been a top 20 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense. Now, Jizzle James coming back and being able to give this team 14 points per game, that's been able to help out quite a bit, but you're still relying upon Kirk Reese in the backcourt. That's not a place where you want to be, in my opinion, who's been only supplying the team with about 7.5 points, 4 assists per contest. He shoots 32.5% for three. Just not a great shooting team in general. This team shoots 31.5% for three, and yet they're in the top 50 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three-point range. They don't get to the free throw line whatsoever, by the way, and when they do, they shoot 63.8% of the free throw line. Bottom 25 mark in all of college basketball. Now, Cincinnati's not allowing any sort of second and third chances. Top 25 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Bob Miller's a big reason why. 13.5 points, 11.5 rebounds per game with South team. 7 rebounds, about 2 blocks per contest. So these guys have been able to do a rock solid job there, but I do think that Houston, with having Chris Senek down low, being able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. Joseph Tugler, he's still pretty rock solid, not going to put up flashy numbers, but 8 points, 5 boards. He'll give you a block per contest. They find a way to get the job done, and a slog set my line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Houston, and I'm in on the under. I set my total at a 127.5. 645, 646 on the card. It is TCU. They play as the Baylor, and Baylor does find themselves as a underdog here of a 1.5. 155.5 to 156.5 is the total. I set a total of 149.5. I'm in on the under. Now, Baylor is currently 60th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Have to be worried about depth, though, because they played against Arlington Baptist, a non-D1 team, a few days ago. And, well, when it came to the Arlington Baptist game, they had one guy coming off the bench for more than 11 points, and they won that game by like 60. So, yeah, they're not really getting a lot of bench production because they've been dealing with the injury to Jocelyn Bodu. We'll see if our good friend James Nonvie is able to get out there on the floor at some point, but you know what you're getting out of Cameron Carr. 21.5 points per contest, shoots 41% from three-point. Baylor's been a good three-point shooting team. They're a top 40 team, shooting 37.9% from the outside, and they've been really good in terms of generating second and third chances, top 40 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but now you have to go up against a TCU team that is 15th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 13th in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Baylor about 9th in terms of taking care of the ball, so they've done a relatively solid job there, and for Baylor, they've been very unlucky with teams shooting 77% the free throw line. That's a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball, so they should see a little bit of positivity with the defense that is outside the top 130 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. TCU, mid-tempo team, 187th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for TCU, they don't necessarily turn the ball over a ton. They just have had some spotty shooting this far this season, as Jaden Pierre has really been your main man from the outside, shooting 41.5% per three, 11 points per game. And the Diva punch, he does give you that punch down low, 2.5 blocks, steal and a half, 14 points, 7.5 rebounds per contest. And I do like the way that Brock Harding has been able to give you 6 assists to 1.8 turnovers per game, but not necessarily giving you a lot of scoring with 9 points on less than 30% three-point shooting. Team as a whole, they're about country average, shooting 33.8% from the outside. And with TCU, I do think that they're going to be able to control the tenor of this game with their defense. And again, with Baylor just not having a lot of depth, I think that that's going to be costly in this game. Set my line at 1.5, so at a 1 or less, which I'm seeing a few ones out there. 1 to lay with TCU, and I'm in on the under. 647, 648 on the card. Bowling Green is going to be on the road against UMass. UMass is a home underdog, 1.5 points. The last game, it is 148.5. I say UMass is a 1.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line. These two teams have very different fortes. You've got a UMass team that is a top 50 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and both of these teams are solid on defense. UMass is 72nd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Bowling Green is 33rd, and if you separate it out to just points allowed on a per possession basis away from home, Bowling Green is right now number 7 in all of college basketball, mainly because they're a top 15 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. The big reason why is Javonte Campbell. Campbell's right now generating 3.6 steals, 15.5 points per contest, doesn't pop it well from 3, and Bowling Green as a whole, they shoot about 34% from 3. And typically Todd Simon teams like to play up tempo, only about 139th in terms of total possessions per game. So mid tempo there, you've got a UMass team that's looking to push that pace. They're about 44th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and they do have a tendency to get a little bit sloppy with it. So on top of having Campbell, I mean, right now for this Bowling Green team, you've got each out of your top 7 scorers give you at least 1.1 steals per game. It's absolutely incredible. Sam Towns has been able to give you 13.5 points per contest. But that said, with this Bowling Green team, even though they've not a lot of second and third chances, they're actually a top 25 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They themselves don't give themselves a lot of second and third chances. For Bowling Green, to their credit, they've been a top 75 team with regards to their overall 2-point shooting percentage. But I do think that UMass is going to be able to hold down the fort and find a way to be able to get the job done. I like what Daniel Hink at Sanford brings to the table, 12.5 points, 7 rebounds per game. Leonardo Batal, he comes over from Abilene Christian, 15.5 points, 2.5 assists, 7.5 rebounds per game. Shoots in the mid-30s from 3 for the UMass group. Again, outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, but they themselves have been a top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they don't give you any clean looks from 3-point range. UMass is allowing teams to shoot less than 27% from 3. That's a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. They've also been a top 30 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, while they themselves are a top 100 team in terms of percentage of their own missed shots. They result in an offensive rebound, with Marcus Banks being able to elevate the team from the outside, 36.5% 3-point shooter, 16 points per game. I think that that's just enough for UMass to be able to get the job done. So UMass is a 1.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line. So I total 147.5, so at a 148 plus in on the under. 649, 650 on the card. It is 8 on the road against Loyola Chicago. Loyola Chicago is a underdog of 9 points. Total on this game, it is 144.5. So Dayton has a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You've got a Loyola Chicago team that's playing at a rather slow pace right now. In terms of total possessions per game, Loyola Chicago is right now checking at 352nd in all of college basketball. So they are getting back to their roots and have a Dayton team that's actually sped up quite a bit from past years. Dayton right now is in that neighborhood about 155th in terms of total possessions per game. And what Dayton is doing really good is generating turnovers. Top 10 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And this has been a Loyola Chicago team that's had ball security issues. Right now, they're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And they generate 8.4 turnovers per game. That is dead stinking last in all of college basketball. And for Loyola Chicago, they're outside the top 235 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. You've had Justin Moore be able to give you more. He's at about 13 points, but only shooting 30% for 3, 4.4 assists, but 3 turnovers per game. Miles Rubin is still solid down low. He's been able to give you about 2.3 blocks per contest. And for Loyola Chicago, this is a defense that is now 301st in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And a lot of it stems from the fact that they just aren't the same defensive rebounding team that they have been in the past. 289th in the country, allowing teams to be able to grab a miss on about 32.2% of their missed shots. Meanwhile, this is a Dayton team that they've actually been pretty solid on the road. Allowing teams only grab about 24.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's a top 70 mark in all of college basketball. And a big reason why is 7'1" Emil Latang. He's got really good versatility. He's supplying the team with about 13 points, 6.5 boards, shoots about 35.5% for 3. Deshaun Montgomery shoots 40% for 3 with about 15 points per game. You've got Keontae Jones being able to give you 8.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and with all the versatility, being able to generate turnovers, that's big because Dayton, they gamble for turnovers. They're outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. But other than DeWolk Tavares, who's been a solid 3-point shooter right now, shooting in that neighborhood about 35.5% for 3, 10.5 points per game. Not a lot of reliability from the outside for Loyola Chicago. They do get Xavier Amos, who was very good at Northern Illinois a few years ago, back in the fold. He's been able to supply 13 points per game in the 4 games that he's been back, but I don't think that that's enough for Loyola Chicago to hold in this game. And I do think that it's going to be a slog. So I might total 142.5. I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 10 here with Dayton, 651, 652. It is Georgia Tech, and they're going to be playing against Boston College. Boston College is an underdog of 6 points with a total of 142.5, and I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the under. Recognize that Georgia Tech has actually played a few overs recently, but some I total 135.5 because you've got a Boston College team that just has not been able to get a lot going on offense, and they're playing very, very slow. 256th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And I have a Georgia Tech team that's actually looking to push a little bit of tempo. They're up to 65th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a double overtime game thrown in there, so that's a little bit of a warped stat. But for Boston College, they've actually been able to do a pretty solid job defensively, and they're giving you not much offensively. They are shooting 29.1% for 3. They are outside the top 275 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and that 3-point shooting percentage is outside the top 325 nationally. They have been actually a top 175 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but also outside the top 250 with regards to their free throw shooting percentage as well. And yet, I'm still going to be willing to take the points. With Boston College, they do a nice job in terms of keeping things clean. Top 75 team in terms of not turning the ball over. You've got Fred Payne along Donald Hand, who will be able to combine for about 29 points per contest. You've got Hand being able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and Brody Kapke, he's up to about 9 points, 5 rebounds. He shoots 32% for 3, and their top 5 scorers, he's like one of 2 guys along with Payne that shoot above 24% for 3, so that's been a little bit of an issue for them, but Luka Towns, when he's went out there, he's been able to give you about 6 points per game. It's a nice little spark plug that has been able to shoot about 44% from 3-point range off the bench. And for Georgia Tech, this is just a hit-or-miss offense themselves. They've been outside the top 140 in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis. Now, the defense has really been able to step up in a big way for this team. Teams are shooting just 29.5% from 3 against them, but it's a Boston College team that is going to be looking to pile drive the ball down low a little bit more. And for Georgia Tech, they have been outside the top 150 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They are allowing teams to be able to grab quite a few second and third chances as they allow about 27% of missed shots to become an offensive rebound. Meanwhile, you've got a Boston College team that in a roadside Chicago venue is a top 75 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. May and Nongo along with Mohamed Siala. Both of these guys have combined for about 22 points per game. Between the two of them, 15.5 rebounds, and Kawasi Reeves, 16 points on 43% 3-point shooting. Georgia Tech all of a sudden shooting 36.5% from 3. That's the top 100 mark in all of college basketball, but the turnovers have been an issue. Nearly 14 turnovers per game now. Boston College outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. So I have a situation of something's got to give with Georgia Tech being a team that looks to really drive the ball down low. They're actually a top 35 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range, being outside the top 260. With that regard, I think that Boston College holds in there in a slog. So by total 135.5, I like the under and the points with Boston College. That's as a 5.5 point dog. 653, 654 on the card. Vanderbilt is on the road against South Carolina, and Seth Kakalaki is a underdog here of 10.5 to 11.5 points. So on this game, it is between 155.5 to 156.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Vanderbilt. I did set them as a 13.5 point favorite. Now, you had a ridiculous opener of 18.5 before over at some books, and that was one where if I had the ability to take South Carolina, I was going to do so. But with this Vanderbilt team, they are going to be dealing with the injury to Frankie Collins. That said, this is still a team that has a lot of depth in terms of generating turnovers. This is a team that is in the top 25 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from them, and top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis away from them. And Collins, with his 2.4 steals per game, that was actually third on the team, as Duke Miles and Tyler Tanner, they combine for 5.5 steals per contest, 33 points per game. With Tanner, he shoots about 43% from three-point range, and these two guys combine for about 9.5 assists per game. It is a Vanderbilt team that's going to be looking to push some tempo. Meanwhile, you've got a South Carolina team that's looking to slow it down a little bit more. South Carolina, 234th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You got a Vanderbilt team that is 24th. And for South Carolina, I do think that they're going to be able to do an okay job in terms of being able to take care of the ball. They've been a top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but not necessarily a team that's executing very well. You've got Mongolia Mike, who's been able to do a nice job, give you about 12 points, 5.5 or 2.5 assists per game. But I mean, the team as a whole shoots 31.2% for three. That's outside the top 275 nationally. Now, for South Carolina, they're really good with their perimeter defense, top 50 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances, but they themselves, South Carolina, outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. South Carolina looking to very much pound the ball inside as they're a top 25 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, and yet they take 28 threes per game. In terms of percentage of their shots that come from three, top 40 market off college basketball. I do think that allows Vanderbilt to be able to hold in there, and I do think that sets up for a slog of a game, especially with Jalen Washington, give you 5+ rebounds per game. You still have been able to have Devin McLaughlin give you 7+ boards as well. So I did set a total of 149.5. I'm in on the under, and with Vanderbilt, I'm going to be one to lay it. I did set them as a favorite of 13.5 points, 655, 656 on the card. Ball State, they are going to be on the road facing off against Buffalo. Let's go Buffalo as a 7-point favorite. Total on this game, it is 141, and I set Buffalo as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. You've got a Ball State team and a Buffalo team that are both looking to play very, very slowly. Ball State is currently at 323rd in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions, wearing Buffalo even slower at 334th. But when it comes to this Ball State team, they are just getting decimated on the glass. They are 292nd in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got a Buffalo team that's been able to do a pretty solid job on the glass, and it's a Buffalo team that's done a great job in terms of taking care of the ball, which is big because Ball State, their really main forte has been being able to generate turnovers. They're a top 76 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but I do think that Buffalo is going to do a nice job in terms of taking care of the ball, and this has been a Buffalo team that's been a top 50 unit in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, with Daniel Freitag give you 20.5 points. He shoots 41.5% from three. Ryan Sable, 40% three-point shooter, 91% at the free throw line, 16.5 points per game. And as a matter of fact, for Buffalo, each of your top three scorers shoot at least 82.5% at the free throw line. And for Buffalo, they do not get out of starts with the ball. Top 60 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, Buffalo is going to allow some open looks inside. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but Ball State, I don't think, is going to be able to take advantage of it. This is a Ball State unit that is very content to be having their perimeter play really win out, as right now for Ball State, they're outside the top 275 in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage, and when they get to the free throw line, they shoot 65.8%. The free throw line outside the top 300. With that regard, you've got Armani Ziegler along Joey Hart, who've been able to combine for 19 points per game. Hart has been able to shoot 40% for three. He's really the lone out of their top six scorers, though, that shoots above 33.3% for three. Davion L, lone double-figure scorer, 10.5 points, a little bit over 2 assists per game. While Ball State does a nice job in terms of generating turnovers, they just don't do much else with regards to their defense. They are outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. I think that Buffalo is just flat out going to be able to execute their offense the way that they have all season long and get the job done. Set my line at 10.5. I'm going to be one to lay it with Buffalo. Did set a total of a 140.5. I just think that you come up a little bit short in terms of the total possessions for the over, so like the under, and I'm going to be one to lay with Buffalo. 657, 658 on the card. It's Eastern Michigan. They do play also Ohio. Ohio is a 1.5 to a 2-point road favorite. Total on this game, it is 150.5. Said Eastern Michigan as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them on the money line. You've got an Ohio team that has slowed things down a little bit from a season ago. Currently, they're checking in about 105th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. In Eastern Michigan, they become a very mid-tempo team. They're about 213th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. There's nothing about this Eastern Michigan team that's going to really wow you. There's nothing that's really awful about them either. They're very country average with regards to so many metrics, and they should be able to knife through an Ohio defense that has been really bad around the perimeter. They're a country average team team in terms of generating turnovers, but last year they were well outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they are right back there this year. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot about 35.4% from three-point range at a roadside shoot court venue. With Ohio, they themselves have been outside the top 280 with regards to three-point shooting percentage. You do have Jackson Pavlovetsky, who's been a nice go-to scorer, 17 points, 4.5 assists per contest, shoots 36.9% from three. Teams as a whole, 29.2% from three-point range. That's not great to say the least. And for Ohio, country average team in terms of taking care of the ball, they're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound percentage, as well as when Jalen Breath has been out there, the transfer from UNC Greensboro, he's been relatively solid, being able to give you about 4 boards per contest. Aiden Hadaway, he's the lone guy on the roster, though, that gives you 5+ rebounds per game, 13 points, 7.8 boards. Does ship in there about 2.5 assists per game as well, but Eastern Michigan has been able to have a really nice, shall we say, go-to big three. Addison Patterson, Mohamed Habab, along with Carlos Hart. These three guys, they've combined for about 41 points per contest, with Patterson, very nice stat sheet. Suffer at 6'7", 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists, nearly a steal per contest. Hart and Habab combined for about 2.5 steals per game. Habab is able to give you about 8 rebounds per game, and then Carlos Hart, he's more of your go-to three-point shooter at 38.5% from the outside. And McMahon Seal, he's been able to shoot 42% from the outside as well. It's a Eastern Michigan team that has been outside the top 275 with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage. That said, this is a squad that has also been pretty sturdy on the glass. Top 175 team in terms of rebound percentage, and with this Ohio team still having a lot of issues with regards to their interior play, I do think that it's just enough for this Eastern Michigan team to be able to get the job done in a mid-tempo game. I said my total 146. I like the under, and I do like Eastern Michigan on the money line as an underdog. 659, 660 on the card. George Washington is going to be playing us through LaSalle. LaSalle is an underdog of 16.5 points, 153 is the total, and with LaSalle, I did set them as an underdog of 16 points. So you're at 16.5. That's my minimum buy point on LaSalle. It's a LaSalle team that's looking to play very slowly. They're outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, and for LaSalle, they're really looking to make their bones down low, as this has not been a good team around the perimeter, as right now you've got a group that has been outside the top 300 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, and they're just not taking care of the ball. For LaSalle, they're turning the ball over 13 times per contest, right around about 330 turnovers on a per possession basis. They shoot 29.8% from three-point range, but they've been able to do a solid job in terms of generating second and third chances. Top 75 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Big reason why is the 6 rebounds that you've gotten out of Josiah Harris, 8.5 points per game, and additionally, you've got Justin Archer along with Rob Dockery. Guys that aren't necessarily going to give you a ton of scoring. They combine for about 13.5 points per game, but between the two of them, they've been able to grab over 9 rebounds per game. Edward Daniels has been able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game, so I mean, the low post play has been there, but they're still, as well, outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Now, George Washington has been a little bit sloppy with the ball as well. They're turning the ball over 12.5 times per game, and for George Washington, this is a unit that has been having a little bit of a difficult time on defense. They have been outside the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they are outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, which I think is going to be just enough for LaSalle to be able to hold within 16.5. But for George Washington, this also has been a very prolific offense, top 75 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and George Washington is doing a really nice job in terms of winning the defensive battle on the glass as well. They're a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Rafael Castro, about 16 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to get good production as well. Garrett Johnson just does it all at 6'6", 13.5 points, 4.5 boards from three-point range. Shoots about 33% from three, and then Trey Autry, Trey Dinkins, both of these guys shoot above 42.5% from three-point range. I do think that for George Washington, getting a little bit more Gina Marusian will be big as well. 3.5 assists, 8.5 points per game. He's out shooting 38% from three-point range, but I do think that for LaSalle, with the way that they like to slow things down, George Washington, a top 85 team in terms of total possessions per game, and with both of these teams having some turnover issues, that is going to be able to help you out with the under. So I did set a total of 148. I like the under, and at 16.5 and not a half a point less, we'll take the points with LaSalle. 661, 662 on the card. It's North Carolina. They're going to be on the road playing against SMU. SMU does find themselves as 1.5 to 2.0 underdogs. So on this game between 151.5, seeing as high as 153.5, and I'm going to be in on the over. I set my total at a 157.5. Have a North Carolina team that has really sold themselves on about 199th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and when it comes to North Carolina, this group has been just really dominating on the glass. Henry Vassar, Caleb Wilson, these two guys are combining for about 36.3 points. Between the two of them, you're getting over 20 rebounds per game, and when it comes to Vassar, he's right now shooting 50% for three. We'll see a little bit of regression there, but I do think that the North Carolina offense is going to be able to get going a little bit more. North Carolina has been outside the top 40 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they've also been without Seth Trimble for 9 games. He's back, give you 15.5 points, 3.5 assists. That helps out Kyan Evans, who's really not a go-to scorer with only about 6.5 points per game. Comes over from Colorado State. Luka Bravich has been solid with about 10.5 points, but for this North Carolina team, that 33% three-point shooting, I think think goes northward a little bit against an SMU team that has been a little bit suspect with regards to their defense. They're about 142nd in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. So a UNC team that's looking to make their bones sound low, they should be able to do so. And with SMU, I did have to set them as a 3.5-point underdog because this is a team that plays at warp speed, top 20 team in terms of total possessions per game. And to their credit, they've been a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But North Carolina is doing a great job taking care of the ball. North Carolina, top 40 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. But an SMU country average team with their 3-point shooting percentage at 34.5%, even with Kevin Miller, give you 20 points on 42.5% 3-point shooting. He does supply 7 assists per game. And Jermaine O'Neal Jr. has been able to see a little bit of a bigger role for the team as the season has went along. He's been able to shoot about 44% per three, gives you about 6 points per contest. Jerron Pierre, he's supplying 18.5 points per game. And when it comes to BJ Edwards, he's been able to supply about 2.5 steals, 5.5 assists, 5.5 rebounds, 13.5 points per game. Sabat Yedoglu, 9 rebounds per game. And SMU, to their credit, they give you some good second and third chances, top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they're also going to give up quite a few, shall we say, second chances on the defensive glass as well. They are allowing teams to grab over 12 offensive rebounds per game. They are about 161st in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and with regards to this North Carolina team, they've done a nice job not allowing a ton of second and third chances, 35th in terms of percentage of missed shots that become an offensive rebound for opponents, and I think that wins out here. Somehow line at 3.5, I'm willing to lay up to 3 with North Carolina. And like the over, I semi-total at a 157.5, 663, 664. It is Tennessee. They are going to be on the road against Arkansas. Arkansas finds themselves as a very slim favorite here of 2.5 to 3 points. 154.5 to 156.5 is the total. I set a total of 152.5, so I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Tennessee team that is playing a little bit faster than they have in the past, but it's not like they're completely gunning it right now. They're about 210th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Arkansas has really been cranking up their tempo. This Arkansas team has been very efficient on offense, and they're about 62nd in terms of total possessions per game. Arkansas, a top 30 team in terms of taking care of the ball. Arkansas, a top 35 team in terms of their offensive execution, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, with the two freshmen in Darius Acuff along with Malik Thomas being able to headline things. These two guys combined for 34 points per contest. Acuff shoots 44% from 3, 6 assists per game. Trayvon Brazile, 13.5 points, 7 rebounds, shoots 43% from 3 points. Carter Knox shoots 47% from 3 points, but now you have to face off against a Tennessee team that we all know this with them. They do such a supreme job with regards to their defense. They're not going to allow a lot of second and third chances, 31st in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And to the credit of Arkansas, they have been a team that's been able to do a solid job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances, but they're actually outside the top 225 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Tennessee team that the one thing that they do on offense is grab second chances. 45.5% of their missed shots become an offensive rebound. That is number 1 in all of college basketball, with having down low a guy that I really like in Felix Aparo, give you a block, 5+ rebounds per game. Jacoby Gillespie has been a little bit of a do-it-all guy, 15+ points, right around about 4.5 to 5 assists per game. And for Tennessee, currently 12th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And Arkansas is currently checking in on earned 4th. Now, they have been giving up about 11.1 points fewer per unearned possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot record setting. But I do think that Tennessee is going to be able to hold in there at 3+. I'm going to take those points, set them as a 2.5-point underdog, because even though they have been outside the top 200 in terms of ball security, they're turning the ball over 12.5 times per contest. They're starting to get a little bit more. I've made Ament about 15.5 points, 7 boards. He's only been able to shoot about 29% from 3-point range, but I do think that goes northward. Jalen Carey has been a nice add, 7 boards, 9.5 points per game, and with the Tennessee team doing such a good job being able to grab second and third chances, with Tennessee also allowing teams to shoot just 28.5% from 3-point range. That's a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. And Arkansas being actually a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, I think that's enough for the under. So like the under, set by total 152.5, and at 3+, taking the points with Tennessee. 665, 666 on the card. Toledo is going to be on the road against Central Michigan. Central Michigan is a underdog here of 8.5 points. 158.5 is the total, and set a total of a 158. So at 158.5, that becomes my minimum buy point on the under. You've got a Toledo team that has actually become very good in terms of generating turnovers. Now, the actual shooting percentages are less than savory. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 230 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That said, all of a sudden, this has become a little bit more of a mid-tempo team, hovering right around about 150th in terms of total possessions per game, and they're 70th in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And you've got a Central Michigan team that they are not really forcing the issue issue. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis at home, and it's a Central Michigan team that's just a big-time work in progress right now. They are turning the ball over on about 21.5% of their possessions at home. That's outside the top 3 in all of college basketball. And with this Toledo team, I did set them as an 8-point favorite at 8.5. That becomes my minimum buy point here on Central Michigan, as I do think that the 7-footer Nathan Klebot does enough to be able to hold them in there. 12.5 points, 6.8 rebounds per game. And Central Michigan has been outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Ronnie Johnson, he's been in and out of the lineup when he's been in. He's been able to give you about 9 points per contest, but I'm thinking that he's going to be out of the fold once again in this game. But in the interim, you've been able to get relatively good production out of Logan McIntyre, 7.5 points. He throws in there about a steal, shoots 35.5% from 3 for a Central Michigan team that's right now shooting 27.2% from 3-point range. I think that they're doing for a little bit of positivity, and they've been able to do an okay job of guarding the 3-point line. Top 240 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and for Toledo, they're just not the same 3-point shooting team that they have been in the past. Outside the top 225 in terms of the 3-point shooting percentage, even with Leroy Blyden Jr. shooting 42% for 3 with 16 points, 4.3 assists per game. Sonny Wilson about 4.2 assists, 17 points per contest, but it still is regardless a relatively solid Toledo team because they do a nice job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're a top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and this has been a Toledo team that has been able to find a way to just knife the ball down low and be able to get good open looks there with this Toledo bunch. They're currently a top 150 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. They have fallen outside the top 75 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but that said, I do think that Central Michigan, they do just enough to be able to hold in there in this game, as if this Toledo team doesn't generate a turnover, that leaves them very vulnerable with regards to outside shooting. So I did set my line at an 8. I'm willing to take 8.5 plus here of Central Michigan. In on the underside by total 158, 667, 668. James Madison is going to be playing on the road against Arkansas State. Arkansas State, 8.5-point favorite total on this game. It is 160.5. So my total out of 155.5. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the under. You've got a James Madison team that's playing a little bit faster than they did from a season ago, but certainly a team that's still looking to play relatively slow and control. 243rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Arkansas State, they're very much looking to gun it. 43rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but this Arkansas State team just is not taking care of the ball whatsoever. For Arkansas State, they're 326th in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and it's not even like this team is making up for it by shooting it really well from 3-point range. This Arkansas State team with their 3-point shooting percentage, it is right now in that neighborhood, about 272nd in all of college basketball. They only shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range at home, and this has been a James Madison team that's been pretty solid with their 3-point shooting percentage. They're 75th in all of college basketball and travels well. They shoot about 35% from 3-point range at a roadside court venue. Now, for James Madison, I thought that they were going to be a little bit stronger down low. This bunch has been outside the top 175 in terms of rebound percentage. They are outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but Justin McBride, 17 points, right around about 5.5 rebounds, shoots 46.5% from 3-point range. Bradley Douglas, Cliff Davis, between the two of them, about 27 points per game. They both come out and shoot about 35% from 3. Douglas, main facilitator, with about 4.5 assists per game. And it's a James Madison team that's not really going to force the issue. So you've got an Arkansas State team that turns the ball over a ton. James Madison is outside the top 335 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for Arkansas State, they're outside the top 200 in terms of generating turnovers as well. But Arkansas State, relatively solid 3-point shooting defense, top 175 team there. And for Arkansas State, they have been a top 100 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. In a nip-and-tuck game, they are a good free throw shooting team as well. Top 10 team at 78.8% at the charity stripe, but they just haven't been able to find that go-to scorer, as Kyle Amon is right now your main scorer outside of Joey Chamo, who's been only able to play 3 games thus far this season, as he's been able to give you 10.8 points per game, but you've got pretty much 7 different guys that give you between 7.6 and 10.8 points per game. None of them really outside of Jalen Hampton and Royal Blue Smith, and Blue Smith is like the only of these guys that shoots above 36% from 3 that takes more than 1 3 per game. They've been really just hit or miss with that regard. Hampton has been able to give you about a half a block, 6.5 rebounds per game. You need a little bit more there, but by committee right now for this Arkansas State team, you've got 4 different guys that give you at least 3.9 rebounds per game, and with this James Madison team, I do think that they find a way to hold in there. I think that they're going to have a little bit of a tough time inside with a Arkansas State team as a top 125 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, but I think that James Madison looks to slow things down, and I don't think that Arkansas State executes from the outside. So set a total of 155.5. I like the under and 6+ here with James Madison. 669, 670. You've got Memphis on the road against Rice. We give our old Lane Kiffin go Owls, as Rice is a home underdog of 8.5 points. 143.5 is the total, and I made a total of 145. I do like the over. You've got a Memphis team that has been really struggling with with offense. Outside the top 175 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Still looking to play relatively fast, 82nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Rice has cranked it up a little bit more as well. They're about 140th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and one thing that has really been ailing both of these teams has been the turnovers, as for Memphis, they're right now 330th in the country in terms of ball security, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Rice are more around about 227th, and with Rice, you've got Trey Borneau, who's back from a season ago. He and Jalen Smith have been in the system for quite a while. Smith has been that main three-point shooter at about 40% from three-point range, 12 points per game. Borneau, 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, right around about 2.5 assists per game, and it's all brought together by Nick Anderson, who's been able to shoot 92% of the free throw line, 39.5% from three, 14 points per game for a Rice team that's on the top 100 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. They're just not good with regards to their interior offense, so they're outside the top 340 in terms of two-point shooting percentage. Now, despite that, they've been able to grab a lot of second and third chances, so they're not making their shots inside, but they've been a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound. Jimmy Oldakun has been able to give you 5 boards, about 5.5 points per game. Andrew Akuchi has been able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game as well, but a Memphis team that has been very banged up to begin the season, starting to get healthy now. Aaron Bradshaw, even though he's been healthy all season long, he's just giving you nothing, but now you've got back in the fold Curtis Givens. He missed like 5 games to begin the season, 10 points per game. He shoots 40% from three-point range. Hassan Abdul-Hakim, he's got good versatility, 7 points, 4 boards, a steal per contest. You're getting back to Julius Redford, who's been able to give you 8 points per game. Doug McDaniel, lone double-figure score, 14 points, 5.2 assists per game, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range for a Memphis team that they only shoot about 31.8% from the outside, but Memphis has actually been a relatively solid defensive team now. They are outside the top 200 in terms of percentage of missed shots that become an offensive rebound for opponents, but they're only allowing teams to shoot about 30.5% from three-point range, so that's a little bit of an issue going up against a Rice team that has been really looking to get a lot of their offense from three-point shooting. And for this Memphis team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they do check in the top 100. I do think that that's going to be just enough to get the job done. I do think that this is close enough for late game fouling, so I did set a line of 7. I'm going to be willing to take the 8+ here with Rice, and I'm going to be in on the over as well. Semi-total at a 145, 671, 672 on the card. Ole Miss, they are going to be on the road against Oklahoma. Oklahoma is a 5.5 to a 6.5 point favorite. 148.5 is the total, and with Oklahoma, I did set them as a 6.5 point favorite. So at 5.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it. You've got an Oklahoma team that last year was one of the best three-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball. This year, they've been one of the worst, but they're still a team that checks in the top 115 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this has been an Ole Miss team that just has not been themselves this year. Last year, they were really good at being able to generate turnovers. They're still about 46th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are giving up 13 more points per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. And for AJ Storr, he's had to be really the main guy in the backcourt. And to his credit, he's actually been quite good this season. 14.5 points. He's been able to shoot from three-point range about 42% from the outside. And Malik Dia, he's been able to be a rock-solid piece with about 7 boards, 14.5 points per contest as well. But Dia is the lone guy on the roster that gives you 5+ rebounds per game. They just need to be getting a little bit more on the inside. They're outside the top 200 with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage. They've been outside the top 100 in terms of overall rebound percentage as well. And for Oklahoma, this team should be able to have a nice edge with having Mohamed Wagyu supply about 7+ rebounds per game. It's been a little bit hit or miss in terms of what you've been able to get out of someone like a Jaden Jones, but he's been able to give you 8 points per game when he's not been dealing with injury, as he's been a little bit banged up. But Xavier Brown, Nigel Pack in the backcourt, 31.5 points per game, and you've got Pack shooting 47.5% from three-point range. They both give you 3.5 assists per game. For an Oklahoma team that does a nice job taking care of the ball, top 15 team in terms of few turnovers on a per possession basis. They've been a top 50 team in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage, a top 40 team with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage as well. And with this Oklahoma team, in terms of percentage of missed shots to become an offensive rebound, they do rank in the top 100. You do have James Scott on the flip side for Ole Miss, who's been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game as well. But I do think that in the end, Oklahoma having those 2 veteran guards and Pack and Brown in the backcourt, I do think that they find a way to be able to get the job done and keep things relatively clean. I did set a total of a 146.5 at a 148.5. I do like the under, as Ole Miss has been outside the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game. And as a matter of fact, for Ole Miss, they've been playing at quite a slow tempo right now in terms of total possessions per game, more around about 279. So like the under, and I'm willing to lay it with Oklahoma. 673, 674. Texas State, they are going to be on the road against Louisiana Monroe. Monroe is a home underdog here of 7.5 points. Still on scheme, 150.5, and I set my total at a 143.5. I do like the under. Now, for Texas State, they're playing a little bit faster than they have in past seasons in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they clock in right around about 240th in all of college basketball, and you've got a Monroe team that is playing quite up-tempo at 76 in terms of total possessions per game. But for Louisiana Monroe, I just don't know if they're going to be able to do their part with this total. Now, with their defense, 334th in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, and Texas State, neither here nor there. They're about 174th with this regard. But for Texas State, for one, they turn the ball over a ton. They're outside the top 300 with regards to their ball security as well. But for two, this is also a really good team in terms of being able to give themselves second and third chances. They are 59th in terms of percentage of missed shots to become an offensive rebound at 34% of their misses becoming that. And Texas State, even though they look to pile drive the ball down low, they lead the country. A percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range, they actually do shoot about 34% from 3-point range. Dimp Purnell has been able to give you 8.5 points, shoot 40.5% from 3. Caden Gums, he doesn't actually shoot a lot, but a nice facilitator, 7.5 points, 4 assists. He shoots 42% from 3-point range. And then Mark Drone has been the main scorer with about 13.5 points per game. And with this Texas State team, they do leave themselves vulnerable from the outside. Their line teams to shoot 36% from 3, but they've also been a top 70 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And with Louisiana Monroe having so many issues in terms of taking care of the ball, I do think that leads to a lot of dead possessions. Got a Monroe team that's about country average, shooting 33.5% from 3-point range. And you've had Christian Lewis along with Bartavius Russell, both give you 16.5 points per game. Russell is able to shoot 37.5% from 3-point range. And in the way that Lewis has been able to come on, 16 plus points in each of the last 5 games, he's been a nice find for them. And Lavelle Bruneau, coming off of a nice game against Southern Miss, he's been able to supply about 14.5 points per game, and he shoots 47.5% from 3. I think that there's a little bit of regression to be had there, but for Louisiana Monroe, they're not going to give themselves any sort of second or third chances outside the top 340 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And with this team being outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, I do think that allows Texas State to be able to get the job done. Now, did set my line at a 7.5. 8+ would be my buy point on Louisiana Monroe, as I do like the way that Christian Lewis is coming to the forefront, and I do think that Texas State is going to be sloppy with the ball, so I had 8+. We'll take the points with Monroe, and I'm in on the under 675, 676 on the card. Miami of Ohio plays those at Akron. Akron is a road favorite of 2.5 points. 177.5 is the total, and I did say Miami of Ohio is a 1-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. Akron has actually slowed down just a touch from a season ago. Currently, in terms of total possessions per game, 64th in all of college basketball. And you got a Miami of Ohio team that has actually been just really, really good in terms of dominating things with their offense. They're a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Very mid-tempo team. They're about 98th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So I did set a total of 169. I'm in on the under mainly because this is a Miami of Ohio team that has been a top 55 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Akron, one of the most efficient offenses they're going to find in the country. They do rank in the top 10 in terms of their overall shooting percentage. They only turn the ball over 9.8 times per game, top 25 team in terms of ball security. They hit their free throws, but they also are outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That's an issue against this Miami of Ohio team, though. You do have an Akron bunch that has Tavari Johnson, give you 20.5 points, shoots 42.5% from 3, and I aim for this bunch. Out of their top 6 scorers, all but one of them, in Tron Young, shoots at least 40% from 3-point range. But I do think that for Miami of Ohio, they're going to do a little bit of a better job of being able to guard the perimeter. Now, the one drawback that you got with Miami of Ohio, 323rd in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots, that result in an offensive rebound. But Antoine Woolfolk has been able to do a pretty rock-solid job giving the team 5.5+ rebounds per game. But Miami of Ohio does not allow you to get second and third chances as well. 38th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and with Miami of Ohio, you've been able to get 50% 3-point shooting out of Peter Suter, supplying 12.5 points, 4 boards, 4 assists per game. Brian Byers shoots 44.5% from the outside, 14.5 points out of him. You've had also Ellen Elmore do a nice job being able to step up with his versatility. 40% 3-point shooter, leads the way with 6 rebounds, 9.5 points per game. So I love what he's able to bring to the table. And for Miami of Ohio, they have been a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So they're doing a nice job there. They're keeping teams off of the free throw line. And Elmar Allison being able to give them versatility at about 6'8", shooting 46% for 3. Really doesn't give you a lot of rebounding, but 13 points per game. I think that matches up with the versatility that you've got for Akron. So Miami of Ohio is currently undefeated as 1-point favorite. I like them on the money line and on the under semi-total at a 169. 677, 678 on the card. Georgia Southern, they're going to be on the road against Old Dominion, and Old Dominion does find themselves as a very slim 1.5-point favorite. Total on this game, 159.5. I said Georgia Southern as a 1-point favorite. I do like them on the money line Georgia Southern, a top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And with Georgia Southern, what I really like about this team is that they do a nice job in terms of just being able to mix and match in the backcourt, as you've got Tyron Moore along with Nicavian White, Terry Various, Spud Webb. These three guys who have been able to combine for about 40 points per game. Spud Webb, he's been doling out 3 assists, 2 steals per contest. Moore has been that three-point shooter that's been able to give you about 37% from the outside for a team that shoots about 33% from three. Now, where Georgia Southern is really losing the battle is down low. They're outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they allow teams to only shoot about 31% from 3-point range, and they do a nice job taking care of the ball, a top 65 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Old Dominion, this team is checking in well outside the top 175 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, because they just don't have a lot from the outside, shooting 33% from 3-point range. Casey Shaw missed 4 games due to injury, and when he's been out there, 15.5 points per contest. He's been able to give you about 4 rebounds per game. And then you got Jordan Battle give you about 13.5 points, 3 assists, 5.5 rebounds. Shoots 43% from 3-point range. But he is the only other top 5 scorers that shoots above 30.1% from 3-point range. Caleb Swan Roger has been able to give you about 5 rebounds at a little bit over a block per contest as well. But it's not resulted in any sort of second and third chances. Last year, Old Dominion was actually a top 25 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound. This year, they're outside the top 295. And it's not even like they're doing a great job on the defensive glass, about 86th in terms of defensive rebound percentage, with this Old Dominion team not being one that generates turnovers themselves. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. That does mean clean possessions are going to be added for Georgia Southern, but also with Old Dominion being right around 300th in terms of 2-point shooting percentage, I do think that allows this Georgia Southern team to be able to get the job done, because one thing that Georgia Southern has done a really good job of is just forcing things a little bit more down low for these teams. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponents' percentage of shots that come from inside the 3-point line. So I do think that for Georgia Southern, they find a way to be able to persevere, get the job done here. I set them as a 1-point favorite. I like the money line. I think that the turnovers cost you an over. So semi-total 157. I also like the under. 679, 680 on the card. Florida State is going to be playing on Duke. Duke is a 15.5 to a 16.5 point favorite. 161.5 to 162 is the total line. I did set this total at a 158.5. I do like the under. You've got a Florida State team that's looking to play very fast. Top 25 team in terms of total possessions per game, and over 52% of their shots come from 3-point range. Top 5 mark in all of college basketball. Problem is, Florida State is right now shooting 31.3% from 3-point range. That is outside the top 275 in all of college basketball. And this is a Duke defense that does rank in the top 20 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And with Florida State, of your top 4 scorers, none of them shoot above 33% from 3-point range. And as a matter of fact, you've got one player on the roster that shoots above 33.3% from 3, Martin Somerville, 39% 3-point shooter, 9.5 points per game. And then you have a nice collective: Kobe McGee, Chancey Wiggins, Lajay Jones, Robert McCray, all between 10.6 and 13.5 points per contest. McCray has been able to give you about 7 assists per contest. And when it comes to Wiggins and Lajay Jones, they both give you about 4.5 rebounds per game. To the crowd of Florida State, they've been able to do a really good job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. Top 75 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, but now you go up against a Duke team that obviously has the Boozer brothers, with Cameron Boozer being the main attraction. He's been a double-double machine, 23.5 points, 7 boards, 4 assists per contest, and it's a Duke team that really doesn't allow a lot of second and third chances. Top 40 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, and they allow opponents to shoot 29% from 3-point range. That's a top 40 mark in all of college basketball. Isaiah Evans has been able to give 12 points per game. He hasn't really gotten going from 3, and Duke overall shoots 34.5% from 3. Not like they're necessarily amazing there, but for this Duke team, I do think that they're going to take good care of the ball against a Florida State team that has been a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That's really been their main forte, but when Florida State does not generate a turnover, that leaves them very vulnerable, as they are currently outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, country average in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. I think that Florida State, even though they're going to get off a lot of threes, I just don't think that they make them against a relatively mid-tempo Duke team. I did set my line at 18.5. I'm willing to lay with Duke. I'm going to be in on the under as well, so my total at a 158.5. 681, 682 on the card. Abilene Christian is playing us at Utah Valley. Utah Valley is a 7.5 to an 8.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, it is 142.5, and with Utah Valley, I did set them as a 6.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Abilene Christian. You do have an Abilene Christian team that's looking to play a little bit more slowly, while you've got a Utah Valley team that's looking to crank it up. Utah Valley is currently about 126th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, Abilene Christian, they're all the way down to about 269th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Abilene Christian back in the top 20 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and that's been an issue for Utah Valley. They're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and for Utah Valley, this is a very good rebounding team, but Abilene Christian actually matches them in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. Utah Valley is about 108th in terms of percentage of missed shots to become an offensive rebound, but Abilene Christian is allowing teams only grab about 23.9% of their misses as an offensive rebound, so big reason why I'm going to be willing to take the points with Abilene Christian, set them as a 6.5 point underdog. Now with Abilene Christian, this has also been a unit that has not been great on offense. Outside the top 280 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, only one double-figure score on the roster, and Braden Hubbard, who's been able to give you 15 points, pair of assists per contest, and for Abilene Christian, they're generating about 15 turnovers per game, but they themselves outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. For Abilene Christian, they are also allowing a lot of open looks from 3-point. They've been outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but for Utah Valley, this can be a hit-or-miss team with regards to their outside shooting. They're down to about 35% from 3 after they got off to a very hot start to the season. You've got Tyler Hendricks just shooting about 50.5% from 3, 12 points per contest. Jackson Olcombe has been that main scorer, 16.5 points, 7.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 2.5 steals per contest, and then you've got Trayvon Leonard, 10.5 points, 6.7 assists per game, shoots about 36% from 3-point range, and with this Utah Valley team, they themselves are a top 75 team in terms of generating turnovers, so I do think that there's going to be a lot of sloppiness in this game for Utah Valley. They're also a top 50 team in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but I think that Abilene Christian defense and not allowing those second and third chances help them hold in there, so I do think that with having Rich Smith being able to give you 3 assists per contest, that does just enough for Abilene Christian to be able to have the versatility in the backcourt to be able to find a way to get the cover. I did set my line at 6.5, taking the points with Abilene Christian, and I do like the under 683, 684 on the card. Rhode Island is going to be on the road facing off against George Mason. George Mason is a 6.5 to a 7.5 point favorite. So this game between 141.5 to a 142.5, and I made George Mason the 11-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is just not good what we're finding out of Rhode Island right now. They just took a loss to Loyola Chicago at home, and for both of these teams, they're going to be looking to play very slow and controlled. This George Mason team, 295th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Rhode Island is 308th, and for Rhode Island, what has really been ailing this team is giving up second and third chances, 260th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a George Mason team that they aren't allowing those second and third chances. With George Mason, they're currently checking in 55th in terms of defensive rebound percentage at home. Teams are only grabbing about 22.1% of their misses as an offensive rebound, though. For Rhode Island, what they do have going for them is the versatility of Tyler Cochran, 12.5 points, 3.2 steals. He only shoots 26% from 3-point range, and then Jonah Hinton, he's been able to shoot 34% from the outside, 15.5 points per contest. Miles Corey has been able to give you about 9.5 points per game. Jamari Tripp has been able to give you 12 points, a steal and a half per contest, and this has been a Rhode Island team that's been very good in terms of generating turnovers. Top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and on the flip side, you do have a George Mason team that they're not necessarily going to generate a ton of turnovers, but they're just really good in terms of limiting you in terms of good looks that you're going to be finding, as they've been a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And for George Mason, they are masters of getting to the free throw line. Top 10 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, with having Corey Mincy leading the way in the backcourt, 18 points, 3.5 assists, shoots 44% from 3, and Jari Long has been able to shoot 45.5% from the outside. He supplies the team with 12 points per game. You've only got one guy that gives you over 5.2 rebounds per game. That'd be Riley Allenpatch with about 6.4 rebounds per game, but Emmanuel Kanga off the bench, 5.2 rebounds per game. Dola Edbayo has been able to give you 3.5 boards, so you've got a lot of good pieces down low for a George Mason team that once again finds themselves in the top 65 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and I do think that defense is going to win out. George Mason, top 100 team in terms of ball security, and this has been a Rhode Island team that's been outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, so I think that George Mason gets the job done. I'm going to lay George Mason, set them as an 11-point favorite, like the under, set by total 135, 685, 686 on the card. Arizona is going to be on the road facing off against Utah. Utah is a underdog here of 18.5 to 19 points, so this game between 161.5 to 162.5, and I made my line in 18.5. Personally, I would rather take 19 with Utah rather than lay 18 with Arizona, mainly because just traveling to the state of Utah, a little bit of elevation, I do think that might take it out of an Arizona team that, I mean, let's call it what it is. They've been amazing. They've been a top 10 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, a top team with regards to rebounding, with having Toby Awaka coming in off the bench for 10.2 rebounds per game. Monteuvis Carivas has been able to give you 8.3 rebounds, 7.5 points per game. Koa Pete, he's been supplying 14 points, 5.5 rebounds, doesn't really pop it from 3, but Arizona is back to being a top 55 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at 37.8%, but I mean, they're a top 10 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the arc, and this has been a Utah team that has been not necessarily great down low, though you do have Keno Dawes, who's been a very good rebounder for them. He's been supplying 9 boards, 12 points per contest for Utah. They are outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they've been a team that has been able to shoot about 36% from 3 points. Terrence Brown, who comes over from Fairleigh Dickinson 21.5 points, 4 assists. He's not necessarily shooting it great from three, but Don McHenry, the Western Kentucky transfer, 42.5% three-point shooter for a Utah team that has been very solid in terms of taking care of the ball. They've been a top 130 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, not forcing any turnovers whatsoever, outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But I do think that for this Utah team, they're going to be able to do an okay job on the glass. They've been a top 175 team with that regard, as you're now getting quite a bit out of James Okonkwo after he dealt with injury to begin the season, only about 3 points, but 5.2 rebounds per game. It's a Utah team that's looking to push pace, but they're not necessarily playing overly fast. In terms of total possessions per game right now, they're about 108th, and you had an Arizona team that will push some pace as well, but again, not necessarily playing at the most breakneck of paces right now, about 69th in terms of total possessions per game. So I set a total here of a 162.5. I'm going to be willing to take 19 plus here with Utah, and at a 161.5, that's my max buy point on the over. 687, 688 on the card. UC Santa Barbara is going to be on the road against CSUN. Cal State Northridge is a underdog of 1.5 points. 159.5 is the total, and I did set a total of a 157.5. I do like the under. For Santa Barbara, they have really seen a fall off with the cursor defense. So, man, this has been a team that typically year in and year out, they do a great job with that regard, and they're not really allowing a lot of second and third chances. They're actually 53rd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and in a roadside shoot-to-court environment, teams are grabbing just 19.4% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That checks in at number 4 in all of college basketball, but they're well outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and playing very slowly, 280th in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, Northridge is a team that's going to be looking to bump up that tempo, 31st in terms of total possessions per game, but that said, this is a CSUN team that's had a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball, being outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. But Larry Hughes Jr., I mean, man, this guy has been putting on a show, 19 points. He shoots 44.5% from 3 points for a team that's only about 240th with their 3-point shooting percentage at 32.8%, because the other top 4 scorers all shoot below 25% from 3, but Mohamed Fofana has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. Josh O'Garo, 9 rebounds, 13.5 points per game, and then Josiah Davis, 6 assists, a steal per game, 13.5 points per contest. So you've got a lot of guys that are doing a nice job of mixing and matching for this team, but for CSUN, not generating the same amount of turnovers that they have in the past. Top 75 team, though, in terms of percentage of their own missed shots, that result in an offensive rebound. And for Santa Barbara, right now, the main kryptonite for this team, 3-point shooting defense. They are allowing teams to shoot over 37% from the outside. That is outside the top 320 in all of college basketball, but they themselves are a top 35 team with their own 3-point shooting. Colin Smith, Ada Mahaney, they combine to shoot about 43.5% from 3 points. Mahaney, 15.5 points per game. Smith, 12 points. He's been able to shoot about 44% from the outside at about 6'7". And then Zion Sensley has been that top rebounder, 7.5 boards, 7.5 points per game. CSUN is going to be probably having a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball against the Santa Barbara team that has been a top 175 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But Santa Barbara as well, they're turning the ball over 13 times per contest. They're outside the top 250 in terms of their ball security. So in the end, I do think that there's going to be a little bit too much sloppiness for you to be able to get the over. So I'm in on the under, and I just think that Santa Barbara going to be able to find a little bit more defensive prowess. I did set my line at 3.5, so one lay of Santa Barbara, and I'm in on the under. 689, 690 on the card. Western Carolina is on the road against Furman, and Furman, a mid-tier favorite here of 9.5 to 10 points, 155.5 is the total, and I did set Furman as a 9.5 point favorite. 10 plus is my buy point on Western Carolina. Western Carolina needs to do a better job taking care of the ball. They've been outside the top 315 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but I do think that Western Carolina going to be able to do a relatively solid job along the perimeter as well, so I'm going to be willing to take those points mainly because you've got a Furman team that's taken a massive setback with regards to their 3-point shooting, and that's the main issue that you've got for Western Carolina. Western Carolina is outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. The teams are shooting 38% from the outside against them. Western Carolina is a top 175 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and they've been really good in terms of controlling the boards. Western Carolina is actually a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage, and they grab about 13.5 offensive rebounds per game with Marcus Kell supplying 13 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Abdul Fatah Kaba is really the lone guy on the roster outside of Samuel Data, who's out with a little bit of injury, that has been able to give you over 5 rebounds per game. Kaba, about 7.5 rebounds per game, 6.3 out of Data, who's only giving you about 5.5 points per game, and Julian Swarmo in the backcourt has been able to give this team a little bit of direction. He's supplying that neighborhood about 11.5 points per game, shoots 37.5% from 3 for a team that only shoots 30% from 3 points. So both of these teams are going to have a little bit of an issue there, and you're going to have a bit of a tempo war going on in this game, as Furman has really slowed themselves down in terms of total possessions per game. They're down to about 246th in all of college basketball. Western Carolina in the last 2 years, they've really sped themselves up. They're now 45th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and with this Furman team, they are one that is going to give up a few second and third chances, a few more than what you'd like. They are allowing teams to grab about 27% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, though you have been able to get good production production with 6.5 boards, 13.5 points per game out of Cooper Bowser, and then you bring back Charles Johnson, 9.9 points, 9.5 rebounds per game, but this team is only shooting 31.5% from three outside the top 275 nationally, even with Asa Thomas stepping up, shooting 41% from three, supplies 13.5 points per game, pretty much a lone out of their top 8 scorers that shoots above 33.5% from three-point. Colin O'Neill actually shoots 54% from three, but he's been dealing with quite a bit of injury, so he's probably going to be out of the fold in this game, and with Furman not forcing the issue outside the top 310 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, I think that that's going to be just enough for Western Carolina to be able to remain lively. I just set a total here of a 151.5. What Furman just taking a big step back with their three-point shooting, so in on the under and at 10 plus, taking those points with Western Carolina. 691, 692 on the card. Texas A&M plays those to LSU. LSU is a 3.5 to a 4.5 point underdog. Total on this game 165.5 to a 167.5, and with LSU, I did set them as a underdog of 3 points. I'm going to be one to take this place with Texas A&M. You've got out for the year now Mackenzie Mbakbo, who was giving the team a little bit of a spark when he was out there. Now, so great depth for Texas A&M. You've got essentially 9 different guys. They're going to be giving you at least 14 minutes per game, and this is a team that does a great job generating turnovers. Top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and a team that's very content to go bombs away from three. They're shooting 38.2% from three-point. That's a top 30 mark in all of college basketball. Ruben Dominguez actually being the top scorer, shooting 47% for three, 13.5 points per contest. You've had Marcus Hill be able to give you about 12.5 points per game. He's not really going to light you up from three. Rylan Griffin will, though, at 40% from the outside, 3.5 assists per game, but with this Texas A&M team, where they're really going wrong is with regards to their interior defense. They're outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, even with having guys like Zach Clemens and company. And for LSU, they become a top 25 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, albeit they're scoring more than 15 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but they're doing it with just being smart. They're a top 20 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and they shoot 78% at the free throw line. They turn the ball over only about 10.5 times per game. Heck, they're a country average three-point shooting team at 33.3%, but top 25 team with their two-point shooting percentage. Michael Nwoko has stepped up with 16 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. De'Don Thomas, 16 points, 7 assists. He doesn't shoot it well from three, but Max McKinnon has been able to shoot 44% from three. The injury to Jalen Reed still hurting the team, but having Markel Sutton be able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game, that's big for an LSU team that has been a top 75 team in terms of overall rebound percentage. This team is in the top 35 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage defense, outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage defense, and not going to force the issue. They're only forcing about 10.8 turnovers per game, so should be able to get a lot of clean looks on both sides, but did set a total of a 165.5, as I do think that for LSU, the offense is going to taper off a little bit away from home, but I think that they do enough to hold in there on the inside. So I'm going to be willing to take those points with LSU, and I'm in on the under. 683, 694 on the card. North Dakota State, they're going to be playing us Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts is a underdog here of 13.5 to 14 points. The last game is 147.5, and with Oral Roberts, I did set them as an underdog of 12 points, so going to be willing to take those points out. With Oral Roberts, this has been a unit that has been very bad at taking care of the ball outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and you do have a North Dakota State team that has been much better in terms of taking away the ball. They're a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but after last year, this North Dakota State team was a top 5 team with their three-point shooting percentage. Country average this year at 34%. Damari Wheeler-Thomas has been your main man, 38.5% three-point shooter, 14.5 points per game, and then you've got Anthony Stefanovic, who's been able to give you 4.3 assists, 9.5 points per game, and Travion Carson has been able to supply 12.5 points, about 2.5 steals per contest, shoots 40% from three-point range, but for this North Dakota State team, they are going to be looking to just do a better job in terms of guarding both the interior and the exterior. They're outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, outside the top 230 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And for Oral Roberts, I do think that you're going to see a little bit of positivity in terms of that three-point shooting percentage. Right now, it's a unit that only shoots about 32.5% for three, but you do have Ty Harper, who's been able to give you 16 points, about 2.5 assists per game. Lone guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game is Ofri Navarra, who's been able to give you 12.5 points per game, but do have some versatility with 6'7". You have two Yamanaki Williams 2 years ago over at Portland was shooting in the mid-30s from three. He's able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game. And for this Oral Roberts team, even though they turn the ball over a ton, they're a top 175 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis as well. Country average team at being able to guard the three-point line. And for Oral Roberts, they have been getting a little bit decimated on the glass. They're outside the top 225 in terms of rebound percentage. But with this North Dakota State team just not being the same offensive team that they were a season ago, I do think that that's just enough for Oral Roberts to hold in there. And with North Dakota State being a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, it's going to be limiting the second and third chances that you do get in this game. But North Dakota State has really cranked up their tempo. They're now a top 150 team in terms of total possessions per game, and it's an Oral Roberts team that's going to be looking to push quite a bit of pace as well. They're about 176th in terms of total possessions per game, so I did set a total here of a 152. I like the over, and at anything above 12, taking the points with Oral Roberts. 695, 696 on the card. Tennessee State, they're going to be on the road against Little Rock, and Little Rock finds themselves as a home underdog here of 1.5 points. So on this game, 143.5, and I did set Tennessee State as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You've got a Tennessee State group that is very much looking to push tempo, and a Little Rock team that's not looking to push tempo. For Tennessee State, 55th in the country in terms of total possessions per game with Little Rock. Right now, they are checking in about 290th, and Little Rock just ghastly with their defense. They are outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a Tennessee State team that's been able to do a really good job in terms of generating for themselves second and third chances. Now, they're going to give up a few second and third chances on the glass, but still, in a roadside neutral court venue, they've been a top 150 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, they themselves, in terms of their own offensive rebounds, they are able to grab about 32.5% of their misses as a offensive board away from home. That's a top 100 mark in all of college basketball, and Little Rock just not taking care of the ball. About 15 turnovers per game outside the top 330 in terms of ball security, so that helps out a Tennessee State team that has been a top 100 team in terms of takeaways on a per possession basis away from home. Aaron Namakura has been a big reason why. 3.3 steals, 16 points per game, and then Travis Harper is your main three-point shooter at 40% three-point shooting. Now, Tennessee State outside the top three with their three-point shooting percentage at 30.2%, but they really look to knife the ball inside. They're a top 15 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from two-point range, and you've got a Little Rock team that they themselves are very much going to pound the ball inside, though they are a little bit of a better three-point shooting team with having Jonathan Lawson headlining things, shooting 37% for three, 15.5 points per contest. Little Rock actually shoots 36.5% from three, but in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the arc, they're a top 30 team in all of college basketball there, and yet they're outside the top 275 with regards to that two-point shooting percentage, so go figure there. Tonka Ngakic, when he's been out there, has been able to give you about 10 points, a block and a half per contest. He's been dealing with a little bit of injury, but should be all good to go here. Has scored in double figures in each of the last two games, so looks all good to go there. And then you've got Cameron Walls, give you about 13.5 points, 6 boards, but doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3 points. I do think that Little Rock, with the just overall sloppiness that they've got, and now being a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, that is going to be leading to a lot of dead possessions in this game. I did set my total 145.5 because I do think that this game close enough for late game fouling, and these two teams are very bad at the free throw line. Little Rock is 360th in terms of their free throw shooting percentage. Tennessee State, they're a little bit better, but not a whole heck of a lot better at right around about 74.5%. So I'm going to be in on Tennessee State here, set them as a 5.5 point favorite, and I like the over, set my total 145.5, 697, 698 on the card. St. Amford is going to be on the road against UNC Greensboro. Greensboro is a underdog of 1.5 points, 147.5 is the total, and I set Samford as a 3-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the small number. It's a Samford team that isn't necessarily pushing a ton of pace, but they're not necessarily slow, 127th in terms of total possessions per game, and typically Greensboro is a pretty slow and controlled team. They're now about 181st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Greensboro, they're just not giving themselves anything on the glass. They're first in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and that means that Samford is going to be able to maximize here because they do a great job in terms of making the most out of their possessions. Top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Samford shooting leaves a lot to be desired outside the top 225 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and they shoot 65.6% at the free throw line. That's outside the top 325 in all of college basketball, but their top scorer, Jaden Booth, he shoots 91.5% the free throw line with 18.5 points per game. Keaton Norris, who they're going to look to get to the ball to late, 11 points. He shoots 82% of the charity stripe, and Booth, he shoots 40.5% from 3 points. It's a Samford team that has been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of their interior defense, top 125 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. They've been about a country average team with regards to rebound percentage, and they're really not going to force the issue in terms of turnovers. This team has been well outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Flip side, you've got a UNC Greensboro team that just had to replace pretty much the entirety of their backcourt from a season ago. It's still about a country average team, shooting 34% from 3 points. Justin Neely has been really good down low, 15 points, 11.2 boards, a little bit over a steal per contest as well, but I mean, you've got a unit here that is relying very much on Donald Whitehead Jr. to be able to get things going on offense. 12 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3 points, and Leon Marville has been able to shoot 55% from 3 points. Don't know if that's going to be long lasting. He's been able to give the team about 10 points per contest, and for Greensboro, unlike the past years, they're just really not forcing any turnovers. They are outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so the clean possession should be able to help you out with an over, and you've got a Greensboro team that has been outside the top +290 with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a control game. I do think that UNC Greensboro gets back to their roots of playing a little bit more slowly, but Sanford in the end finds a way to be able to get the job done. Set a total of 145. I like the under, and with Sanford, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 with them. 679, 700 on the card. East Tennessee is playing us a Mercer. Mercer is a underdog of 5.5 points, 152.5 is a total. Set a total of 147. I like the under. You do have a East Tennessee State team that's outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Mercer pushing a little bit more tempo. They're about 142nd in terms of total possessions per game, but with this Mercer group, I do think that they are going to be able to find a way to hold in their semi-line at 5, so at 5.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points, even though this Mercer team is getting wrecked on the defensive glass. Outside the top 330 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, allowing 13.5 offensive rebounds per game, but they themselves are a top 75 team in terms of their own offensive rebound percentage, and they've been a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Big reason why has been Brody Shoulders. He does a little bit of everything. 8.5 points, 7.5 boards, 2 assists, and 2.2 steals per contest. Now, this team does not shoot it well from 3 at 32.5% from the outside, but Quentin Perkins shoots 35.5% for 3 with about 10 points per game, and Baraka Okoji comes over from George Mason, 18 points, 5.5 assists per contest. And flip side, you've got an East Tennessee team that has been very much doing a good job with regards to their overall versatility down low. They had to replace so much from a season ago, but Brian Taylor, who comes over from SIU Edwardsville, he's been that main guy with about 14 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots 39% from 3-point. Cam Morris, he shoots 43% from 3-point, 13.5 points per contest. And you don't necessarily have one main rebounder for ETSU, but your top 4 scorers, they all have been able to give you at least 4 rebounds per game, so they've been able to do a nice job there. And then you got Jalen Smith, who's been able to supply about 10 points, 2 steals per contest. And with Blake Barkley, he's been able to shoot about 41% from the outside for an ETSU team that's about country average with their 3-point shooting percentage, but they're a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. ETSU has become a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And for ETSU, I do think that they get the job done outright, but also for this ETSU team, they are one that is going to give up a few second and third chances themselves. They have fallen outside the top 100 with regards to rebound percentage, and in a nip and tuck game, they only shoot about 72.5% at the free throw line. So I did set a line of 5 at 5.5 plus. Going to be willing to take the points with Mercer. Made a total of a 147, so I'm also going to be in on that total under as well. 701, 702 on the card. San Jose State is going to be on the road against Utah State. Utah State is a 21 to a 21.5 point favorite. 147.5 is the total, and I made a total of 146.5. I do like the under for San Jose State. They are playing at one of the most sluggish paces in all of college basketball, currently 288th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a Utah State team that's relatively mid-tempo, 156th in terms of total possessions per game, and they're a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Thanks to giving themselves second and third chances, 50th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. You've got a San Jose State team that's also been pretty solid with this regard. They're about 96th in the country, but that does take quite a bit of a fall off away from home, and one of the biggest things for the San Jose State team, they need to be better with their interior defense, as in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, they are 326th in all of college basketball. And Utah State, they've been a top 40 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, pretty strong on the interior, pretty strong at being able to guard the 3-point line, but for San Jose State did set them as a 20.5 point underdog, so at 21 plus I'm going to be willing to take those points because I do think that Kobe Garland can carry this team. He's supplying 20.5 points, 4.2 assists, shoots 37.5% from 3, and San Jose State, they shoot 35.5% from 3, right around about 100th in all of college basketball. They give themselves a few second chances outside the top 200 in terms of ball security, but they've been about a country average team in terms of generating turnovers. For San Jose State, they're going to have a lot to match up with in terms of MJ Collins and what he's been able to bring to the table. MJ Collins has been absolutely tremendous for this Utah State team. 20 points from 3-point range. He's right now shooting 47% from 3. Mason Flosloff shoots 37.5% from 3. Kobe King 43% from 3-point range. It's just outside of MJ Collins and Flosloff, a lot of mixing and shaking, but a lot of good depth with Utah State. And with Utah State, they're a top 40 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, with Utah State generating as many turnovers as they are a top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. I do think that leads to quite a few dead possessions, but I do think that for San Jose State, having the rebounding that they do with Yafat Mundi, give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, Cedric Nananana being able to give you 4.5 points, right around about 4.5 rebounds per game, and Marcus Overstreet, when he's been out there, he's been able to give you about 4 rebounds per game, has dealt with a little bit of injury, but just returned in that game against San Diego State. I think that that's just enough for them to hold in there. We'll take 21 plus here with San Jose State, and I'm in on the underside by total 146.5, 703, 704 on the card. Marshall is going to be playing us Appalachian St. Appalachian State is a 6.5 to a 7.5 point dog, 139.5 is the total, and with Appalachian State, State, I did set them as an 8-point underdog, so I'm going to be willing to lay it here with Marshall. Marshall has been a little bit sloppy with the ball outside the top corner in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but that said, this is a team that was really having a tough time taking care of the ball to begin the season. They've gotten better and better as the season has went along, as Jalen Spear is spearheading things. He's right now giving you in that neighborhood about 14.5 points, 6 assists per game. Shoots about 35.5% from three. Marshall's up to shooting 35% from three and a top 20 team in terms of block shot rate with Matthew Van Kamen, who stands 7'4", give you 3 blocks, 8 rebounds, 9 points per contest. You've had Wyatt Fricks be able to spy about 14.5 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. And for Appalachian State, this is a team that's very much looking to play slow and controlled, while Marshall, they're looking to push a little bit of tempo. Appalachian State, in terms of total possessions per game, outside the top 350 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, it's a Marshall team that's right around about 94th in the country, and for Appalachian State, they do a great job in terms of taking care of the ball, awful job in terms of generating turnovers. Appalachian State, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, top 75 team outside the top 300 in terms of generating those turnovers, and they do allow teams to only shoot about 29% from three-point range. They've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but they themselves only shooting about 31.5% from three. They've been a top 150 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, but also, if this comes down to free throws, this Appalachian State team shoots 60.9% at the free throw line. Bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. Keshawn Jennings, 15 points, shoots 42% from three. Alonzo Dodd, the Dodd father, shoots 39.5% from three, 12.5 points per contest. These are the lone two guys on the roster, though, that shoot above 31.5% from three-point range. Luke Wilson is able to give you 6.5 rebounds per game. Lone guy on the team that gives you over 4.7 rebounds per game, as Appalachian State now finds themselves outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. I do think that Marshall, with grabbing those second and third chances, finds a way to be able to cover this number in a game that I think is going to be a little bit more of a slog. Semi-total 136, I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7.5 with Marshall. 705, 706 on the card. North Carolina A&T is going to be on the road against Stony Brook. Stony Brook is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Total on this game is 134.5, and with Stony Brook, I did set them as a favorite of 7.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number now. You've got a North Carolina A&T team that's relatively been tempo, and Stony Brook is very much looking to play slow. 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I do like this total over because with Stony Brook, they do allow quite a bit from the outside, and you've got a North Carolina A&T team that has been very intriguing with regards to their defense, to say the least. With A&T, they're about 8th in the country in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, so they've been able to do a pretty rock-solid job with that regard. And with A&T, this has been a team that's been having a tough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 275 in terms of their own ball security, but for this A&T team, they're also a team that is going to allow you to be able to have quite a few good, clean possessions as well. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. That helps out a Stony Brook team that the backcourt has really not been great outside of Eric Pratt. Pratt is able to give you 18 points per contest, only shoots about 30% from three-point range, but for Stony Brook, where the team really shines is the fact that they have been able to get quite a bit with regards to their interior defense, top 155 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. This is a Stony Brook team that has been about country average in terms of generating turnovers, but I like what you're getting out of Rob Brown, who's been able to give you 10 points. He shoots in that neighborhood about 33.5% from three-point. Colin O'Connor has been dealing with an injury over the last few weeks, so that has really hurt their depth in the backcourt, but guy that has been able to step up, do a nice job has been Richard Goods with his versatility. Pair of assists, 6.5 rebounds, about 7 points per contest. And on the flip side for North Carolina A&T, this has been a team that has been dealing with quite a bit of injury of their own, as their number 2 scorer in Luron Walker has been out for about the last 7 or so games. So that means that Lewis Walker, the other Walker, gives you 18.5 points, 5.5 boards. He has to really carry the team. And Luron Walker was a guy that was able to give you darn near a steal per contest as well. And that means that you need to get a little bit more out of Dwayne Pierce, 7 points per contest, but he shoots about 27.5% from three. Team as a whole for A&T, they only shoot about 30.5% from 3 points, but they're getting just bombed from the outside. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They do a relatively good job with their interior defense, and they've been a top 175 team in terms of their rebound percentage, but this A&T team, they do a really good job in terms of being able to get to the free throw line, top 20 team in terms of percentage of their possessions that end in a free throw, but I do think that Stony Brook going to be a little bit more disciplined here. Stony Brook has been about a country average team in terms of keeping teams off the free throw line, so I do think that Stony Brook goes out there, gets the job done. I did set my line at a 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in, like the over, semi-total 143.5. 707, 708 on the card. Morehead St is going to be on the road against SIU Edwardsville. Edwardsville, a 5.5 point favorite total on this game, 134.5 to 135.5, and with Morehead St, I did set them as a underdog of 7.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Edwardsville. Edwardsville has been a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's just really hard to trust in this Morehead St team because because for Morehead St, they're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they just don't take care of the ball whatsoever. And I recognize that you've got an Edwardsville team that certainly has their warts on offense or outside the top 240 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but for Morehead St, 312th of the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis with regards to their own offense. And for Morehead St, they're just not the same team that has been able to typically dominate on the boards. Now, they do have George Marshall in the backcourt. He's been able to do a nice job, provide this team with about 12 points per game, but for this Morehead State team, in terms of defensive rebound percentage, they have fallen outside the top 275. You've only got one guy on the roster that gives you over 4.7 rebounds per game, John Carroll, caroling all the way to 9.5 points, but doesn't give you any sort of three-point shooting. You do have Josiah Lergie, who's been able to shoot 44.5% from the outside, 9.5 points per game, but for Morehead State, currently outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, country average in terms of generating turnovers, but I do think that they are going to be manned out a little bit here by an SIU Edwardsville team that they have been able to do a nice job with Ring Malaith being able to give you 14 plus points per contest and has been able to lend a little bit of versatility at 6'9", as from 3-point range he does go bombs away at about a 33% clip. You do have a bunch that has been with an injury to Miles Thompson, who supplies the team with about 10 points, 6 rebounds per game. We have not seen him since early December, so I have to figure that he's out until further notice, but Joe Valeri has stepped up with about 5 rebounds per game. You got Jack Champion, 4.4 assists to only about a turnover and a half per game, and for this SIU Edwardsville team, they have been a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, top 125 team in terms of bonus 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage as well, with them being a top 125 team with regards to rebound percentage as well. I do think that they're going to take it to a Morehead State team that, again, they've just taken so many steps back with regards to their overall rebounding, and with Edwardsville being outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, I do think that they're going to limit the amount of opportunities for both teams to be able to score in this game. So I did set my total at a 133.5. I'm in on the under, and with Edwardsville, I'm willing to lay up to 7 with them. 709, 710 on the card. It is UT Martin, and they are going to be playing us to Eastern Illinois. Eastern Illinois, an underdog of 9.5 to 10 points, 134.5 is the total, and I made UT Martin the 15-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, both of these teams are having massive issues in terms of taking care of the ball. With UT Martin, they are outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but I mean, Eastern Illinois is right there. Eastern Illinois is 327th in the nation, and they don't play the same defense. 288th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You got a UT Martin team that is a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for UT Martin, what has really been the issue for this team has been injuries, as you've got just a countless amount of guys that have been in and out of the lineup this year. Dragus Lagu is still out the full, but Filip Kovacic, whenever he's been out there, he's been able to give you about 10 points per contest, and he did return in their most recent game against Western Illinois at 18.6 rebounds, so should be all good to go in this game. It's a UT Martin team that is hit or miss from 3-point range at about 32.5% from the outside, but they're not allowing you to get good looks from 3-point range, as they're a top 45 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and while they are a team that they turn the ball over a ton, they have been a top 125 team themselves in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, they do also shoot 66.6% at the free throw line, and at 6'6", they might want to get off that number, whether they make or hit a free throw, just want to get off there, but that said, with this Eastern Illinois team, they are getting back Andre Washington, which I think is going to be big for them. Comes on over from Long Island. Missed the first 8 or so games of the season. Since he's returned, he's been able to give the team 13.5 points per game, and that helps out Zion Fruser, who has really had to be the main man. He's been able to give the team 16 points per game. He dealt with injury as well. Came back in that game against Southeast Missouri State. He was able to supply 10 points, but also had 5 turnovers. And for Eastern Illinois, typically this is a team that's great at generating turnovers. This year, they have fallen outside the top 175 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis for us. Now, they're doing a good job in terms of guarding the arc. They've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 300 in terms of both their 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and their 9 offensive rebounds per game. That is well outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. You've got a pair of guys in Cooper Jacoby along Terry McMorris, who've been able to combine for 12 rebounds per game, but Jacoby has actually regressed over the last few seasons down to about 9.5 points per game, with not having a lot down low and having a UT Martin team with just so much size along the perimeter. I do think that UT Martin is going to be able to go out there, get the job done. You've got a UT Martin team that's relatively mid-tempo in terms of total possessions per game, 245th in all of college basketball. Eastern Illinois, meanwhile, they're about 267th, but I do think that UT Martin is able to light Eastern Illinois ablaze down low, so set my line at 15. One to lay with UT Martin, and with this total, main line a 137, so I'm going to be in on that over as well. 7-11, 7-12 on the card. Lindenwood is going to be playing us to Southern Indiana. Southern Indiana, an underdog of 10.5 points. Toss game, 148 to 148.5. With Lindenwood, I set them as an 11.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with them. These are two teams that are very much looking to push tempo for Southern Indiana, 78th in terms of total possessions per game, though I will throw in this caveat with Southern Indiana. If you look at their last 5 games, they're playing at a rate of about 6 to 7 possessions per game fewer than they did in the season. Lindenwood is not slowing down, though. Lindenwood is 30th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and you got a Southern Indiana team that's just not taking care of the ball whatsoever. They've been well outside the top 145 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They've been much better ever since the beginning part of the season, but even with taking a little bit of better care with the ball, they're currently 341st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, as with their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentages, they're both outside the top 250 in the country. Lindenwood has always been a rough 3-point shooting team. They're 273rd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they should be able to own the painted area in this, as they've been a top 200 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. Jayce Jones shoots 66% from the floor, 16 points, about 8 rebounds per game. Aeneas Petrell has been able to give you about 14.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. And then Milos Nendik, hopefully you got that correct, 6.5 rebounds, a block, 12 points per game. So these guys have all been able to do a rock solid job. Still, a team is shooting about 31.5% from 3. They are well outside the top 275 with that regard, but they're doing a good job of guarding the perimeter as well. Teams are only shooting about 29% from 3-point range against them. That's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. And for Southern Indiana, they're just looking for any sort of shooting whatsoever, as they've been able to have Ismail Habib step up to give the team 17 points, shoots 36.5% from 3, but team is outside the top 250 with their 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 340 with their 2-point shooting percentage. Now, their 2-point shooting defense is actually a top 125 mark in all of college basketball, but this team does not like to go to the free throw line. They shoot 61.7% the free throw line. That's a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball, and you do have a Lindenwood team that is going to be very aggressive, and they're going to be very much willing to put you on the free throw line, as Lindenwood is a top 75 team in terms of their free throw attempts per game. And for the Southern Indiana team, not really a team that forces the issue outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They've had Trey Thomas deal with an injury, and that's been big, as he was a 16-point per game scorer last season at Bethune-Cookman. Cardell Bailey has had to step up in the interim, 13.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. And to the credit of Southern Indiana, they have been a team that's been able to grab a few second and third chances. They've been a top 200 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but they're absolutely getting blasted, and they're giving up so many second and third chances. Right now, in terms of defensive rebound percentage, they do find themselves outside the top 275 with that regard, and I do think that Lindenwood going to be able to grab some second and third chances, and in this up and down game, I do think they get plenty of scoring. So I might total 155.5. I do like the over, and with Lindenwood, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with them. 7-13, 7-14 on the card. South Alabama is going to be on the road against Troy. The men of Troy are a 7.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 142.5 to 143.5, and with Troy, I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points, so here at 7+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with South Alabama. South Alabama is just daring you to shoot from 3. More than 60% of opponents' field goal attempts come from 3-point range, by far numero uno in all of college basketball, with South Alabama's respectable defense, about 129th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Troy is actually 201st, and for Troy, they have really upgraded their 3-point shooting from the past, as you've got the Campbell brothers both shooting 40+% from 3-point range, and for Troy last year, they were outside the top 300 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, up to about 135th this season, shooting 39% from 3-point range at home. Meanwhile, you do have a South Alabama team that has been a little bit hit or miss with regards to their own outside shooting, but that actually goes up to about 32.7% away from home. At home, they actually shoot less than 30% from the outside, but for South Alabama, they also do not give you any sort of looks at the free throw line. They're the top team in all of college basketball in terms of keeping you off the free throw line. For Troy, they're a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Victor Valdez has been able to supply 17 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, good versatility there. And Thomas Dowd is that main rebounder, 10 rebounds, 15.5 points per game. But for the men of Troy, they have been allowing quite a few looks from the outside themselves. They're outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and they are allowing a lot of second and third chances outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' defensive rebound percentage. And for this bunch in South Alabama, I do think that they are going to be able to hold in there, because even though they've been dealing with an injury to one of their main scorers in Peyton Law, who has given them 13 points per game, Adam Olson has been a do-it-all guy, 38.5 41.5% three-point shooter, 91% at the free throw line, 17 points per game. Chaz Harris, 16 points, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists. Love his game. And you've got a pair of guys that have been relatively glued to the bench in Randy Brady along J.J. Wheat, who just have not been able to give you a lot of scoring, but they were key cogs from a season ago in South Alabama. Top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going against a Troy unit that has had a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 250 in terms of ball security. So I did set my line at a 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take some plus here with South Alabama. South Alabama outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. So set a total of a 140.5. Almost went on the under. 715, 716 on the card. Western Illinois, they're going to be on the road against Southeast Missouri State. SEMO is a 14.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 147.5, and I set my line at a 17.5. So I'm going to be willing to lay this number for Western Illinois. They're not playing fast. They're outside the top 250 once again in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you got a Southeast Missouri State team that's very much looking to push tempo. For Southeast Missouri State, they're about 63rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Western Illinois outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 300th in the country in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. Not that Southeast Missouri State is lighting things ablaze themselves, 310th in the country with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, but I do think that for Southeast Missouri State, they are going to be able to win out here because they also do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers. Top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Luke Almadover has been able to give you 14 points. He only shoots about 31.5% from three. Braxton Secker is that main shooter, 35% from three-point range, 90% at the free throw line, 13.5 points, CL per contest. But for Southeast Missouri State, they are doing a great job in terms of limiting you to one opportunity as well. Top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And when Western Illinois has been at full force, typically they've been able to do so on the glass. They just don't have a way of being able to prevent you from getting second and third chances as well. They do find themselves, Western Illinois does, outside the top 170 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. Only guy on the roster that gives you over 4.6 rebounds per game is Eric Dixon, who's been able to give you about 8.6 half rebounds per game. And you do have a guy in Isaiah Griffin who comes over from Idaho St, 11.5 points, shoots 46% from 3, 4 boards. He's been very productive for this team, but for Western Illinois, being outside the top 330 in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage, about country average in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but leaving themselves very open to allowing open looks from 3 outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And with this squad being outside the top 225 in terms of ball security, I do think that Southeast Missouri State going to be able to lay it on them. I did set my total at a 145.5. I do think that this is going to be a slowed-down game, so in on the under, and I'm willing to lay it with SEMO. 717, 718 on the card. Minnesota, the state with the small strengths in the union. Minnesota is going to be on the road against Northwestern. Northwestern, a favorite of 5.5 points, 137.5 is the total. And with Northwestern, I did set them as a favorite of 7.5 points. So in this spot, I'm going to be willing to lay it. Northwestern has been a little bit hit or miss with regards to their defense, but they've been supreme with their three-point shooting defense. Top 45 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And for Northwestern, much like many teams in the Big Ten, big-time home and road split says this is a group that right now is giving up about 22.3 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than away from home. And Minnesota, outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Defense has been actually quite good. 52nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and I'm not even kidding when I say this. They give up over 40 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. Now, I do think that that's going to iron out a little bit more, but for Minnesota, I do think that they might be in for a little bit of a rough go of it against a guy, Nick Martinelli, who's just able to take over a game. 22.5 points, 6.5 boards from three-point shooting, 55% from 3. That'll drop a little bit, but for Northwestern, you've had Arrington Page do a nice job stepping up, 14.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Trey Singleton, 5 rebounds, 8 points, good versatility out of him. And then Justin Mullins, he's been able to shoot about 42% from three-point range. And for Minnesota, this is a team that just has not been able to find a lot from the outside. You do have Cade Tyson, who's supplying 22 points per game. And from three-point range, he's been able to shoot 40.5% from 3, but the team is about to earn with their three-point shooting percentage, and they're allowing it from the outside. They're outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Good down low, top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and they've been a top 80 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well. They're not allowing a lot of second and third chances, and in terms of turnovers, country average team in terms of both taking care of the ball and being able to take care of the ball themselves. Isaac Usama, right around about 4.5 assists, 10 points per contest, but not really shooting well from 3. Jailer Crocker Johnson, he's been solid, 13 points, 7.5 boards, and for Crocker Johnson, shoots 36.5% from 3. I do think that this is going to be a rather controlled game, but I do think that in the end, Northwestern going to be able to find some open looks from the outside to be able to find a way to be able to get the job done. Set my line at 7.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay it. I did semi-total here at a 137.5. The initial opener was 135, so if we can get down to a 137 or less in on the over, 719, 720 on the card. Cal Baptist is on the road against Tarleton St. Tarleton St is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Total on this game, it is 144.5, and with Cal Baptist, I did set them as a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to be taking them outright on the money line. It's all about, do you like backcourt play or do you like frontcourt play? Because with this Cal Baptist team, they have been a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Tarleton State very much there at about 153rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, with Tarleton State a top 10 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But with this Tarleton State team, as is typically the case, they sell it to be able to generate turnovers at the expense of really their low post play, as right now they are 302nd in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, for Cal Baptist, you're not getting a lot of second and third chances off of them. 23.3% of opponents' missed shots in a roadside shoot to core environment results in an offensive rebound. That's the top 40 mark in all of college basketball. You've got Thomas Endong along with Brady Henjai, who have been combining for in that neighborhood of about like 14 or so points per game, but they're very good on the glass, combined 13 rebounds per game. And then Dominic Daniels, he's that main scorer with 21 points per game. He only shoots 30% from three, and Cal Baptist is right around about 300th in the country with their three-point shooting percentage at 31%, but even though this team specializes with regards to their low post play, they're also a top 100 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they're going to need to match up with Dior Johnson, who's been a really nice scorer for Tarleton State, supplying the team with 22 points per game. Off the bench, is shooting 57% from three-point range, and Tarleton State, who has been a rather ghastly offense here in the last few years, they've really been able to upgrade themselves. They're now a top 150 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they turn the ball over way too much as well. Outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, this squad has been outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And Martell Williams, how he does it for this Cal Baptist team is give you about 14.5 point shoots in the mid-30s from three. I think that that's going to be just enough to get the job done. And you've seen a little bit of tempo shift with Tarleton. They're now a top 100 team in terms of total possessions per game. Cal Baptist more around 232nd. I do think that in this case, the defense wins out. Set my total 142.5, like the under. And with Cal Baptist, I like them on the money line. Made them the 2.5 point favorite. 721, 722 on the card. Cal State Bakersfield, meet for the Roadrunners, are going to be on the road against UC Davis. And UC Davis, a 10.5 point favorite. So this game 153.5 to 154.5. Made UC Davis a 12.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now with UC Davis, they always have a tough time in terms of taking care of the ball, and it's a relatively mid-tempo team, about 148th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Bakersfield has all of a sudden decided to play very fast. They're now 89th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. We've seen that rate fall by about 4 possessions per game over their last 5 games. So, and for Bakersfield, typically this is a really good team on the glass. In a roadside shoot to court venue, teams are rebounding 38.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is a bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball. So not great there. UC Davis is typically getting plowed on the glass. They're 299th, and they actually have the advantage in this game with Dakota Koch, who's able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. And with this bunch, they're going to be able to force a Bakersfield team that's outside the top 310 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense into a ton of them. This UC Davis team, they're a top 70 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Bakersfield just not necessarily quite that. Now, Bakersfield has climbed into the top 125 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so do think that there's going to be a lot of sloppiness here. But for UC Davis, you do have a pair of guys in the backcourt in Connor Sevilla along with Dials Cooper, combining for about 29 points per game, and Sevilla shoots 45% from three-point range. Isaiah Chappell has been able to shoot 42% from 3, 10.5 points per game for this UC Davis team. They've been a top 100 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, as well above country average in terms of guarding things down low. And this is a Bakersfield team that's going to be looking to pile drive the ball down low. Top 30 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from two-point range. Despite that, they are outside the top 300 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage. Dalen Smith, 15.5 points per game, but he's been dealing with a little bit of injury. CJ Hardy shoots 35.5% from 3, 14.5 points per game, so that's a pretty hardy stat. But I'm the only two guys that really give you over 4.5 rebounds per game for a team that prides itself on rebounding. Pierre Genstese Jr. comes over from Fresno State, only give you about 2.7 points to go, along with 6.2 rebounds per game. Ron Jessamy, who comes over from Tennessee State, he's been able to give you 2.5 blocks, 6.30 rebounds per game. But in the end, I think that the overall sloppiness just really gets to this Bakersfield team. I'm going to be willing to lay with UC Davis, set them as a 12.5 point favorite. I also do like this total under, semi-total 148.5, 723, 724 on the card. It's Eastern Washington. They're going to be on the road facing off against Idaho. Idaho is a favorite of 6.5 points, 156.5 is the total, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Idaho. I did set them as a 10.5 point favorite on Eastern Washington team that's outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've really cranked up their tempo. 72nd in terms of total possessions per game. Idaho, mid-tempo team, about 218th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and when it comes to Eastern Washington, they are doing a little bit more in terms of generating turnovers. They're about a country average team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they leave things very open for you to be able to get good looks from three-point range. Eastern Washington, 359th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. This is an Idaho team that they themselves have been allowing teams to be able to get some good looks from three. They're about 197th in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and Idaho is a little bit fragile down low, but Eastern Washington does not necessarily have a lot of size in the post. They have been able to get quite a bit of production, though, out of the transfer from UC Riverside in Isaiah Moses, who's been able to give you 17 points, shoots from three-point range 36% from the outside. It's a country average team with Eastern Washington with their three-point shooting percentage, but they're also outside the top 250 in terms of ball security, 13.5 turnovers per game, and they've been outside the top 225 in terms of their overall rebounding percentage. Meanwhile, for Idaho, this team should be able to just absolutely light this Eastern Washington defense ablaze, as Jackson Rasmussen has been able to be very productive for the team. Good versatility, supplying about 36% three-point shooting with 14 points, 4 rebounds per game. Biko Johnson, he's been able to give you about 11 points per contest, a little bit over 3 assists per game, and Idaho does a nice job taking care of the ball. Top 150 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they shoot 38% as a collective from three-point range, despite the fact that your top guys really don't necessarily shoot at the world's greatest from three-point range. Isaac Brickner has been that main guy to shoot it from three, shooting 56% from three with 8.5 points per contest. Idaho just does a nice job in terms of finding a way to be able to be efficient, and they don't allow second and third chances. Top 20 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, allowing fewer than 8 offensive rebounds per game, and I do think that both of these defenses are going to have some holes with it. Idaho, they do allow quite a bit from three-point range, and I do think that Eastern Washington finds some good looks there, but Idaho should be able to absolutely take it to an Eastern Washington team that's allowing way too many good looks from three-point range. So, semi-line at 10.5, I'm going to be willing to lay with Idaho, and I'm in on the over. Semi-total at a 157.5. 725, 726 on the card. It is Air Force on the road against UNLV. UNLV is a 15 to 15.5 point favorite. 144.5 is the total, and I say UNLV is a 14.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Air Force. Air Force looking to slow things down. They are outside the top 280 in terms of total possessions per game, and UNLV is very much looking to crank things up. They are 21st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. UNLV has played a little bit more slowly in their last few games, and for this Air Force team, they're always going to get blasted on the glass. They're not generating any sort of second and third chances for themselves outside the top 325 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they've been a country average team in terms of knifing the ball down, though. In terms of their two-point shooting percentage, you've got a quartet of guys, Eli Robinson, Caleb Walker, Lucas Hoblin, and Cam Sanders, where I'll give you double figures with Walker and Robinson. They combine for about 11 rebounds per game, and you've actually been able to get Hoblin going from three-point range at about 34.5% from the outside for an Air Force team that right now they're outside the top 3 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, but this has been an Air Force team that's been a little bit better at generating turnovers, top 225 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they do face off against a UNLV team that does leave themselves very vulnerable with regards to their defense. They're outside the top 225 in terms of home three-point shooting percentage. At home, they allow teams to shoot about 35% from three-point range, and for UNLV, they've been able to do a nice job executing inside on offense, but with regards to their defense, they are not a team that really does a great job in terms of holding it down there, as they're allowing a lot of open looks from inside the three-point line. Currently, they're checking in right in that neighborhood about 241st in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and for UNLV, they've been dealing with injuries all season long. Miles Shea has yet to be seen for the team, but now they do get back their 7-footer in Emmanuel Stephen. He was over at Arizona to begin his career, and in the few games that he's been able to play for this team, it's been rather pedestrian, but still, it gives them a little bit more depth as he's been supplying about 8.6 rebounds, so he's going to be a nice post presence for them. Dre Gibbs-Lawhorn, 17.5 points per game for a UNLV team that's just absolutely ghastly with their three-point shooting. Shooting 28.5% from three-point range. That's a bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball. They've been a top 125 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, and this team does a nice job generating turnovers, top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they do allow you to get to the free throw line. They're outside the top 3 in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis, and this is an Air Force team that if they could get to the free throw line, which that's something that they very much struggle with, they have been shooting about 63.5% at the free throw line, so that's not going to be helping you out too much with regards to the total, but that said, with UNLV still with them being sloppy outside the top 150 in terms of taking care of the ball themselves, I do think that this is going to be a game where Air Force finds a way to hold in there, and I did set my total at a 144.5. If we can get up to a 145 plus, I'm going to be in on the under, and with Air Force 15 plus, that's my buy point on the points. 727, 728, it is Colorado on the road against Arizona State. Sun Devils are a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. 160.5 is the total, and I made my total a 157.5. I'm in on the under. You have a Colorado team that has been a top 30 team with regards to their three-point shooting percentage at over 38%, but they themselves are outside the top 30 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Colorado's playing fast, but not overly fast, about 111th in terms of total possessions per game, and with this Sun Devils team, they're more around about 129th in terms of total possessions per game, and when it comes to Arizona State, this has been a team that's been able to do a pretty solid job with regards to your exterior defense. Arizona State has a guy in Mo Odom that I really like, 15-plus points. He shoots 40-plus% from three-point range, over 5 assists per game, so he's been able to do it all for this team. And with Arizona State, right now they're allowing teams to shoot from three-point range more in that neighborhood of about 27.7% from three when they're at home. Away from home, that takes quite a bit of a fall off. Then again, you've got a Colorado team that they themselves have a big giant home court advantage, so when they leave home, that's going to be a bit of an issue for them. And with this Colorado team, you've got Isaiah Johnson coming out off the bench, giving you about 15.5 points per contest. He shoots 43% from three-point. Barrington Argris continues to shoot 59% from three-point. Certainly, we're going to see a little bit of regression there, but to the credit of this Colorado team, they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They've been a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and this is an Arizona State group that they just don't have a lot of rebounding in general. Now, they do have a guy in Masamba Diop, who I like, with about 13 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and Santiago Triat, he's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game as well. Arizona State outside the top 250 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but way that they guard the arc at home, and Arizona State being a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going against a Colorado team that has been very good at taking care of the ball, top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. At least something's got to give sort of scenario, but with Arizona State, they have been much better defensively when they've been at home rather than away from home. And for this Colorado team, while they do shoot it really well from three-point range when they're at home, when they go to a road/neutral venue, they do see a little bit of a dive there, 38.2% at home, 36.5% away from home, but I think that that's going to be just enough for Arizona State to find a way to get the job done. Semi-line at a 157.5 with the total, like the under, and with Arizona State, 108, set them as a 5.5 point favorite. 729, 730 on the card. Idaho State is going to be playing against Portland State. Portland State, an underdog of 2.5 points, 145.5 is the total, and I did set my total at a 145.5, so going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement. We saw an opener of 146.5. If we can get to that 146.5, I'm going to be in on the under, but I said Idaho State as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay it. Idaho State is 26th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis at home, while playing very slowly, about 285th in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a team that is a top 145 team in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, so very well-rounded there. And it's a group that has pretty much 5 different guys give between 14.3 and 9.1 points per contest. Jamison Guerra has been stepping up very much from the outside, shooting 45.5% from 3-point range, and for Idaho State, this is a team that does a really good job on the glass as well. They're a top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They do an okay job, but not necessarily an amazing job of giving themselves second and third chances. They're really not going to be forcing the issue in terms of generating turnovers, which that does help out a Portland State group that has been tough in terms of taking care of the ball outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but they themselves are a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and it's a Portland State team that's looking to play up tempo, 74th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and they have been a top 75 team themselves in terms of offensive rebound percentage, with Scary Terry Miller giving you 18.5 points. He shoots 50% from 3 with about 6.5 rebounds per game, and then Keon Kensey and Trayvon Minute, these two guys are combining for 16 rebounds per game. Between the two of them, about 22 points per contest. And Jalen Henderson, he does a great job being able to knife the ball inside, only shoots about 30% from 3, but he's been able to give the team about 18.5 points per game. But I do think that the turnovers are going to be a little bit costly. It's a Idaho State team that I just trust on the glass a little bit more at home, and additionally, this is a Portland State team that really does a bad job of being able to prevent free throws, as they're a top 25 team in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a Idaho State team that has been a top 140 team with regards to their free throw shooting percentage. So set a total of 145.5, 146 plus in on the under, and I'm going to lay it with Idaho State, 731, 732 on the card. UCLA, they're going to be on the road against Iowa, and Iowa does find themselves as a 5.5 to a 5-point favorite. 139.5 to 140.5 is the total, and made a total of 136.5. I like the under. Now, Iowa has been a top 15 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Iowa, though, very, very slow, 361st in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, UCLA is a little bit faster than they have been in past years, but still not necessarily pushing a ton of tempo. They're about 235th in terms of total possessions per game, and for UCLA, I think that there's going to be a little bit of regression with their three-point shooting. Currently, they're shooting 43.2% from three-point range away from home. That is number 7 in all of college basketball, and Tyler Bilodeau has been a big reason why. Good versatility here at 6'9", 19 points, 5 rebounds. He shoots 46% from 3-point. Sky Clark is shooting 49% from 3, 14 points per contest. But now you have to face off against an Iowa team that does a really good job in terms of taking away the ball. Top 15 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. UCLA, they themselves, top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. UCLA, pretty solid exterior defense, top 100 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. UCLA leaving something to be desired on the glass as they are outside the top 80 in terms of rebound percentage, despite the fact that the Daily Show, Eric Daly, is able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. But for Iowa, Bennett Sturts, he does it all. 17 points, 5 assists, 1.8 steals, shoots over 41% from 3, and among the top 4 scorers for the Iowa team that have made at least 1 3 thus far this season. They all shoot at least 41.4% from 3. Team as a whole, they shoot 39.2% from the outside, while they on defense are a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Iowa's not going to give themselves a lot of second and third chances, well outside the top 225 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but in terms of defensive rebound percentage, they have been a top 125 team with that regard as well. With Iowa, they're a top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball, top 40 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. I think that in Iowa City with UCLA, deal with all the travel, they get the job done in what I think is going to be a very defense-oriented game. Said Iowa's a 6.5 point favorite, won't lay the number, and like the under, semi-total 136.5, 733, 734. On the guard, Mississippi State, they're on the road facing off against Texas. Texas is back to being a 9.5 to a 10.5 point favorite. So this game is 156.5 and made Texas the 9.5 point favorite. So here at 10+, going to be one thing at this points with Mississippi State. Big thing for Mississippi State is the turnovers. They're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but I don't think that matters as much in this game against a Texas team that has been solid at taking care of the ball. They're a top 130 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and Texas is just really executing down low. Top 50 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, and they're a top 10 team in terms of free throws attempted on a per possession basis, as Mateus Volkaitis has been able to give you about 15.5 points per contest. Doesn't really pop it from 3, but has been a solid surprise coming in from Florida Atlantic. And then Jordan Pope, Tremont Mark. I expect a little bit more of these guys moving forward, a combined 24.5 points per game. And Mark is only shooting 27% from 3-point range, but Pope, he's been able to shoot about 39% from 3-point range. Texas is really not going to force the issue. They are outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and threes are there to be had for Mississippi State, with Texas being outside the top 245 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. And Joshua Hubbard, he's been able to supply the team with 21.5 points, 4 assists per game. He shoots 36.5% from 3, but it's been Jaden Epps who's really been able to supply some help in the backcourt, as he's given the team 19+ points in 4 of the last 5 games. Right now, shooting about 35.5% from 3, comes in from Georgetown, and you have Quincy Ballard down low, able to give you a block, 7.5 rebounds per game, though. This Mississippi State team just way down from where they have been in the past with regards to rebounding, outside the top 100 with regards to rebound percentage. Typically, when Chris Jance's teams have been rock solid, they've had a little bit of better exterior play, but this is a team that does rank in the top 125 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They're just a little bit less efficient on defense because they're not really forcing a lot of ball pressure. So I do think that that's going to allow you to be able to get some scoring in this game. I did set my total at 153.5, but I just don't know if you get enough possessions for and over in this spot, as this is a Texas team that's been pretty mid-tempo this year in terms of total possessions per game. They're checking in about 85th in all of college basketball. In Mississippi State, they're playing a little bit faster than we've seen in past years, but I do think that their tempo might drop off a little bit at currently 73rd in terms of total possessions per game. So circumstance where I did set my total at a 153.5. I'm in on the under and at 10+. Going to be able to take those points with Mississippi State. 735, 736. Wichita State is on the road against Charlotte. Charlotte is a home underdog of 5.5 to 6.5 points. 138.5 is the total, and I set my total at a 135.5. I do like the under. You got 2 of the slower teams that you're going to find in all college basketball. It's Wichita State, 312th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Charlotte is even slower at 355th in all of college basketball. I think that they hold in there. I set my line at a 3.5. I'm going to be one take the points. Now this is a Charlotte team that they do get just a little bit lit ablaze from 3-point range, but that said, this is a Wichita State team that can be a little bit hot and cold with regards to perimeter play. Wichita State is doing a great job taking care of the ball. Top 45 team. There's a few turnovers on a per possession basis, and they've been sent it back into the top 75 with their 3-point shooting percentage. Keenan Giles, coming over from UNC Greensboro, has been a big ad. 17.5 points. Shoots 43% from 3-point range. And then Kieran Boyd, he comes over from East Tennessee, 1.5 points, 6 boards, and he's right now shooting about 38.5% from 3-point range. And Mike Gray, a little bit under the radar, shooting 40% from 3 as well. But for Wichita State, the name of the game for them is being able to grab second and third chances, as they're grabbing about 14.5 offensive rebounds per game, with the Wilberg being able to give you 7+ rebounds per game. True 7-footer that comes on over from Purdue. And on the flip side, you do have a Charlotte team that has much improved with regards to their offensive rebounding as well. So both of these teams, I think, are going to be able to grab second and third chances. Charlotte, 62nd in the country. In terms of percentage of their missed shots, they result in an offensive rebound. And as a matter of fact, for Wichita State, they are number 11 in all of college basketball. But for the Charlotte group, you've been able to get some better three-point shooting than from a season ago. A big reason why is the transfer from Marshall in Mr. Desane Mingo. He's been able to supply the team with about 9 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, 4 assists, only about a turnover and a half per game. And then Anton Boynke, he's a true 7-footer that comes over from Providence, about 11 points, 8.5 rebounds. He's shooting 44% from 3. Erden Coyers, he's been able to shoot about 44% from the outside. So these guys have been able to step up in a big way. Charlotte not going to force the issue in terms of turnovers outside the top 3 here. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, Wichita State outside the top 250 as well. So I think that both of these teams are going to be able to find their slow and controlled pace. Charlotte does allow you a lot of good looks from 3-point range at 36% from the outside, but they don't allow a lot of second and third chances as well. They've been a top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and I think with Charlotte, they do a nice job standing up to Wichita State down low, and I do think that both of these teams try to execute their very, very slow, shall we say, rate of play. So I did set my total at a 135.5. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to take the points with Charlotte. 737, 738 on the card. Monmouth is going to be on the road against Towson. Towson is an 8.5 to a 9-point favorite. 136.5 is the total line. I'm in on the under. I set my total at 131.5. You had a Towson team that's outside the top 355 in terms of total possessions per game, and Monmouth is not a blazer either. 281st in terms of total possessions per game. Monmouth outside the top 275 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. Not bad in terms of grabbing second and third chances, and Towson's name of the game for them is offensive rebounding, as right now for Towson, they're shooting less than 28.5% from 3-point range, well outside the top 330 in all of college basketball, but they're also 39th in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Now, they do have to go up against a Monmouth team that's been in the top 30 nationally in terms of block shot percentage. Doc Mortar does not give you any scoring, but he's a guy that's in 6'11", that's been able to give you a block per game. Jason Rivera-Torres, he's been very versatile. 1.8 blocks, 1.9 steals, 3 assists, 8 boards, 14.5 points. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3, but Justin Ray, Cornelius Robinson, these two guys combined to shoot about 42% from 3. Robinson, 9 points per contest. Ray has been able to give you about 12 points per game. And for Monmouth, typically they have that one go-to scorer. It's been a little bit more spread out this year, but with Towson, I'm going to be willing to lay because, for one, they do have that big advantage down low. And two, this is a Towson team that has still been able to do a really good job in terms of tightening the screws with regards to not allowing good looks from 3-point range. Teams are only shooting 30% from 3-point range. That's the top 75 mark in all of college basketball, where they are able to be hurt is inside. And Monmouth, once again, being so bad with their 2-point shooting percentage, that's a bit of an issue. You've got Tyler Teata supplying 17 points, 6 boards. He is not necessarily a great 3-point shooter at 25%, but Dylan Williamson, mid-30s 3-point shooter, 15 points per game. And then Jack Dumbia being able to supply about 5.5 rebounds per game. And Towson being a team that is in the top 150 in terms of taking care of the ball, I think is going to be big in this case. And with Towson being able to lock it down from the outside the way that they do and grabbing those offensive rebounds, I think that they get the job done. Set Towson as an 11.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in. Like the under, semi total 131.5, 739, 740 on the card. It is Northern Colorado. They are going to be on the road facing off against Montana. Montana finds themselves here as a very slim 1.5-point favorite to 1.5-point underdog, depending upon your book. A lot of places have this as a pick'em. 163 to 163.5 is the total. Did set a total of a 158. I'm going to be liking the under, mainly because you're not going to get a lot of second and third chances for Montana. For one, they don't do a great job on the offensive glass. 347th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And Northern Colorado, top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And Northern Colorado also doesn't generate a lot of second and third chances. 269th in terms of their percentage of missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Northern Colorado looking to push some tempo. They're about 71st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Montana has really cranked up the pace as well. They are now 53rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for Montana, the good news is you've got Money on your side. Money Williams has been their top scorer with about 17.5 points. Throws in their 5.8 assists per game, but 4.3 turnovers per game. Montana outside the top 280 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And they don't force any turnovers. They're outside the top 275 in terms of generating turnovers on defense, but a good 3-point shooting defense, top 85 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And Montana, they're looking to knife the ball inside. They're a top 75 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. Northern Colorado, though, they've also been a really good team at being able to execute on the inside, and they're not necessarily a team that is really going to be having one guy going to takeover mode with Quinn Danker being the main facilitator. He's been able to do a pretty incredible job as he's supplying 6.3 assists, 4 boards, 18.5 points per game, and then outside of him, Brock Wisney along Zach Block, they've been able to combine for 29 points per game a block, shoots 51% from three. Denker, 38%. Wisney, 37.5% from the outside. So it's a lot of mix and match. And then you've been able to have Egan Shields, not necessarily give you a ton of scoring with about 8 points per contest, but 6 boards. He's been able to do a nice job on the defensive side of things as well. It's still a Northern Colorado team that leaves something to be desired with regards to their defense, but they're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, leave themselves a little bit vulnerable with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. But with this Northern Colorado team, not going to force the issue outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That means clean possessions for both, but not a lot of second chances for either team. So this is a circumstance where I did set my total 158. I like the under end with Northern Colorado, the way that they're able to pop it from 3 at 38% from the outside, the way that I think that they're just a little bit more well-rounded against a Montana team that does not really have a single guy on the roster that's been able to give you over 5.3 rebounds per game with Trajan Sawyer, 10 points, 5.3 rebounds per game. I think Northern Colorado gets a job done on the road. Like Northern Colorado on the money line, set them as a 2-point favorite, and in on the under 741, 742. Davidson is on the road against St. Joe's. St. Joe's hopes to not be average Joe's as 1.5 point home underdogs. 138.5 is the total. I said Davidson as a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Davidson team that is really not going to be looking to crank up the tempo. They're well outside the top 320 in terms of total possessions per game, but they execute really well. 37% 3-point shooting team, top 100 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Davidson, they're outside the top 275 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but top 125 team in terms of not allowing second and third chances. Not a single guy on the roster that gives you over 4.6 rebounds per game, but it's just a very much whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach. How about 6 different guys between 8.4 and 10.5 points per game? Robert Blums is the lone guy that gives you double figures at 10.5 points per game. He shoots 36.5% from 3. Nick Koval has been able to shoot 45% from 3. Hunter Adam, he now shoots 49% from 3-point range, and it's a St. Joe's team that has been really bad with their 3-point shooting outside the top 335 in all of college basketball, and that's where you were able to hurt this Davidson team. Davidson is outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and I do think that there's a little bit of positivity due for a St. Joe's team that's shooting 27.9% from the outside, but no longer do they have their top scorer, Deuce Jones, in the fold. I don't know why, but he stepped away from the team, so there's that aspect of things. You've got Gene Glover, give you 15.5 points, 4.5 boards, and he's been able to shoot 40% from 3. Lone guy on the roster right now that's shooting above 31% from 3-point range, though. As for St. Joe's, they've been a very good team in terms of generating second and third chances. Top 70 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but not a team that forces the issue on defense outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Derek Simpson and Sar Heskins have been able to combine for about 21 points per game between the two of them. You've been able to get good low post play. Justice Ajabor, he only gives you about 4 points and 4 rebounds per game, but he gives you also about 2 blocks per contest. This has been one of the better shot blocking teams in all of college basketball, but this is a bunch in Davidson that is very comfortable in terms of being able to pop it and lock it from 3-point range, and with St. Joe's, relatively mid-tempo team, about 200th in terms of total possessions per game. So it's not a bit of a low total here at a 137. I just don't think that St. Joe's does their part with this total, so in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Davidson, 743, 744 on the card. This is from the Palestra, as Penn State is going to be playing against Illinois. Technically a home game for Penn State. They're a 16.5 to a 17.5 point underdog. Throughout this game, it is 158.5 to 156.5, and I do like the under. I did set my total at a 155.5. You got a Penn State group that has really sold themselves out. About 270th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Illinois in recent years has been a very warp speed team. Not so much this year. They're more of a mid-tempo team, clocking in about 259th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and that's a big reason why I'm in on the under now. For Illinois, they're a make it and take it sort of team. Illinois, one of the best teams in all of college basketball in terms of taking care of the ball, a top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They are bottom 10 in terms of generating turnovers, and Penn State has been a top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, while Penn State is a top 35 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, Keaton Wagler for this Illinois team has been incredible. 15 points. He shoots 42.5% from 3 for a team that shoots about 35.5% from 3, and Illinois, a sizable advantage on the glass, top 10 team in terms of rebound percentage. Penn State more around about 224th, and Penn State does not have a single guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, you've got David Marosic, who's been able to give you about 8.3 boards, 13 points per game. Tomislav Ivicic, along with his brother, Big Z. Both of these guys give you 5 rebounds per game, and for Tomislav, he was dealing with a little bit of an injury. That's why his numbers are down from past years, but last 2 games, he scored a combined 25 points, so it does feel like he's starting to find his footing. But for Penn State, I do think that they're going to find a way to be able to hold in there because you do have such a good backcourt, and Caden Mingo along with Melina Tunca. These 2 guys have been able to combine for about 26 points per contest. Tunca shoots 42% from 3-point range, and then Freddie De Leon, after a little bit of slow start to the season, he's been able to supply about 14.5 points per game. Again, nobody on the team really gives you a lot of rebounding, but Mingo gave you about 2.5 steals per contest, this being a Penn State team that has been rather rough with regards to guarding the 3-point line. They allow teams to shoot about 37.5% from 3-point range, so they're very much a team that gambles for turnovers, but with them also being a team that doesn't allow a lot of second and third chances. Top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, even without having a lot of size. I think that does just enough for them to be able to hold in there, so this is a circumstance where I set my line at a 13.5, willing to take the points with Penn State, and I like the under, set my total 155.5. 7:45, 7:46 on the card. Nevada's on the road against Fresno State, and Fresno State, a home underdog of 6.5 points. Total on this game, you're going to be getting it at a 147 to a 147.5, and with this Fresno State bunch, I did set them as a underdog of 5.5 points. So here at a 6+, I'm going to be one to take those points. You've got a Fresno State group that has been able to do a much better job with regards to their defense than they did a season ago, especially with regards to their 3-point shooting defense. They're a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They themselves shoot about 31.1% from 3. That's hovering right around about 300th in all of college basketball. Jake Heidbreder has been able to shoot about 32.5% from 3, 18.5 points per game. But for Fresno State, it's been a case where they've been generating a lot of turnovers themselves, and they've been failing to take care of the ball. They're outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. They're a top 75 team in terms of generating turnovers on a per possession basis as well. And now they go up against a Nevada team that has been really good in terms of just being able to keep things clean and consistent. With Nevada, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, number 2 in all of college basketball. And as a matter of fact, in their roadside shoot score games, they only turn the ball over on 11.4% of possessions. Only George Mason has done a better job. And for Nevada, you've been able to get quite a bit down low at Joel Armitraden, not necessarily a big-time scorer, but is able to supply about 5 boards, a little bit over a block per contest. And then Elijah Price, the former Fresno State big man, he's been giving the team 11.5 points, 1.7 blocks, 8 rebounds per game, and now shoots about 35.5% from 3. And Nevada is based a little bit around good 3-point shooting. They shoot 37.5% from 3. They actually look to pile drive the ball down low a lot. For Nevada, top 25 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range. That said, they're also 345th with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and on defense, they've been pedestrian in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, hovering around 200th in both regards. And this is a Nevada team that has been a top 200 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but nothing like overly, shall we say, amazing there. With Fresno State, I do think that they're going to have a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball. And it's a Fresno State team that is playing fast, but they're not playing overly fast, while you do have a Nevada team that is about 276th in the country in terms of total possessions, whereas Fresno State is 19th. So, circumstance where I set my line at 5.5. We'll take 6+ here with Fresno State, and with my total, I set mine at a 147.5, so 147 or less, that becomes my buy point on the over. 7:47, 7:48 on the card. UC Irvine, that's off for the Anteaters. They're on the road facing off against Cal State Fullerton. Fullerton is a 4.5 to a 5-point underdog. So this game 158.5 to a 159.5, and I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Fullerton. I did set them as a 4.5-point dog, and I do like the under for UC Irvine. Year in and year out, this is a defense that travels, and Irvine is actually playing at a relatively good rate of speed, about 169th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Cal State Fullerton playing faster than we have ever seen. 3rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but also with this Fullerton team, not a team that's going to generate a lot of second and third chances for themselves, but they aren't going to allow you to get a lot of second and third chances as well. This is a Fullerton team that, with regards to defensive rebound percentage, they've been a top 40 team in all of college basketball, and this is an Irvine team that, unlike the past years, they have really been allowing a lot of second and third chances. They are about 280th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but again, Fullerton outside the top 275 in terms of being able to generate those second and third chances on the glass, and now they have to go up against an Irvine defense that, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in a roadside shoot score venue, they find themselves back in the top 20 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for this Fullerton team, it's been neither here nor there on defense. They are about 281st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they also face off against an Irvine team that has left quite a bit of something to be desired in terms of the ball security. This team is turning the ball over right around about 12 times per contest, and for Irvine, just not a great shooting team. They're outside the top 300 in terms of their free throw shooting percentage, outside the top 200 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, but they also do a great job with their interior defense. Top 10 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, with having Durian Dixon and Darren Saran being able to lead the way in the backcourt. With Saran, he's been able to give you 12 points, 4.3 assists per contest, only shoots 30% for 3. Dixon is your main 3-point shooter. He's been able to shoot about 42.9% from the outside, and with the big man in Kyle Evans along with Eli Chall. They've been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Evans has been that main guy with 8.2 rebounds, 3.2 blocks per contest. But Chall, he also gives you a block per contest, with Evans give you the 3.2 blocks per contest. And for Fullerton, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to get down low, because they really don't have anyone that gives you over about 5.1 rebounds per game. That'd be their top scorer, Josh Ward, at 6'1", 15 points, 5 rebounds per game. But they've been able to get a bit of something out of Kendrick DeLuna, saying 6'10". He's been able to give the team about 4.5 points, 2.5 rebounds per game. Bryce Cofield along with Landon Seaman, they both give you 13.5 points combined for 9 rebounds per game. And for Fullerton, this team only shoots about 32.5% from three-point range, but they've been a top 125 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. They're very much looking to drive the ball down low. And for this Fullerton team, they've been good in terms of generating turnovers. A top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but that leaves them vulnerable from the outside. I do think that Irvine does find a way to be able to get the job done, but again, if this comes down to free throw shooting percentage, one of the worst teams in all of college basketball, and I do think that they're going to be playing a little bit more defense-oriented. 5+ won't take the points with Fullerton, and I'm in on the underside by total at a 152.5, 749, 750 on the card. UNC Wilmington is going to be playing against Hampton. Hampton is a double-figure underdog here, as you're going to be catching with them between 12.5 to 13 points. So this game, 139.5. Did sell by total 140.5. I like the over. You've got two teams that are outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game, but you've got a Wilmington team that has been able to do a really good job in terms of generating second and third chances. Top 30 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound, and you've got a Hampton group that it's been very intriguing what we've seen out of them. On defense, they're about 150th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Hampton has been able to get quite a bit going out of Jakail Gaines-Wyatt, who's been able to do a nice job in the backcourt after a little bit of a sluggish start to the season. Comes in from Alcorn State, about 11.5 points, 3.2 assists per game. Shoots only about 32% from 3, and Hampton just does not shoot it well from 3. They shoot 29.4% from the outside, well outside the top 325 in all of college basketball. And their main forte has been shutting teams down from 3. They're a top 80 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and for Hampton, they have been a top 125 team themselves in terms of percentage of their own missed shots. They resulted in an offensive rebound. A big reason why has been the production out of Xavier Long, about 9.8 points, 7.4 rebounds per game. Throws in there a steal and a block per contest, just really doesn't give you anything from the outside. Daniel Johnson, he's been able to shoot about 35.5% from 3, but for Wilmington, I do think that they dominate this game because they've got so many guys from within the CAA from a season ago that have just all teamed up. Noah Ross is giving you 10.5 points per contest with about 5 boards. Madison Durr, he comes in, he's been able to supply the team with 12 points per game, and for Wilmington, they shoot about 35.5% from 3-point. They leave something to be desired with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but Patrick Wessler, who comes over from Virginia Tech, true 7-footer, 11.5 points, 8.5 rebounds, block per contest. He's been able to give this team lots of second and third chances, and this has been a group that has been able to do a really good job of holding up inside. Top 70 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but it is a Wilmington team that's not going to be forcing the issue with regards to turnovers. Even though they play slowly, they're a top 80 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, outside the top 300 in terms of generating turnovers themselves. So I do think that you get clean possessions on both sides. So in on the overside by total 140.5, and with the Wilmington, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 16 with them. 751, 752 on the card. Colorado State is on the road against Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon does find themselves as a favorite here of 3.5 to 4.5 points. So on this game, 144.5 to 145.5. I said a total of 137.5. I'm in on the under. Colorado State has been really good on offense. Top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. 362nd in terms of total possessions per game. And Grand Canyon has slowed themselves down quite a bit as well. They're now 222nd in terms of total possessions per game. And Grand Canyon, very rock solid on defense. 64th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Colorado State leaving a lot to be desired on defense at about 297th. But I do think that defense is going to come along for the ride. And you have a Grand Canyon team that just has not been able to shoot it well from 3 at 30.5%. That's outside the top 3 of college basketball. Jaden Henley has been able to give you 18 points, 5 boards, but he only shoots about 24.5% from 3. And we only have one player on the roster that shoots above 33.3% from 3. That'd be Caleb Shaw, shooting 44% from the outside, 9 points per game. And with Grand Canyon, pretty solid on the glass. They become a top 75 team in terms of rebound percentage, and they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Top 35 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're a country average team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, defense, and they've been able to do an okay job in terms of holding teams out from 3-point, and that's big because Colorado State right now shooting 42.3% from 3. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. Each of your top 4 4 scores, shoot at least 43.8% from 3, but I think there's going to be a bit of regression here. But Kyle Jorgensen, good versatility, 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists, shoots 50% from 3-point range, and Colorado State really doesn't turn the ball over a ton. They're a top 125 team in terms of ball security, but they're also outside the top 340 in terms of generating turnovers, so they're sort of a make it and take it sort of team for Colorado State. They've been allowing quite a few looks on the inside. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, about a country average team in terms of locking things down from 3-point range, and they've been a team that's been relatively okay on the glass, top 150 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so they've been able to do a nice job on that front with having Kerry Booth give you about 7 rebounds, 12 points per game, and then you've got Jevin Muniz, who's been a little bit of point forward at about 6'6", 8.5 points, nearly 5 assists, 4.5 rebounds per game, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. I do think that Colorado State can hold in there against a Grand Canyon team that's not been great on offense, but has been very solid on defense, and think that you get a rather slow game, so by total 137, so in on the under, and the points with Colorado State, 753, 754 on the card. Northern Arizona is on the road against Montana State, and Montana State does find themselves as a favorite here of anywhere between 9.5 to 10 points, 141.5 is the total, and I did set my line at 12.5. I'm going to be one to lay it. It's a Northern Arizona team that is allowing way more second chances than they have in the past. Last year, they were a top 20 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now they're just really giving teams a lot of second and third chances, 254th in the country in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. And you've got a Montana State group that they don't grab for themselves any sort of second and third chances, or a country average team in terms of allowing other teams to be able to grab second and third opportunities, but they've been able to do a really good job with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage and just their overall perimeter play. As for Montana State, the main leader for this team has been Patrick McMahon. He's been on campus for quite a while, 14.5 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots about 35.5% from 3. Montana State as a whole, they shoot 34.7% from 3, which is a top 150 mark in the country, but they shut you down from 3. They're allowing teams to shoot less than 30% from distance, top 60 mark in the country. They also do a nice job taking care of the ball, top 80 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Northern Arizona, just not the same team that we've seen in the past, as they've been able to have Zach Davidson do a nice job giving the team over 14 points per contest, and they need Oakland for it to be able to step up. He's a guy that's been on campus for quite a while, and he just has not been able to give the team anything whatsoever with only about 2 points per contest. But Ryan Abelman, he's supplying about 12.5 points, just shoot 38.5% from 3, and Northern Arizona has all of a sudden been able to shoot about 37.8% from 3-point range, while they're outside the top 240 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, so that's where the Montana State 3-point shooting defense is going to be coming through. And Northern Arizona has done a little bit better job in terms of generating turnovers, top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Big reason why has been Arnie Ojednik, who's been able to give you 9.5 points, steal per contest, shoots 44% from 3-point range, but with this group as well, they're just not giving themselves any sort of second and third chances outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a controlled game. You've got a Montana State team that's about 251st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northern Arizona 263rd. So I'm going to be in on this total under. I set my total at a 136.5 and made my line 12.5. So I'm going to be willing to lay it with Montana State 755, 756 on the card. It is Wyoming. They are on the road against New Mexico. New Mexico is a 7.5 point favorite. Total on this game 152 to 152.5. Maybe my total 151.5. I like the under. Now you've got a Wyoming team that's really pushed tempo for past years, 95th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and with New Mexico, they're a little bit faster, but they're not necessarily playing super duper fast right now in terms of total possessions per game, and I should say faster than country average at 158th. They're much slower than they were a season ago when they had Mr. Patino at the helm, but so this is a New Mexico team that's done a nice job generating turnovers. They're a top 55 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and with this New Mexico team, what they've been able to get is a lot of production out of Jay Call. Comes up from the D2 ranks, 37.5% 3-point shooter, 13.5 points per game, and for New Mexico, their big issue is that they don't generate a lot of second and third chances outside the top 2 with regards to percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but really good at guarding the perimeter. Top 65 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and this has been a Wyoming group that has been a little bit sloppy with the ball outside the top 175 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Wyoming also very good at being able to guard the perimeter. Top 50 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage themselves, and this is a Wyoming team that's looking to drive the ball a little bit more inside. Top 125 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that having to head to the pit is going to be very, very difficult for them. I did set my line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to take those points, mainly because you do have a New Mexico team that has been outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and Nasir Meyer, Lelon Walker, they combine for 27 points per game. Meyer has been able to shoot 44% from 3-point range, and for Wyoming, they've been really good in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. Wyoming is a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and they're a top 40 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. This despite the fact that they don't have a single single guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. Myers, your top rebounder with 4.9 rebounds per game. Caden Bennett comes over from Quinnipiac, 10 points, steal and a half, 4.8 rebounds per game. Really love the way that this team is playing as a collective, and I think that that's going to keep them in there in a game where you're probably going to get quite a few turnovers and a little bit of sloppiness in this game. So semi-total 151.5, like the under, and anything north of 6 here with Wyoming, 757, 758. It is Purdue, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Wisconsin. Wisconsin is a home underdog of 6.5 to 5.5 points, so this game 150.5 to 151.5. I made Purdue a 6.5 point favorite, so at 6 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You've got a Purdue team that's number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis in a road/score venue, but also a team that's playing very slowly outside the top 320 in terms of total possessions per game. And with Purdue, they've been much better on the glass this year. Trey Kaufman ran averaging darn near a double-double. Oscar Clough has been able to throw in their 8+ rebounds per game. And for Purdue, they're allowing teams to grab only about 23.9% of their misses as an offensive rebound in games played away from home. That's a top 40 mark in all of college basketball. And when you pair that up with Braden Smith and Fletcher Lawyer in the backcourt, I do think that allows them to get the job done. Both of these guys are shooting over 40% from 3, and Smith, he's taking a little bit of backseat with the scoring, but 9.5 assists at 2.8 turnovers per game. Lawyer shoots 93% the free throw line, 40% for 3, 14 points per game, and then CJ Cox has been able to shoot 42% from the outside as well. With Purdue, leaving something to be desired on the defensive side of things because they don't really generate turnovers outside the top 280 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but teams only shoot about 30.5% from 3. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and this has been a Wisconsin group that hasn't necessarily been the world's greatest 3-point shooting team. They're shooting 33.5% for 3. That's right around 200th in the country, even with John Blackwell shooting 40% for 3, 18 points per game, but he's the only other top 4 scorers that shoot above 30% for 3. Nick Boyd, 19 points, 3.2 assists per game, but he only shoots 29.9% from 3. Austin Rapp, good versatility. He at 6'9" is able to pop it from 3, but again, only about 29.9% there. Nolan Winter, 14 points, 9 rebounds. He's been solid with that regard, and Wisconsin not allowing for a lot of second and third chances. Top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so neither of these teams are going to be able to get second and third chances. And for Wisconsin, certainly a team that's playing much faster than they have in the past, but they've been slowing down a little bit more in the most recent few games, down to about 96 in terms of total possessions per game. So do you think they get a little bit of a slower pace game? I do like Purdue in this spot, laying up to 6 with them, and with regards to total, I like the under semi-total at a 146.5. 759, 750 on the card. It is UMKC, aka Kansas City, on the road against Omaha. Omaha said hike. They are a quite sizable favorite here. With Omaha, you're going to be laying in that neighborhood of about 9.5 points total on this game, 150.5, and I'm going to be in on the under. I set my total at a 145.5. Now, you've got a UMKC team that is still in the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game, but for one, I do get the sense that they're starting to slow things down a little bit more. This is a team that typically has been outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, 77th, and it's not resulting in any better offense. Like, for UMKC, they've been well outside the top 325 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 300 in terms of ball security, and right now, this is a bunch as 362nd with their 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got an Omaha team that they're okay with their 3-point shooting at 33.3%, 31.6% away from home, 44.7% at home, and I do think that there's going to be a little bit of regression. Then again, I remember last year they were really rough with their 3-point shooting in non-conference play and conference play because nobody plays defense in the Summit League. They were really able to go bombs away, and for Omaha, they are 313th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I just have no faith whatsoever in this UMKC team doing their part with this total, mainly because you've got a guy in Jason Petty who's been able to give you about 12 points per contest, shoots 32.5% from 3. Kasheem Grady, he shoots 34% from 3. Those are the lone two guys that shoot above 33.3% from 3-point range. This group has not been able to do a great job in terms of grabbing second and third chances as well, outside the top 200 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, outside the top 300 with regards to own 2-point shooting percentage, and with those 14.5 turnovers per game, it becomes all sorts of brutal for them. UMKC outside the top 250 in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and the one thing that they're doing okay, they have been a top 225 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, so that helps out a little bit with regards to that total. You've got an Omaha team that's been relying upon Lance Waddles, who's been able to give you 16.5 points, 5.5 boards. He is actually shooting 43.5% from 3, and then Tony Osborne shoots 34% from the outside, 14 points per contest. You've been able to get out of Sean Glover right around 5 rebounds per game. Omaha's not going to grab for themselves a lot of second and third chances outside the top 270 in terms of percentage of the missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but this group does a nice job in terms of keeping things clean. Top 155 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis with Omaha. They've been a relatively okay three-point shooting defense, about a top 225 team with that regard. They're really getting bludgeoned down low, but with UMKC just not having the same post play that they've had in the past. Right now for UMKC, you've got one guy on the roster that's really been doing a solid job down low in Jerome Palm with about 7.5 rebounds, 9.5 points per game, but other than that, you just don't have a ton there. I do think that this is an Omaha team that gets the job done at home. Semi-total 145.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with Omaha. Made them an 11.5 point favorite. 761, 762 on the card. UT Arlington is on the road against Southern Utah. So Utah, a home underdog in this ordeal of 7.5 points, seeing a 6.5 out there as well. Total on this game between 135.5 to a 136.5. I set UT Arlington as a 7.5 point favorite. We'll want to lay up to 7 with them. For UT Arlington, the biggest issue that this team has had has been their just turnovers. They're outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but this defense has been great. 43rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Top 5 team in opponent's three-point shooting percentage. And Southern Utah, 339th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And if you look at home numbers and home numbers alone, 4th worst defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, I did also set my total at a 139.5 as a result, so I'm going to be in on the over, mainly because you do have a Southern Utah team that is pushing a little bit of tempo, not super duper fast, but are 12th in terms of total possessions per game. Arlington has actually really sold themselves out, 281st in terms of total possessions per game, but have an Arlington group that has been able to do a solid job with regards to grabbing second and third chances. They're a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and they need it. They shoot 29% per three, outside the top 300 in all of college basketball, but should be able to find some cracks in the Southern Utah defense that has been terrible. Marcel McCreary shoots 34.5% per three with 12.5 points per game, and you've had Rayshawn Semester do a nice job with 14 points, 7 boards, steal and a half per contest, and it's a UT Arlington team that, while they turn the ball over quite a bit, they have been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, and for Southern Utah, they just have not been able to find anything on offense or on defense. This is a very rough team under Rod Jeter, as they are outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, outside the top 275 in terms of taking care of the ball, outside the top 300 with regards to their own three-point shooting percentage and opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Now, Elijah Duvall, 13.5 points per game. He generates a steal per contest, but he shoots 25% per three. Jaden Ferrola comes over from Holy Cross, has actually been great. 2.2 blocks, 11.5 points, 6 rebounds. He shoots 38.5% from three, and Tanner Hayhurst has been able to shoot 47% from three, about 9 points per game, but outside those two guys, you're just not really getting a lot from the outside. And with this UT Arlington team being able to grab second and third chances, I do think that they get the job done and do enough for the over. So I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7 here with UT Arlington. And like the over, so my total 139.5, 763, 764. It is Florida. They are on the road against Missouri, and Missouri is a 6.5 to a 7.0 underdog. 153.5 to 155 is the total line. I did set Florida as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Missouri. For Florida, it's just a case where the outside shooting and really the perimeter play is just too suspect for me. Florida is a top 5 team with regards to rebound percentage. You've got so many guys who are just winning that battle down low. Ruben Chinyelu, 10.7 points, 10.9 rebounds per game. Alex Condon, 9 rebounds, 14 points per contest. This team is grabbing over 17 offensive rebounds per game, but they shoot 28.2% from three. Bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball. They're outside the top 240 in terms of ball security, and Florida's playing quite a tempo. They're a top 60 team in terms of total possessions per game. Missouri has actually dialed it back a little bit. They're down to about 190th in terms of total possessions per game, and this is a Missouri team that has actually been able to ascend a little bit more with regards to rebounding, and they're now a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do give up about 18.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral venue. And for Missouri, obviously a nice edge with regards to their three-point shooting, as they're a top 65 team, shooting about 36.5% from the outside. And in terms of just raw points scored on a per possession basis, with this being a Missouri team that does a nice job in terms of valuing the ball, they are right now checking in 42nd in the country. And with Missouri, they have been able to get quite a bit out of Jacob Cruz. He stands right around about 6'7", 6'8", Definitely not going to be able to match up with the Florida big men, but he's got great versatility as he's right now supplying about 13 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots over 50% from three-point range. That'll see a little bit of regression, but Mark Mitchell, about 6 boards, a little bit under a steal per contest, 17.5 points per game. Jaden Stone is able to give you 13.5 points per game. He shoots over 40% from three-point range. It's a Missouri group that has been just really giving it up from three-point range. They are allowing teams to shoot over 36% for three, outside the top 320 in all of college basketball, but this has also been a group that has been pretty solid on the inside. Top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Their own two-point shooting percentage is in the top 30, and Florida has been able to do a nice job with regards to their low post play, as well as for this Florida team. They are still a top 55 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that with Missouri having a nice sizable edge with regards to their exterior play, and this being a game that I think is going to be close enough for late game fouling, that you do get just enough for the over. Set by total 155.5, like the over, and with Missouri, set them as a 5.5 point dog, so you're at 6 plus, going to be won't take those points. 765, 766 on the card. Long Beach State is going to be playing against Cal Poly. Cal Poly is a 1.5 to a 2-point underdog. 162 is the total, and I did set my total here at a 167.5. I do like the over. You've got a Cal Poly team that's back in the top 8 in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and their biggest issue has been turning the ball over. They are outside the top 10 in terms of ball security. Meanwhile, you've got a Long Beach State team that's been relatively mid-tempo this year, 170th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and leaving something to be desired on offense, 270th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they do generate more than 22 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-court venue. And this has been a Long Beach State team that has been relatively okay at being able to generate turnovers. I'm not saying that they're amazing or anything like that, but take a look at them in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're approximately 1/100th in all of college basketball, and this is the Cal Poly team that they really don't force the issue too much. 276 in the country with that regard. Now, I did set Cal Poly here as a 3.5 point favorite, so I do think that they can get the job done, and I do like them outright on the money line, mainly because this is a team that they pop it and lock it at about a 37% clip from three-point range. And Cal Poly has really gotten great production out of Hamad Musa. Stands right around about 6'8" and he's been able to supply 21 points. Pair of assists, 6 rebounds, shoots 41.5% from three, and then Peter Benjai shoots 44.5% from the outside. He's been able to give you about 16 points per game, along with 3.5 assists per game, and Long Beach State just does have some very suspect play down low to be able to try to take advantage of the kryptonite of Cal Poly not necessarily having a lot of low post play. Now, with this Long Beach State team, they actually do a nice job in terms of not allowing second and third chances. Top 30 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Big reason why is Peter Mestrovich, who comes over from Syracuse, 6.5 boards, 13.5 points per game, and he's pretty much a lone guy on the roster. It gives you over 3.4 rebounds per game, but if you look at the overall 2-point shooting percentage of opponents, that is outside the top 300 in all of college basketball, and Long Beach State allows teams to shoot 38.2% from three-point range. That is well outside the top 340 nationally, while they themselves only shoot 31.7% from the outside. You've been able to get about 18 points per game out of Gavin Sykes. He shoots 36.5% from three-point range, and he's pretty much the only out there top 8 scorers that has attempted more than 1 3 for the season that is shooting above 33% from three-point range. I do think that with Cal Poly, they do find a lot of open looks from three-point range. You're going to turn the ball over quite a bit, but I do think that when Long Beach State generates those turnovers, it's turned into fast break layups. I do think that Cal Poly is going to be able to do a nice job of exploiting a Long Beach State team that allows for a lot of efficiency. Set my total 167.5, so in on the over and in on Cal Poly outright on the money line. 767, 768 on the card. Sacramento State is on the road against Weber State. Weber State is a 6.5 to a 7-point favorite. 159.5 is the total. Set a total of 157. I'm in on the under. You got a Sacramento State team that is fast, but they're not necessarily like warp speed fast. 52nd in terms of total possessions per game, and it is climbing as the season goes along. Meanwhile, for Weber State, we're around about 58th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and that was with an overtime in their game against Portland State a few days ago. So a little bit less than that if you look on a per 40-minute basis, but for Weber State, they've done a really good job in terms of not allowing second and third chances. This team is a top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage at home, and this team I think is going to do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers. Top 150 team with that regard. You've got Tijan Sinai, who's been able to give you 13 points, and he's shooting in the mid-30s from 3 points. Weber State as a whole, they shoot 34% from the outside, but that climbs to above 38% at home, and Weber State is not allowing good looks from three-point range. Teams are shooting just 27.5% from three-point range against them. That is a top 30 mark in all of college basketball. Now, on the Sacramento State side of things, Mikey Williams has really been able to go into takeover mode for them. He's their lone hope in terms of being able to cover the summer. I set mine at 7, so 6.5 or less going to be willing to lay with Weber State, but with Sacramento State, you know that you're going to be able to get good production out of him, as he's done a nice job in terms of being able to give this team right in that neighborhood about 16 points, 5 assists per contest. Not necessarily a great three-point shooter. Prophet Johnson is, so she's 39% three-point shooter, 2.5 steals, 9 boards, 16 points per game, but Sacramento State has had a little bit of a tough time in terms of just being able to execute in general outside the top 150 in terms of ball security. This team is also outside the top 330 with their two-point shooting percentage and outside the top 225 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. With Jeremiah Jerry, their main big man, deal with a little bit of an injury. That's been an issue. You've had Mark Lervinoff be able to give you about 7 points, 6 rebounds per contest, but just hasn't quite been the same down low as a guy that was able to give you over 2.5 blocks per contest. And I do think that Weber State going to do a nice job winning from within. So by total 157. So I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Weber State. 769, 770 on the card. UC San Diego is going to be playing us to Hawaii, and the Rainbow Warriors are an underdog here of 2.5 points. 143.5 to 145 is the total line. So by total 148.5. I do like the over. Now Hawaii has actually been a top 5 team in the country in terms of fewest points allowed on a per possession basis in a road/shoot score venue. Then again, it is a relatively small sample size, and Hawaii's sped up their tempo quite a bit. They're about 114th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and you've got a UC San Diego team that has been relatively mid-tempo themselves, 231st in terms of total possessions per game, but I have a UC San Diego team that has been not generating the same amount of turnovers as they did a season ago, down to about 199th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And for UC San Diego, name of the game for them, three-point shooting. This team is 56th in terms of their three-point shooting percentage at 36.9%. And you have a Hawaii team that has been a little bit rough with that regard. They're shooting about 33% from 3, 210th in all of college basketball, but Isaac Johnson has been able to shoot in the low 30s from three-point range as a true 7-footer, and he's right now leading the way with about 13 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Hawaii does a great job in terms of winning that rebound battle. They're a top 25 team in terms of rebound percentage. Hari Ruidev, Gatis Namishka, both give you 5.5 rebounds per game apiece, and as a matter of fact, each have your top 4 scorers throwing their Quandre Bullock. All give you at least 5.5 rebounds per game, and UC San Diego is going to have a tough time being able to match up with that, but you do have Leo Beth, who's been really good with about 17 points, 4.5 boards. He's shooting 46% from three-point range. It's a UC San Diego team that has been allowing teams to be able to get some solid looks from three-point range outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but with them being able to also be a top 75 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage. Bull Dangut, who comes over from Portland, 9.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. You've had Tom Beatty. He actually was at Hawaii last year. 11.5 points, 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists. He's been a nice stat sheet sufferer. Aiden Burke shoots 37.5% from 3. I think that overall three-point shooting is going to be able to win out in this spot against a Hawaii team that they very much are good at being able to get to the free throw line. Top 30 team in terms of percentage of their possessions that end in a free throw. And right now for Hawaii, they're allowing teams to shoot just 26.5% from 3. That's the top 30 mark in all of college basketball. But I do think that sees a little bit of negative regression, and UC San Diego finds a way to get the job done at home. So I told 148.5, like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 here with UC San Diego. This is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we take our first break and then hit the extra games. 771, 772. San Diego State is going to be playing against Boise State. Boise State is an underdog of 3.5 points. 138.5 is the total, and I did set a total of 133.5. I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Boise State group that is a top 10 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Opponents are grabbing less than 21.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and this is a San Diego State team that they're allowing quite a few second and third chances. They've been outside the top 2 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They do have Magoon Gwath down low, giving you about 9.5 points, 1.8 blocks per contest, and as a 7-footer, he shoots over 41.5% from 3. And for the San Diego State team, they're a top 25 team with their three-point shooting percentage at over 39.5%, and they've been able to do a relatively okay job down low, top 125 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And for this team, they're also now a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But for Boise State, they've been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of finding a way to get second and third chances, as they've been able to have Andrew Meadow supply about 12 points, 4 boards per contest, shoots 42.5% from 3. Dylan Andrews just has not panned out the way that they thought. Comes over from UCLA, about 10 points, 4 assists per game, but he has been turning the ball over about 2.5 times per game. And for Boise State, outside the top 175 in terms of ball security, but this team has been good at guarding the perimeter. Top 100 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for Boise State, they do clock in the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this is a Boise State team that's back to playing relatively slow and controlled, 257th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And San Diego State, we've seen it out of them time and time again. They play very fast to begin the season, and then they start to slow down. We have seen them play at a rate of about 5 possessions per game fewer in their last 4 games than they did at the beginning part of the season, still about 113th in terms of total possessions per game, but I think that they tapers off. I do think that the Boise State perimeter defense is going to be able to keep this total under, but in the end, I do think that San Diego State generates some turnovers to get the job done, and they step it up with their defense. So set my total 133.5, like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 5 here with San Diego State. And now we're going to hit a break and the extra games right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. Side edge this college basketball season? Well, VSiN experts use CBB Analytics, the most comprehensive college basketball analytics platform in the world. See injury impact, on and off data, clutch time performance metrics, first versus second half splits, and so much more. Utilize the promo code of VSiN, that is VSIN, to get $30 off and find your betting edge over at cbbanalytics.com. That is cbbanalytics, all one word.com. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter, and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we're through the normal Las Vegas rotation order. Now let's get into the games involving the smaller conferences as we go into the bonus.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-533, 306-534. American is on the road against Boston U. Boston U is a underdog here of 1.5 points. 150.5 is the total. I did set a total of a 141.5. I'm in on the under. You've got a Boston U team that's outside the top 350 in terms of total possessions per game. And if you look at the overall season numbers, American is about 215th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But if you look at things ever since like their first 6 games of the season, they've been well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Last year, they were outside the top 350. So a slow and controlled team at their core. Now, Boston U outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But that said, I did set them as a 3.5 point favorite because you do have an American team that, while they've been good at generating turnovers, top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, this is a unit that is going to have a tough time on the glass outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. You've had Greg Jones, Maiden Collins be able to give the team a combined about 24.8 points per game, and neither guy shoots above 25% from three-point. You've had Wyatt Nadesis be able to shoot about 40% from three, 10 points per contest, and then Matt Mayock, 42% three-point shooter, 8.5 points per game. That's a relatively good versatility, hovering right around about 6'6", 6'7". But for Boston U, even though the defense has been a little bit rough, I do think that it's going to improve as the season goes along, as they do have a true 7-footer in Ben Defty, who should be able to win the battle down low, 13 points, 7 rebounds per game. It is a Boston U team that doesn't really force the issue outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but this has also been a top 30 team in terms of three-point shooting percentage, with having Michael McNair. Aaron McNair shoots 47.5% from 3, 15 points per game. For Boston U, they've also been outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They've always been rough with their three-point shooting percentage, but I do think that they lock it down a little bit more inside. You've been able to have good production out of Chance Glayden, who's been able to give you about 12 points, 3.8 assists per game. Boston U is a bunch that has been able to do a relatively solid job as well throughout the years with regards to their shot blocking. They're about country average right now, but Defty is able to give you a block and a half per contest. I do think that having Otto Landrum deal with injury has affected them a little bit, but they've been finding guys to be able to mix and match, with Sam Hughes being able to give you about 9.5 points per game, and he's shooting 40% from 3. I do think that Boston U is going to do a nice job in terms of just being able to keep things clean down low, be able to win that rebound battle, as they've been a top 175 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And I do think that this is going to be a slow and controlled game. So Boston U is a 3.5 point favorite. I like them on the money line, and I'm in on the under, so I total 141.5, 306-535, 306-536. Vermont is going to be on the road. They're facing off against New Hampshire. New Hampshire is a underdog of 7.5 points. Total on this game, it is 137.5. Did set a total here of a 139.5. I'm going to be in on the over, and I'm willing to take the points with New Hampshire. With New Hampshire, I did set them as an underdog of 5.5 points. You got two teams that are going to be looking to play a very slow pace. Vermont always is at 232nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, New Hampshire, they're more of a mid-tempo team. They're about 206th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. game. New Hampshire leaving something to be desired with regards to outside shooting, as this team shoots as a collective less than 31% from three-point range, and they've been able to get quite a bit with regards to their main man in Jack Graham, supplying 12.5 points, shooting 35% from three, and then you've got Reginald Kennedy shooting 36% from the outside. He's able to give you about 7.5 points per game, but this team is going to be looking to make their bones down low, as this has been a top 250 team with regards to their rebound percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They themselves are outside the top 3 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, but that said, I do think that for Vermont, they're going to be able to step it up a little bit more with regards to their defense, but I do think that this game going to be close enough for late game following. You've got the TJs, TJ Long along TJ Hurley, who have combined for about 28 points per game. You've got Gussie Alden, who stepped up with about 17.5 points, 5 boards at 6'7". He shoots 38% from 3. Hurley shoots 37% from 3 and 95% at the free throw line. Long, he shoots 86% at the free throw line, 36% three-point shooter. So if this is a nip and tuck game, they do a great job there. And with Vermont, not a lot of dead possessions in these games. They're a top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball if you use turnovers on a per possession basis, outside the top 340 in terms of generating turnovers. And for Vermont, they're not going to allow you to get second and third chances. Top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they've been getting absolutely blitzed from three-point range. Teams are shooting over 36% from the outside. And with this New Hampshire team being about a country average team with regards to their three-point shooting defense, even though I do think that it's going to be a slow control game, I do think that you get just enough here for the over. Semi-total 139.5, and I do think the New Hampshire is going to be able to hold in there. Set them as 5.5 point underdog, so going to be willing to take those points and the over. 36-5-37, 36-5-38. Army plays those to Colgate, and Colgate is a very sizable road favorite here of 6.5 points. 147.5 is the total. I set my line at a 13.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Colgate. This is an Army team that just has not been able to get any offense going whatsoever at home. It's an Army team that's been relatively mid-tempo, about 136 in terms of total possessions per game. Colgate is about 216th in the country, but this is an Army team that they take over 52% of their shots from three-point range, a top 10 three-point shot rate in all of college basketball, and yet they shoot 32.4% from three-point range. That's outside the top 225 nationally. And you got a Colgate team that last year they were way down with their three-point shooting. Not quite the same Colgate teams that we've seen in the past, but they're back inside the top 150 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. And this is an Army team that they're just very sloppy with regards to their low post play as well. With this Colgate team outside the top 275 in terms of percentage of their missed shots, they result in an offensive rebound. And to the credit of Army, they've been able to do a nice job not allowing a lot of second and third chances, but they don't knock down their own twos, as they're outside the top 250 with their two-point shooting percentage. Opponents are shooting 56% from inside the arc. That's outside the top 3 in all of college basketball. Right now, you've only got 2 guys on the roster giving you over 4.4 rebounds per game. Tate Lazowski, about 4.9 points, 5.2 rebounds per game. Ryan Curry, he's a do-it-all guy, 4.8 assists, 5.5 rebounds, 14 points per contest, and he shoots about 35% from three-point. Team as a whole shoots about 33% from the outside, but it has been an Army team that has been outside the top 225 in terms of their ball security. They turn the ball over about 12.5 times per game, and Colgate really not a team that's going to be forcing a lot of turnovers, but what they do have is Jalen Cox doing it all with about 2 steals, 5.5 assists, 4.5 boards, 16.5 points, shoots 45% from three-point range. Sam Wright, he stands right around about 6'8". He's able to pop a few threes, 12.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Andrew Olasenko has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game as well for Colgate. Top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball. It is a Colgate team that gives up a lot of second and third chances outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but this Colgate team is allowing teams to shoot 31.2% from 3. That is a top 125 mark in all of college basketball. With Army looking to go bombs away from 3, I think that they're going to do a nice job of shutting that down and then keeping the total under. So somebody told 141.5. I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 13 here with Colgate. 36-539, 36-540. Eastern Kentucky is going to be playing us with West Georgia. West Georgia is an underdog of 1.5 to 2.5 points. 156.5 is the total, and with West Georgia, I made them the 5.5 point favorite. I like them outright on the money line. It's an Eastern Kentucky team that has always specialized in generating turnovers, and they're just not doing that this season. And for Eastern Kentucky, the perimeter play has just fallen off. Now, they do bring in a St. Francis, Pennsylvania transfer, and Juan Cranford, who's been able to give you 12.5 points. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3, but team as a whole outside the top 200 with regards to their own three-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Eastern Kentucky now outside the top 150 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis as well. They are doing a nice job grabbing some second and third chances. Top 125 team in terms of their percentage of missed shots. They result in an offensive rebound, and they do go up against West Georgia team that's really looking to crank up their tempo. Top 80 team in terms of total possessions per game, and for West Georgia, they're a top 110 team in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. And then you got Sheldon Williams-Dryden, who's stands 6'6". He's a really nice edge. He'd suffer for this team, comes in from the great state of Wisconsin, and has been able to supply about 18 points per game. He's now shooting a few threes after he didn't a season ago, up to 40% three-point shooting, 9.3 boards, steal and half per contest. And then Josh Smith, 16 points per game. He shoots in the mid-30s 30s from 3-point range. West Georgia, not a team that's really going to force a lot of turnovers, outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've been outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They give up a lot of second and third chances, but top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Now for West Georgia, they're also outside the top 3 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, but with the way that Eastern Kentucky is really not forcing the issue in terms of their perimeter defense, they do have a really nice rebounder in Matavius Myrick, who's been able to give you 10.5 points, 7.5 boards, source in there 2.5 assists per game, but with having Turner Buttery down to about 33% 3-point shooting with 11 points per contest, I think that West Georgia is able to control this game from the outside and find a way to get the job done. Did semi-total 151.5. You have a West Georgia team that's playing relatively fast, but again, both of these teams have been really not able to do the world's greatest job with regards to their low post offense, so in on the under, and I like West Georgia outright on the money line. 3-6, 541, 3-6, 542. USC Upstate is on the road against Presbyterian. Presbyterian is a favorite of 1 to 1.5 points. 135.5 is the total, and with Presbyterian, I did set them as the 1.5 point underdog. I do like USC Upstate outright on the money line. It's a Presbyterian team that is a bottom 10 team in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and they're just not making the most of them right now. They're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security, 13.5 turnovers per game, and they're outside the top 300 with their 3-point shooting percentage at 30.1%. Carl Parrish is a 40% 3-point shooter with 13 points per game, and they do a nice job down low. Combined 16.1 rebounds per game out of Jalen Peterson, great name, along Jonah Pierce. Pierce is able to give you 14.5 points, block and half per contest. You get a block out of Peterson with about 9 points per game, but again, this is a unit that just is not doing a great job with that perimeter play outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. And on the flip side, you've got a USC Upstate team that has really been able to hunker down with their defense. Top 175 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Not a great team on the glass. They have been in much better than they were a season ago, but still outside the top 150 with that regard, despite the fact that you've got Lyric Davis and Carmelo Atkins combining for 10.3 rebounds per game, but Atkins in the backcourt shoots about 37.5% for 13 points per game. And then you've got the duo of Kamani Gregory along with Mason Bettinger, who have been able to combine for about 30.5 points per contest. Neither guy shoots it really well from 3, but you do get out of Gregory 3 assists per contest. Team has been able to taper off with regards to turnovers, country average team in terms of taking care of the ball, and with the way that this team has been able to do a relatively solid job down low, I do think that USC Upstate finds a way to get the job done against a Presbyterian team that I think is going to be very sloppy with the ball. So I told 133.5, like the under, and USC Upstate on the money line. 306, 543, 306, 544. UMass Lowell is playing us to Albany. Albany is a 1.5 point underdog. Total on this game 155.5. I did set UMass Lowell as a 2-point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to a 1.5 with them. You've got an Albany team that honestly has been able to do a little bit of a better job here recently in terms of taking care of the ball, but still, this is an Albany group that they have been a little bit rough with regards to that perimeter play. You've got Amir Lindsey, who's had to do it all. 16.5 points. He shoots 37.5% from 3 for a team that shoots only 32.9% from 3. Albany outside the top 225 in terms of ball security, outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Now, what Albany does well is hit the glass. They've been a top 175 team in terms of their rebound percentage, and a lot of it has just been by committee. You've only got one guy that gives you over 5.1 rebounds per game. That'd be Okachuki Okeke, who's been able to give you about 9.2 points, 6.1 boards, and a block and a half per contest as well. And then Jaden Kempson, nice actually suffered 2 steals, 3.5 assists, 4 boards, 11 points per contest. Do like what he's able to bring to the table. That said, with this UMass Lowell team, even though it's been rough for them to say the least this season, they do seem to be finding their footing as they've been able to have the Texas State transfer down low in Austin Green step up with about 14.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. But this UMass Lowell team has been good. They've been good on the glass. They're back inside the top 225 in terms of rebound percentage. Now they're outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but their own 2-point shooting percentage is in the top 200. This is a team that's brutal at the free throw line. They're shooting 65% at the free throw line. Meanwhile, you've got an Albany team that they themselves shoot 62.5% at the free throw line, so neither of these teams are trustworthy at the free throw line, and you've got a tight spread, so that's good, clean family fun. But J.J. Mascoy, 10.5 points per contest. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3, but he's been able to do a nice job, give this team some versatility in the backcourt. And then Daryl Yepto, he's been able to shoot about 40% from 3, 10.5 points per game. With UMass Lowell, I do think that they do just enough to be able to get the job done. The improved rebounding, I think it's going to be just enough in this case. And you've got a pair of teams that have very interesting tempos. UMass Lowell is going to be really looking to push tempo. Top 150 team in terms of total possessions per game with this Albany group. About 229th in terms of total possessions per game, but play much more rapidly when they're away from home. So set a total of 154. I do like UMass Lowell laying a 1.5. And here at a 155.5, I think we've gone a little bit too far, especially with the free throw shooting. I'm in on the under. 306, 545, 306, 546. NJIT is going to be on the road against Binghamton. Binghamton is a 1.5 point favorite. 141.5 is the total. And with Binghamton, I did set them as a 1.5 point favorite. So this was a line that opened up as a pick'em at a pick'em / laying a point. I'm going to be willing to go in on Binghamton. These are two teams that are incredibly rough in all facets of basketball. Both of these teams are well outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Binghamton 356th with their 3-point shooting percentage. NJIT, they're about 293rd. And Sebastian Robinson just has not been healthy for this NJIT team. Last year he was averaging 12 points per contest. He missed 3 games due to injury, and even when he's been out there, he's still only been able to give the team right around about 9.5 to 10 points per contest, and this team is getting blasted on the glass. NJIT outside the top 3 in terms of rebound percentage, but you have had Ari Fulton be able to give you 10.5 points, 6.5 boards, only shoots 27% from 3, but he's able to pop it from 3-point range for NJIT. The one thing that they've been able to do an okay job of is defend down low. They're about a top 240 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but their own 2-point shooting percentage outside the top 350 in all of college basketball. And I do think that the Demetrius Lilly injury is going to continue to loom large for Binghamton. He was averaging about 14.5 points, 9 rebounds per game. He's currently out indefinitely with like some sort of an arm or shoulder injury, but that said, Jeremiah Quigley, who comes over from Iona, he's actually averaging 6.3 assists per game. He's giving you nothing from the outside. He's giving you 14 points per game. He shoots 13% from 3, and I think Binghamton is a better shooting team than 28.9% from 3-point range. Jackson Bengini has been able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3, 9.5 points per game. But Wes Peterson, great name. He does shoot 40% from 3-point range, but I do think that there should be a little bit of positivity to in there. Now, Binghamton is terrible with regards to turnover battle. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, outside the top 3 in terms of their own ball security, but with Binghamton, they don't allow a lot of second and third chances on the glass. They've been able to do an okay job with their just interior offense, top 200 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. I think that's just enough in this game to get the job done against an NJIT team that has been all over the place with regards to their offense and defense. Do you think that this is going to be an almighty slog? So at a 1 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Binghamton, and I set my total here at a 137.5. I'm in on the under. 306, 547, 306, 548. You've got Bryant on the road against Maine, and Maine hopes to not get Mained as 1.5 point underdogs. 127.5 is the total. I said Bryant as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them. This Maine team has broken 64 points against one Division I team thus far this season. It is rough, so I set my total here at a 126.5. I'm going to be in on the under. Neither of these teams are looking to push tempo whatsoever. You've got a Bryant team that right now in terms of total possessions per game is 322nd in all of college basketball. Maine is 349th, and Maine outside the top 345 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're shooting 25% from 3-point range at home, and Bryant, they're 329th with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, less than 27% when they're away from home. But for this Maine team, TJ Beal is right now the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 8.5 points per game, 10.4 points, 4.7 rebounds per game, does shoot 32% from 3-point range. And the other Flag brother in Ace Flag, well, he has not been ace for the team, 4.5 points per contest. It's a Maine team that last year was really good in terms of generating turnovers and still a top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Problem is, they're also outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis that they have committed themselves, and they're shooting 61.3% of the free throw line. That is a bottom 20 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got a Bryant team that they've been outside the top 330 in terms of their ball security with 14.5 turnovers per game. But I do think that Quincy Allen is going to be able to give you some nice versatility, 10.5 points, 1.8 blocks per contest. And then Timothy Radulski has been able to shoot 37.5% per 3, 12 points per contest. It's a Bryant bunch that has been able to do a relatively solid job with their interior defense, top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and the way that Maine just shoots so horribly from 3-point range. I think that that's going to loom very large in this game. I think that it's going to be an almighty slog on all fronts. I think that both of these teams are going to have a tough time being able to get to 65. So my total 126.5 in on the under, and with Bryant, I'm willing to lay up to deuce with them. 36, 549, 36, 550. It is Holy Cross, and they are going to be playing us to Navy. Navy is a 4.5 to a 5.5 point road favorite. 136.5 is the total, and Navy is 7.5 point favorite. Going to be willing to lay the number. Holy Cross last year was a top 20 team with their 3-point shooting percentage, and boy, has that fallen off a cliff. Right now, they are shooting 29.7% from 3. That's outside the top 320 in all of college basketball. Do think that's doing for a little bit of positivity, but have a Navy team that has been a top 135 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And with Navy, you've got some relatively good shooting for this team. Their country average about 188th with their 3-point shooting percentage. On the Holy Cross side of things, Joe Nugent, some versatility with about 4 boards, 10.5 points at 6'6". He shoots 36% from 3. Gabe Warren shoots 36% from the outside. Tyler Boston has been able to shoot 35% from 3-point range. And to the credit of Holy Cross, cross, they're relatively solid in terms of taking care of the ball. 11.5 turnovers per game. They don't put you on the free throw line as well. Top 30 team in terms of fewest free throws allowed on a per possession basis, but getting blasted down low. Right now, they are outside the top 335 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a Navy team that's very content to pile drive the ball down low. Top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range. Navy has been a top 75 unit in terms of their rebound percentage, with having Aiden Koe give you 13 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. Mike Woods is able to give you 5.5 boards. Don Draper, 7.5 points, 6.5 rebounds. With Draper, also 2 steals per contest, and Navy has been a top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Austin Benjini has been that main scorer of 17 points per game and shoots 51% from 3. Team as a whole shooting about, again, 33.8% from 3-point. And I do think that that's going to be enough to get the job done against a Holy Cross team that is looking to play very slow and controlled. With Navy, they're not necessarily an up-tempo team. They're 13th in terms of total possessions per game. Holy Cross, they're even slower at 344th. I did set a line of 7.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did make my total a 135.5, so here at the 136.5, I'm in on the under. 365.51, 365.52. Sets in, it's going to be on the road against Central Arkansas. Central Arkansas, 9.5 point favorites, 147.5 is the total, and I made Central Arkansas 14.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Like what I'm seeing out of the Central Arkansas team, a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and sets in, they typically live and die with their 3-point shooting. They're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3, and they're shooting 31.7% from 3 against D1 and non-D1 teams. If you look at just D1 teams, less than 31% from the outside, and this team, as always, they're having a rough time down low outside the top 3 with regards to the opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. Jamie Phillips, 15 points, 6 rebounds. He's been able to give you quite a bit of production there for this Stetson team. And then you do have a pair of guys that have been able to shoot 40+% from 3, and Ethan Copeland along with Colin Cool. They've been able to combine for about 20.5 points per contest, but outside of that, you just really don't have a lot to speak of. And outside of Mr. Phillips, nobody else gives you north of 5+ rebounds per game. And for Central Arkansas, being able to get back Cameron Hunter has been massive for this team. He was their top scorer about 3 years ago, missed a year due to injury at Wisconsin, just could not see any playing time whatsoever. He's come back, he's given the team 16.5 points, only shoots about 31.5% from 3. Central Arkansas hovering right around about 280th with their 31.6% 3-point shooting, but they've been rock solid down low. They're a top 125 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a team that has done a good job of being able to guard the arc, while their interior offense has been really solid, but their interior defense has not been. They are allowing teams to be able to make over 57% of their twos outside the top 320 in all of college basketball. But again, Stetson is looking to be able to go bombs away from 3. Central Arkansas at home has been a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. A lot of that thanks to Ty Robinson along Javion King. These two guys are combining for about 2.7 steals per contest, and Robinson 14.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. King, he's been able to shoot about 37% from 3-point range. I do think that Stetson is going to get just blown away in this game, and Central Arkansas looking to be able to push a little bit of tempo. They're a top 125 team in terms of total possessions per game. Stetson has dialed it back to about 275th in terms of total possessions per game. Set a total of 148.5. Think that you get just enough scoring here for the over, so I like the over, and I'm willing to lay with Central Arkansas. 365.53, 365.54. Charleston Southern, they play host to UNC Asheville. Asheville's a 4.5 to a 5.5 point underdog. Drawn this game 153.5, and with Asheville, I did set them as an underdog of 5 points, mostly seeing 5.5. So I'd be willing to take 5.5 with this Asheville team, mainly because UNC Asheville's biggest kryptonite has been turnovers outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. But you know what Charleston Southern's not doing? Generating turnovers. They're a bottom 5 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis. Bryson Blaine, though, has been incredible. He's typically coming out off the bench, 18 points per game on 37.5% 3-point shooting. Alan Sumler shoots 42.5% from 3, 15 points per game. It's an Asheville team that typically lives and dies with their 3-point shooting, and Charleston Southern has been a top 35 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And Charleston Southern also doing a really good job on the glass as well, a top 125 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Charleston Southern team that they themselves do a nice job in terms of giving themselves some good looks. They're shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range as a collective. That's a top 125 mark in all of college basketball. For Asheville, this has been a unit that has been taking a little bit of a step back with that overall outside shooting away from home, but still, they're shooting about 35% from 3-point range in a roadside-shoot-court setting, so I do think that that's going to be big for them. And with this Asheville team, you've been able to get Toya Solomon to do a relatively solid job down low. He's right now pulling in for the team 6.5 boards, 16 points per game. He pops a little bit from 3 at about 40% from distance. Justin Wright, though, he has been missed right, 45% 3-point shooter, 17 points per game for Asheville. This has been a team that has been not giving themselves a lot of second and third chances outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but this has been a country average team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And then when you throw in their DJ Patrick, who missed a little bit of time due to injury, 10.5 points, shooting 39.5% from 3, I do think that you get just enough for this Asheville team to hold in there, and you've got a little bit of a tempo war. Typically, this Asheville team is looking to play quite fast, but this year they're not to about 260th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, the Charleston Southern team has cranked it up to 47th in terms of total possessions per game. Did set a total of a 151, so at 5.5 plus, won't take the points with Asheville, and I'm going to be in on that under 306, 555, 306, 556. High point, they hope to not be a low point. They're at home against Longwood, and Longwood, well, they're a long-size underdog of 16.5 to 17.5 points. 116.5 is the total, and I made High Point the 21.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This High Point team is a top 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They do a great job taking care of the ball. At home, they shoot 40.8% from three-point range, and Longwood, well, it's been not great with their three-point shooting at 27.5%. That is 350th in all of college basketball. Now, I do like what Jacoy Hutchinson has been able to bring to the table. He comes on over after last season. He was at George Washington, supplying the team with about 12.5 points, 3.3 assists per game, and this Longwood team has been a top 75 unit in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, top 125 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, getting pounded down low, though, outside the top 260 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. For Longwood, they have been a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage. You've had Elijah Tucker, Jonah Nazemi, who have been able to combine for about 12.2 rebounds per game. They both give you 11.8 points per game apiece, but nobody outside of those two really give you north of 4.1 rebounds per game, which means that High Point should have a nice advantage with Cameron Fletcher down low. Good versatility, 16.5 points, 8 boards. He shoots 37.5% from three. High Point as a whole, they've been able to do a great job with regards to their interior offense as a top 20 team with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage, and for High Point, they're even better at generating turnovers. How about a top 12 team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis? And High Point in recent years has been a little bit more of a slow and controlled team, and Longwood, certainly a team that's going to be a bit more mid-tempo at about 131st in terms of total possessions per game, but High Point now up to about 150th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and yet they've been able to keep that just good efficiency on offense. Rob Martin, 14 points. He shoots 38.5% per three. Scary Terry Anderson shoots 45.5% per three. And as a matter of fact, each of your top six scorers for this High Point team, they all shoot at least 37.3% per three. I think that they are going to be able to get a lot of good looks from three-point range, and even when they need to pound it inside, they're going to be able to do so. And I do think that the turnovers that are forced are going to lead to fast break buckets, so I set my total at 163.5. I like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with High Point. 306, 557, 306, 558. Queens NC plays us to Bellarmine. Bellarmine is a underdog here of 3.5 points, and throughout this game, it is 168.5. And for Queens NC, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is just a Bellarmine team that is very inefficient on defense, outside the top 330 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Bellarmine about 300th in terms of total possessions per game, so they're looking to dial it back. And Queens NC playing slower than they have in the past. They're about 90th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Queens NC has big-time home and road splits with regards to their offense, by the way. 171st in terms of three-point shooting percentage, but they shoot 40.6% from three-point range at home, 28.8% in a road or neutral court venue. Bellarmine has been a solid three-point shooting team at 34.2% from the outside. Jack Karzinski, he shoots in the high 30s. He's been able to give you over 6 rebounds per game and has done a nice job in terms of giving the team over 20 points per contest. But one thing that Bellarmine is not going to do, give themselves any sort of second or third chances. 360th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And Queens is not necessarily the most supreme team on the glass, but they're more around about 139th in the country with this regard. And when you look at just home games and home games alone for Queens NC, this has been one of the best offenses in all of college basketball, overall 75th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But if you just look at the overall home games, only Iowa is scoring more points on a per possession basis. And for Queens NC, Nasir Mann has been the man for this team. He's the only guy on the roster that's giving you over 5 rebounds per game, but has done a nice job being able to chuck in there right around about 15 points per game, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. And then Avante Parker, he gives you about 4 boards, 11 points per game at 6'8" or so, has been able to shoot 50% from three-point range. Jordan Watford, he hasn't taken a lot of threes, but 9 points, 4 boards when he's taken them. He's actually shot 50% from three-point range, and it's a Queens NC team that gets absolutely blasted from three-point range as well. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They give up a lot of second and third chances, but again, Bellarmine just not giving themselves any sort of offensive rebounds. Also well outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've had Brian Waddell be able to step up with about 15.5 points. He's shooting 45.5% from three. Keon Gooding shoots 43.5% from three-point. So certainly you think that you're going to get an offensive explosion in this game, even though Bellarmine not necessarily an up-tempo team. I did set my total at a 171.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Queens NC, set them as a 5.5 point favorite, and I'm in on the over. 306, 559, 306, 560. You've got North Alabama playing against the Florida Gulf Coast. Dunk City is a 2.5 point road favorite, so on this game it is 151.5, and with North Alabama, I did set them as a underdog of 2.5 points. So at a 2 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Dunk City. You've got a Florida Gulf Coast team that is in the top 60 in terms of total possessions per game. I do sense that they're going to be playing a little bit slower moving forward. And for North Alabama, this has been a very slow and controlled team, 287th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Florida Gulf Coast right now, a top 85 team with regards to their three-point shooting percentage at just a hair above 36%. And with FGCU, you've been able to have this team do a nice job being a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, for North Alabama, they have fallen to 306th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But I do think that they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job down low with Cornelius Williams, averaging a double-double, 12.6 points, 9.6 rebounds per game, and Dante Bacchus has been able to supply 14.5 points, about 6 rebounds per game. It's a Florida Gulf Coast team that's been a little bit vulnerable with regards to their interior defense outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and that's big because North Alabama outside the top 300 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage at 29.9%. And for North Alabama, they're both not generating a lot of turnovers and they're not turning the ball over a lot themselves. Top 125 team in terms of ball security outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And J.R. Kaczynski has really been able to headline this Florida Gulf Coast team, 15.5 points, shoots 36% from three. Jordan Ellerby, 36% three-point shooter, 14 points per contest. And Ramir Barno shoots about 43.5% from the outside for this Florida Gulf Coast team. They're about 250th in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but I do think that those second and third chances that they're able to pull in going to be able to do just enough to be able to get the job done. And I do think that Florida Gulf Coast tapers off with regards to their tempo a little bit more, and I just don't think that North Alabama is able to do their part with his total. Semi-total at a 144.5, so I'm going to be in on the under end, one to lay up to 2 here with Florida Gulf Coast. 36-5-61, 36-5-62. Jackson State is playing us to Alcorn State, and Alcorn State is a underdog of 4.5 points. 146.5 is the total, and I set Jackson State as a 5-point favorite, so at 4.5, it's the maximum that I'm going to be willing to lay. Now, Jackson State just has horrible metrics, like in every single thing, points scored, points allowed, rebound percentage, or outside the top 300 in all of these. Alcorn State is the exact same way, though, so both of these teams, they play bye game upon bye game, and with this Jackson State team, they were missing Mike Williams for about 5 games earlier in the season. It looks like he might be dealing with an injury once again, so that had to be factored in, but he was only shooting about 15% from 3, and I think it might be a little bit of an addition by subtraction if you are giving a few more minutes to Timarian Hoover, who's been able to shoot about 43.5% from 3, 5.5 points per contest, and then J.B. Mitchell shooting 41.5% from distance. He's been able to give the team 13 points per game. Not a single guy on this Jackson State roster is averaging more than 4.6 rebounds per game, with Torian McMillan giving you 4.6 boards, 10.5 points per game. Lone guy that gives you over 3.5 rebounds per game, but for Alcorn State, you're just not getting a lot out of anyone in general. You've only got one guy that has been able to give you over 10 points per game. That'd be Shane Lancaster with about 11.5 points per game, and he averages less than 1 rebound per game. Alcorn State doesn't have a single guy on the roster that gives you at least 4 rebounds per game. They do shoot 36% from 3. That is a top 100 mark in all of college basketball, but they're also a bottom 10 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, bottom 5 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They are just getting wrecked on the glass, and for Alcorn State, bottom 5 team in terms of taking care of the ball, 17 turnovers per game. Jackson State has been a little bit rough with regards to turnovers as well, 15.5 per game, but having Deshaun Ruffin, a guy that was a starter at Ole Miss a few seasons ago, 18 points, right around 4 assists per contest. I think that wins out in this spot, so I did set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Jackson State, and Alcorn State has ascended to being a top 150 team in terms of total possessions per game. I think that you get enough possessions here for the over, so by total at a 149, so also in on that over. 306-563, 306-564. It is Howard on the road against South Carolina State. South Carolina State and a home underdog of 9.5 points, 148.5 is the total. Set my line at 8.5, so at 9+, I'm going to be willing to take those points. You've got a Howard team that's actually been playing a little bit more mid-tempo this season in terms of total possessions, bringing down to about 250th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for South Carolina State, this is a team that's playing fast, but not necessarily warp speed fast, about 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and South Carolina State was just doomed in towards the beginning of the season with all the injuries that they've had, and I do think that being able to get some of these guys back is going to be just enough for them to be able to get the cover, as Christopher Parker has missed 7 games thus far this season, but when he's been out there, he's been able to give the team right around about 8 points, 7 rebounds per game, and this is a South Carolina State team that, while they're giving up a lot of second and third chances, they themselves have been a top 225 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, bottom 5 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but now shooting about 34% for 3, with Owen Bronson Jr. giving you 11.5 points at 36.5% 3-point shooting, and Jaden Johnson shoots 37.5% for 3, 11 points per game. It's a whole is greater than some of his parts effort here with this South Carolina State team, and with South Carolina State, if you factor in the 2 guys that have been missing due to injury, they've right now got 12 different guys that are giving giving you at least 10.5 minutes per contest. And on the flip side, for Howard, it's just all about what you're able to get out of the top player by far in this game, as it's been incredible what we've seen out of Bryce Harris. 18.5 points, 7 boards, 2.5 assists. He shoots 37.5% from 3. And Howard, a top 150 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at 35.2%, and they've actually been a really good perimeter defense. Top 100 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They are getting a bit pounded down low, though, outside the top 300 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Howard has been able to do an okay job on the defensive glass, top 200 team with that regard, but for Howard, they are about 300th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, actually doing a relatively quality job in terms of being able to generate some turnovers themselves, so this should be a little bit of a sloppier game. Howard is right now 46th in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so I do think that helps out with regards to the under, so I total 146.5. I do like the under, and I'm going to take 9+ here with South Carolina State. 36-5-65, 36-5-66. East Texas A&M is on the road facing off against Nichols. Nichols is a 7.5 to an 8.5 point favorite. Total this game 146.5 and set a total of 150. I do like the over. It's a Nichols team that has been solid with regards to generating turnovers themselves. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they do find themselves in the top 70 in all of college basketball. And East Texas A&M, a top 80 team as well. Nichols, a mid-tempo team, about 207th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. East Texas A&M a little bit faster at about 128th. And for the East Texas A&M team, they're generating a turnover on about 18.5% of possessions in a roadside-neutral court venue, so they don't generate as many at home, but away from home, they've been significantly better. And East Texas A&M, to their credit, they're a little bit of a better 3-point shooting team than they were a season ago. Ronnie Harrison, who comes over from Tarleton, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, 14.5 points per game, and then you've got Finney Sungoa, along with Damian Garcia, combining to shoot about 41% from 3, 19.2 points per game between those two guys, but this team is outside the top 320 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound, and I think that is going to be a little bit costlier, but could only set Nichols as a 6-point favorite, mainly because this is a Nichols team that still is well outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, a little bit of that is because they had a really rough start to the season, and if you look probably since the month of December, they probably have been closer to a top 150 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're now shooting about 35% from 3-point range as a collective, with Jalik Dunkley stepping up about 14 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, and then Sincere Malone, Jalen Surreals. These two guys shoot 38+% from 3. Not going to get a lot of 3-point shooting out of Trey English, but about 3.5 assists per game, and for the Nichols team, they're a top 200 team with regards to ball security. Not great, not terrible. They just don't do a great job at the free throw line. Right now, they're shooting outside the top 300 in terms of free throw shooting percentage at about 66%. And then for this East Texas A&M team, I think that's going to be very big to just get a little bit more rebounding out of this team, as Harrison is right now the lone guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. But Gianni Hunt, who is so old, he was on that Oregon State team that went to the Elite Eight many years ago. 8.5 points, 4 boards, 4 assists per contest for a team that they themselves have been outside the top 300 in terms of ball security, but they are going to give up a lot from 3-point range. For Eastern Texas, they are outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So I do think that open looks are to be had with East Texas playing a little bit more up-tempo and Nichols being able to find their footing with regards to their offense. I do think that East Texas A&M is going to do just enough to hold in there, and I do think that you get quite a bit of scoring. So set a total of 150. I like the over, and I do like the points here with East Texas A&M. 36-5-67, 36-5-68. Coppin State is going to be on the road facing off against Delaware State, and Delaware State is a 9.5 point favorite. Total on this game 141.5 and set a total of 139.5. I'm in on the under. These are two teams that just have not been able to generate a lot of offense, and Coppin State is cranking up their tempo a little bit more. They're about 163rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Delaware is playing much slower than they have in the past. 286th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a pair of teams that, by the way, are well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So I will say for Delaware, they have been able to generate a lot of turnovers. 39th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Problem is, they just really don't have anything down low this season. As for this Delaware State team, currently checking in 365th out of 365 teams in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Coppin State 360th in all of college basketball, but I did set Delaware State as a 9.5 point favorite at 10 plus. That does become my buy point on Coppin State. Coppin State does not have a single guy that averages over 9 points per contest, and at the very least for Delaware State, you know who that main guy is going to be, as they've been able to get 13.5 points per game out of Ponce James. He's been a Ponceation, shooting about 34.5% from 3-point range, and what has really been just rough for this Coppin State team is down low, being a bottom 5 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a team that's outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. The one thing that Delaware State has been able to do a relatively okay job of is not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Now, Coppin State is grabbing pretty much no offensive rebounds whatsoever, so that's not going to play too much of a role here, but with Delaware State, they have been a team that's, in terms of defensive rebound percentage, been a top 175 team when they have been at home. Meanwhile, for Coppin State, just who is that guy that's going to be able to step up and be able to give this team just a little bit of something? As for Coppin State, this is one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in all of college basketball at 29.6%. Demetrius Hall was their top scorer with 8.8 points per game. He's currently out of the fold due to injury, which means that Khalil Horton is the lone guy that gives you over 7 points per game. Shoots 8 points per game, and he does shoot 42% from 3 to his credit, but you don't have a single guy on the roster right now giving you more than 4.3 rebounds per game. For this Delaware State team, at the very least, you've got Corey Perkins throwing it out with about 3 assists per contest, and you've been able to get about 5.5 boards, 8.5 points per game out of Miles Webb, who comes over from St. Francis of Pennsylvania, and I do think that that's going to be enough to be able to get the job done in a game where you've got two teams that have been really, really rough with their offense. So set a total of 139.5. I'm going to be in on the under with Delaware State, set them as a 9.5 point favorite, so at a 10 plus, we'll take those points with Coppin State. 3-6, 569, 3-6, 570. Winthrop is playing against Gardner Webb. Gardner Webb, an underdog of 20.5 points, so last game 166.5. Set Winthrop as a 24-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Gardner Webb is just all sorts of terrible. This team is outside the top 350 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they gave up over 85 points to North Greenville, a non-Division I team. And right now you've got a trio of guys, Jacob Hudson, Jacob Ogrith, along with Spencer Sims, who give you between 10 and 11 points per contest. And to the credit of Sims, he actually shoots 49% from 3 team as a whole, though they're still outside the top 300 with their 3-point shooting percentage at 30.9%. They're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security with about 14 turnovers per game. Gardner Webb has actually ascended to being right around about 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Winthrop has just been much more efficient this year. They're 87th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They are a team that's going to give you some second and third chances, but in their home games, only about 20.9% of opponents' missed shots do become an offensive rebound, and this has been a Winthrop team that's been really good with their offense when they've been at home, 84th in the country overall in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but if you look specifically at their home games, that ascends into the top 40, and the Duquesne transfer in Kareem Rozier has been a big reason why. He does a nice job being able to flow good, clean offense. He's given out 4 assists, 12.5 points per game, shoots 39% from 3-point. Logan Duncombe has been a dominator down low, 16.5 points, 8 rebounds, 3.5 offensive rebounds per game, as Winthrop is going to be able to do a really nice job in terms of getting those second and third chances. They're pulling in over 14 offensive rebounds per game, top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And Winthrop has always been a good team at being able to get to the free throw line. Last year, they were outside the top 300 with regards to that free throw shooting percentage. This year, much better with that regard. They're shooting about 73.8% at the free throw line, so now they're being rewarded with that, with Dalen Berry coming over from Charleston Southern, giving this team a nice shot in the arm, 84% free throw shooter, 12 points per contest, and then Tommy Kemkrod has been able to give you 8.5 points. He shoots over 50% from 3. Don't know if that's going to be quite a mainstay, but for Winthrop, top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball, few turnovers on a per possession basis, and this is still a defense that's going to be a little bit suspect. They're outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but it should be able to take you to this Gardner Webb team down low. It's a Gardner Webb team that's just allowing so many second and third chances. They're outside Gardner Webb is the top 275 in terms of rebound percentage, outside the top 340 in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. So I think that Winthrop going to put on an offensive expose. Semi total 168. I like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 23.5 with Winthrop. 306, 571, 306, 572. It is New Orleans, and they're going to be on the road against Northwestern State. Northwestern State is a home underdog of 2.5 points. 150.5 is the total, and I said New Orleans as a 2.5 point favorite. So at a 2 or less, willing to lay New Orleans 3 or more, going to be willing to take those points with Northwestern State. Northwestern State has Willie Williams now back for a team that has been brutal with regards to rebounding, outside the top 320 with regards to overall rebound percentage, but Williams was missing for the first 6 games of the season. Since he's returned, 5 points, 7.1 rebounds per game. He is the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 3.5 rebounds per game, so he's been a real X factor. You do have a Northwestern State team that's been above average with their 3-point shooting percentage at 35%, and you got Izzy Miles right now shooting about 50% from 3, 10 points per contest, and Micah Thomas, their top scorer with 16 points per game. He has been really great on offense, 82% free throw shooter, 40% 3-point shooter, so he's doing a nice job stuff in the stat sheet, and they need him to, because this is a Northwestern State team that's currently outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage is 37.8%. That is a bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball, and you've got a New Orleans team that has been bad with regards to turnover battle. They're outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. basis on offense, outside the top 350 in terms of generating turnovers on a per possession basis on defense, but they do a nice job down low because you've been able to have a pair of guys in MJ Thomas along with also Churchill Abus be able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Abus, he's able to give you a block and a half per contest. Thomas, he's just applying about 10.5 points per game. And Jacavian Buckley is a nice do-it-all sort of guard, 14.5 points, 5.5 boards, 5 assists, shoots 38.5% from 3. Colton Benson shoots 37% from the outside as well. And New Orleans is a top 175 team now with their three-point shooting percentage. They've been okay in terms of being able to guard the three-point line, but they're outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And I do think that as a result, you're going to be able to get some nice scoring in this game. I did set my total at a 152.5. Recognize that Northwestern State is outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, but you have a New Orleans team that's looking to push quite a bit of tempo right now, about 102nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So circumstance where I'm going to be in on the over, and with New Orleans, who are less willing to lay with them 3 or more, take the points with Northwestern State. 306-573, 306-574. You've got Stephen F. Austin on the road against Southeast Louisiana. Southeast Louisiana is a home underdog of 5.5 to 6 points. So on this game, it is 136.5, and with Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin, I did make them a favorite of 7.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7 with them. Stephen F. Austin is now a top 50 team in the country in terms of their points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, with Stephen F. Austin, they're once again a terrible free throw shooting team. 352nd in all of college basketball. That actually goes up to over 70% away from home. At home, they shoot less than 60%, so riddle me that. But for Southeast Louisiana, currently outside the top 290 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and just not quite the same team on the glass that they have been in the past. And they're also shooting less than 30.5% from three-point range, so that's a little bit of an issue. They do a little bit of a better job of getting to the free throw line. They're about a country average team with regards to their overall free throw shooting percentage, but losing Brody Woodbury down low from season ago, that has been hurting this just overall prowess of the low post play that you typically get out of this team. As right now, your lone two guys that are giving you over 8.6 points per contest. Jeremy Alizi, he gives you about 12 points, 5 boards. He's shooting 4.3% from three-point range. And then Isaiah Gaines, 5.5 rebounds, 10.5 points per game. Those are also the only two guys that give you over 3 rebounds per game. So even though this is a team that has been able to do an okay job in terms of not allowing second and third chances, they don't give themselves any sort of second and third chances with Southeast Louisiana. They've been a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and it's a low control team. They're outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. Stephen F. Austin has been a relatively mid-tempo team that has been looking to Keon Thompson to headline things. 17.5 points, 5.5 boards, 4.8 assists per game, shoots 35.5% from 3. And Stephen F. Austin, top 50 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They're not generating turnovers the way that they did in the past. They are currently outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but this team is one of the better shot blocking teams in all of college basketball. Jerry Colonel giving you 3.3 blocks per game. He only gives you 5.1 points per game, but also 8.2 rebounds per game. This has been a top 75 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and in terms of taking care of the ball, this has actually been one of the best teams in all of college basketball. They are turning the ball over less than 9.5 times per game in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, 32nd in the country. I think that that's enough to be able to get the job done in what it should be a little bit more of a controlled game. Semi-total at a 137.5. I do think that this is going to be just close enough for late game fouling, and I do think that Stephen F. Austin begins to make those free throws. So in on the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 7 with Stephen F. Austin. 365.75, 365.76. NC Central plays us to Norfolk State. Norfolk State, a 3.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, you're going to be getting it in that neighborhood of 142.5, and I did set Norfolk State as a favorite of 2.5 points. So at 3+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with NC Central. NC Central has been very good in terms of generating turnovers in the past, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They do find themselves back in the top 125 in terms of that. Now for NC Central, they're also having a tough time taking care of the ball, as they are about 278th in the country in terms of turnovers per possession, but Norfolk State only about 255th with this regard. And for Norfolk State, it's a unit that has been a little bit better on the glass than NC Central, mainly because NC Central just does not have a lot down low, and they're a very top-heavy team. But so is Norfolk State. Only 3 guys for Norfolk State that give you more than 6.6 points per game. Davon Ellis, 9 points, about 4.5 rebounds per game, and you've got your top rebounder in Anthony McComb giving you 16 points, 4.9 boards, and then Elijah Jamison, main facilitator, 15 points, 3 assists. And for Ellis, along with McComb and Jamison, they combine to shoot about 36.5% from 3, but Norfolk State still well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, because even though the team is a country average team with their 3-point shooting percentage, they're a top 25 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range, and they're outside the top 270 with that 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for NC Central, I do think that they're going to be able to do a nice job in terms of controlling things with regards to being able to generate turnovers. And additionally, you've got the best scorer in this game, and that would be Mr. Gage Lattimore with 19 points. He shoots 38.5% from 3, and then you've been able to have a nice, shall we say, facilitator in Deontay Johnson, nearly 3 steals, 5.5 assists, only about 6 points per contest. And Corey Carvey is the only player outside of Lattimore more. That's give you over 6.6 points per game. Gives you a block, 14 points, a steal. He shoots only about 27.5% from three, but with this NC Central team and what they're able to do in terms of generating those turnovers, I think that that's enough for them to hold in there. And what is going to be most likely a slog of a game, Norfolk State is well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. You had an NC Central team that has slowed themselves down to about 266th in terms of total possessions per game. So semi-line at 2.5, I'm willing to take 3+ here with NC Central. And set a 12 of 136.5, I'm in on the under. 306.577, 306.578. It is Maryland Eastern Shore. They play for Morgan State. Morgan State at 6.5 point underdog. 141.5 is the total. And semi-line at 6. So at 6.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Morgan State. Morgan State has slowed themselves down quite a bit from past seasons, right around about 197th in terms of total possessions per game. And for Maryland Eastern Shore, this has been a team that's been super duper slow. They're outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. And I mean, to the credit of Maryland Eastern Shore, this has not been the world's worst defense. They're a top 250 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now Maryland Eastern Shore outside the top 340 in terms of ball security and taking care of the ball. They turn the ball over well over 15 times per game while being super duper slow. But that said, you've been able to have Joseph Lucardo be able to step up, give the team about 11.5 points, shoots 44% from three for a team that, as a whole, they're outside the top 320 in terms of their own 3-point shooting percentage. They've been a respectable rebounding team in the top 275 with that regard, and their allowing teams only shoot about 32.5% from 3 points, but they really don't force the issue in terms of turnovers. Outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and for Morgan State, you do have a trio of guys, Elijah Davis, Rob Lawson, and Alfred Worrell, who are all give you at least 13.5 points per game. You only have one guy that really gives you over 4 rebounds per game. That'd be Christian Meeks at 6'6", 5.5 points, 5 boards per contest. Morgan State, they themselves outside the top 300 with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage, and outside the top 340 with their 2-point shooting percentage. While they're getting blasted down low, they are outside the top 350 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. That said, they've been a top 225 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Morgan State outside the top 300 in terms of taking care of the ball. So I do think that you're going to have some sloppy offense, but I do think that with Morgan State having a true 7-footer, Christian Oliver, being able to give you a little bit of something down low, only about 3 rebounds per game, but just having that size and that size alone, I think is going to be enough for them to hold in there. And they have been dealing with injuries, so Elijah Davis should be good to go in this game, just returned for them a few days ago. So circumstance where I did set my line at 6, I'm going to be one to take the points, and I'm in on the under semi total 138, 36.579, 36.580. Prairie View A&M is on the road against Grambling State. Grambling is a 5.5 point favorite. 156.5 is a total, and set a total of a 156. So 156.5 becomes my buy point on the under. You've got a pair of teams that are not going to do a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. Prairie View is actually a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and to their credit, they're only about 103rd in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Grambling 354th in terms of turnovers per possession, and their home games, they're a bottom 5 team with this regard, so that's not great. And for Grambling, they are going to have to go up against a Prairie View team that's been able to find a little bit of something on offense. They've become a top 275 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis when they're away from home, and it's a Prairie View team that's going to be looking to crank up their tempo. 15th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Grambling in year number 1 under Patrick Curry, they're playing relatively controlled, 238th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Grambling is about 277th in terms of points per possession. But even with that, I did set Grambling as a 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it, mainly because Prairie View is once again finding themselves well outside the top 355 in terms of rebound percentage. They're just getting absolutely bludgeoned with that regard. And with Prairie View, you've got Terrion Joseph, who's a nice 22.5 point per game scorer, shoots 33% per 3, and team as a whole, they shoot about 33.5% from the outside, but they're still very weak on the interior, and they take a lot of their shots from 2-point range. They're a top 20 team in terms of percentage of their shots that are 2s, and yet they're outside the top 250 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. And it's a team that very much is going to be willing to gamble for turnovers, and while Grambling is turning the ball over a ton in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they do find themselves in the top 65 in all of college basketball, and their allowing teams only shoot about 31.5% from 3 points. That's a top 150 mark in all of college basketball, with Antonio Munoz stepping up with about 14 points per game. But one of the more underrated freshmen in all of college basketball, Darius Ward and Jaleel Matulib, have been able to combine for about 20 points per contest, and Matulib is shooting 40% from 3 points. Roderick Coffey, Paul Patrick Curry on over from Florida A&M. He's been a very versatile piece. 4 boards, 4 assists, 2 steals, 8 points per contest, and with this Grambling team doing all that they've been able to do in terms of the rebound battle, they're a top 275 team with this regard, which is much better than what Prairie View is. I do think that they find a way to be able to get the job done, and this has been a Grambling team that's also been a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their possessions that end in a free throw. So I did set my total 156 out of 156.5 in on the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 7.5 here with Grambling. 365.81, 365.82. Houston Christian is on the road against Incarnate Word, and the Word does find themselves as a pretty good size favorite here. You're going to be laying 8.5 points total on this game, 143.5, and I did set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, it's a bunch that is playing just really, really efficient offense. And Incarnate Word, top 125 team, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and neither of these teams are going to be pushing any sort of tempo whatsoever. Houston Christian is 351st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Incarnate Word is 315th, and for this Houston Christian team, they've been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of not allowing second and third chances. They're a top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. That said, they're currently outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and they're a country average team in terms of generating turnovers. Now, they dealt with injury to Elijah Brooks to begin the season. He's back. He's giving you 12 points per contest. That gives them a nice jolt along with the steal and half per contest. And then Kyler Green, 5.3 assists, 12 points per contest. But it's also a Houston Christian team that's had a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 225 in terms of ball security, and not necessarily a team that's going to muscle up down low. You don't have a single guy on the roster that's giving you over 5 rebounds per game. So that means that Jordan Pike is going to be able to have himself a day down low for this Incarnate Word team. 14.5 points, 5.5 boards, and he's able to pop it at a 42.5% clip from three-point range. Harrison Reedy's right now shooting 55% from three-point range. We'll see a little bit of regression there. 7 points per contest, but Davion Bailey, Taj Stavetsky, these two guys combined for 39 points per game. Between the two of them, just a hair below 39% three-point shooting. And for this Incarnate Word team, they play very slow and controlled, but they just find a way to be able to pop it from three. They're shooting as collective over 41% from three if you include their non-Division I games. If you look at just overall, they're currently 111th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And if you look at the D1 games and the D1 games only, it does fall a little bit with regards to three-point shooting percentage, but still, they're hovering right in the neighborhood about 28th in the country, and at home, they shoot 45% for three-points. I think that that'll be enough to get the job done in a game that's going to be slow and controlled, but I do think that Incarnate Word just executes their stuff, and I don't think that Houston Christian does their part with this total. I'd set my total at a 140 in on the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 9.5 with Incarnate Word. 365.83, 365.84. Lafayette is on the road facing off against Loyola Maryland. Loyola Maryland, a 1.5 point favorite to a 1.5 point underdog, depending upon your book. Total on this game is 154.5. So Loyola Maryland is a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. It's a Lafayette team that I'm just really not impressed by. They're looking to play relatively slowly, 249th in terms of total possessions per game. Loyola Maryland, more of a mid-tempo team, right around about 185th in terms of total possessions per game. But for Lafayette, they lose their big man from a season ago, Justin Vanderbond, and they've really been running things through their main two guys, as you've had Caleb Williams be incredible with 17 points per game, shoots 40% from three, 89% the free throw line, 3 assists per contest, and then Andrew Phillips, right around about 15 points, 4.5 boards, he shoots 35% from three. Their only other guy that gives you double figures is Mark Butler with about 10 points, 4 assists per game, but it's a Lafayette team that's outside the top 290 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 280 in terms of rebound percentage, and they're about 285th in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so that's been a little bit rough. They go up against a Loyola Maryland team that should be able to do a nice job in terms of their low post play, as they've been a top 75 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Jacob Theodusu, about 15 points, 2 steals, 4 assists. He's been a nice edge. He's suffering. Doesn't really pop it from three, but you do have Jordan Steinke shooting 39% from three, 11 points per game. Brandon Speed along with Edmund Adir. These two guys combined for about 25 points per game, and Adir has been dealing with a little bit of injury. He's been missing for 5 games this season, but should we get to go in this one, and he's been able to give the team 9+ points at each of the last 4 games, so that has certainly been able to help things step up a little bit more for this team. You don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, but Adir does give you 5 rebounds per game exactly, and Jonas Zaratudis has been able to give you about 7 points, 4 boards, throws in there 2 blocks per contest as well. I do think that low post play going to be big for a Loyola Maryland team that's had a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 270 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but also a top 225 team with regards to rebound percentage, and I do think that they win from within. I did set this line at a 4.5, so I'm going to be willing to take Loyola Maryland, whether that be as a small favorite or a small underdog, and with this total, could only set mine at a 144.5. I'm in on the under, 306.585, 306.586. You've got Jacksonville on the road against Austin Peay, and the Governors find themselves as sizable favorites here of 10.5 points. 140.5 to 141.5 is the total, and I did set Austin Peay as a 15-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Jacksonville is looking to play some very slow and controlled basketball right now in terms of total possessions per game. They clock in 307th in all of college basketball, and Austin Peay has sped up to being a little bit more of a mid-tempo team, 109th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And for S&P, they do shoot 35.5% from three-point range at home compared to about 30% away from home. Jacksonville, they shoot less than 30% from three-point range in a road/neutral venue. And when these Jacksonville teams have been very good under Jordan Mincy, it's because their rebounding is solid. And I will say for Jacksonville, they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but you do not have a single guy outside of Donovan Rivers, who gives you 5 rebounds and 7 points per game, give you over 3.4 rebounds per game. And they're not really a shot blocking team as well. Jason Thirdkill has been able to give you about 7 points just under a block per contest, but also a team that's outside the top 280 in terms of ball security, about 13 turnovers per game. And you've got two guys that average a combined about 20.5 points per game, Chris Arias and Jalen Jones. These are the lone two guys that give you double figures. And for S&P, I really like the versatility that you get out of Tate McCubbin. McCubbin stands in that neighborhood about 6'8", 12.5 points, 5 boards, pair of assists per game. Right now, shooting about 33% from three. S&P as a whole, they shoot 34% from the outside, and towards the beginning part of the season, they struggled with their rebounding. It took a little bit of time for Rashad Marshall to be able to find his footing, a former top 150 recruit that comes in from Arkansas State, but he has been tremendous on the glass recently. 6+ rebounds in 6 of the team's last 7 games, 11.5 points, 6 boards. He throws in there a block per contest. For the S&P team, they're overall a top 75 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis when they're specifically at home, and Zaire Collins has been able to give you about 12 points per game. He generates a little bit over 2 steals per contest. For the S&P team, they've been outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they lock it down from 3, top 125 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And with the way that this team generates turnovers and the way that Jacksonville is very sloppy with it, I think that S&P holds down Jacksonville and covers the number. So I'm at line at 15. I'm going to be willing to lay it with S&P, and I'm in on the under side by total 133, 306.587, 306.580. The bracket busting Bison of Bucknell plays a host to Lehigh. Lehigh finds themselves as a very slim underdog here of 3.5 points. 135.5 is the total, and set my line at 1. I'm willing to take the points with Lehigh. It's a Bucknell team that's right now finding themselves outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and this Lehigh team has been shooting 34% from 3-point range away from home. That's the top 175 mark in the country. Now, this is a Lehigh team that's absolutely terrible on the glass. You right now have Hank Alvey, who's been able to give you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game, and that's about it. 358th in all of college basketball in terms of rebound percentage, but it's not like this Bucknell team is batting down the hatches themselves. They're about 289th in the country in terms of rebound percentage. They've been trying to replace the 7-footer Noah Williamson that left for Arkansas, and they've found Amon Doris from the country of Germany at 6'11", give you about 12 points per game, but he only gives you 3.7 rebounds per game. You only have one guy in the roster that gives you over 4.6 rebounds per game, Gugar Busic. He began his career, if I'm not mistaken, at Toledo. He's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per contest, but for Bucknell, outside the top 280 with their 3-point shooting percentage at 31.2%, outside the top 325 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, and outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. You've got a Bucknell team that's also really not looking to push tempo, about 299th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Lehigh more of a mid-tempo team at 208th, and for Lehigh, they've got the best scorer in this game, Nasir Woodlock. Not a guy that's really going to take a bunch of threes, but he shoots 36% from the outside, 19.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest. And then with all of you I mentioned before, he's up to 7 rebounds per game. Josh Ingram, 10.5 points, 5 boards, a little bit over a steal per contest. For Lehigh, they've been a top 175 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and they're pushing you off the 3-point line. They're a top 20 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from 2-point range, and I think that keeps them very lively in this game and is going to help them hold in there. I did set my total at a 139, so right now we're getting a 135.5. I do think that both of these teams are going to be able to find some good looks, so I'm going to be in on the over, and with this Lehigh team at anything north of a point, I'm going to be willing to take those points. 306.589, 306.590. North Florida's on the road against Lipscomb. Lipscomb is a sizable favorite of 17.5 points, 171.5 is the total, and so Lipscomb is a 20.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. North Florida, dead stinking last in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. This team is allowing teams to grab over 43% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and I mean, man, it's just not great. They are at 38.9% with regards to rebound percentage. So out of 100 rebounds in a game, they grab fewer than 39 of them. I have not seen this bad of a rebounding team in quite some time. Now, they do have some scorers on this team, as this is a North Florida bunch that has been able to get quite a bit of production out of one Mr. Cameron Oriole. He's come in, give the team 18.5 points, 3.5 assists per game, and does shoot 45% from 3-point range. And then additionally, you've got a North Florida team that is looking to take over 50% of their shots from 3-point range in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three. Top 13 team in all of college basketball. And Dalton Gaiman has been able to shoot 41.5% from three, 9.5 points per game. Trey Caddy, he shoots 39% from three. BJ Plummer shoots 42% from the outside, but this is a Lipscomb team that I think is going to, for one, certainly win the battle on the glass. As for Lipscomb, they've been able to do a good job in terms of generating turnovers at home, and they can take care of the ball at home as well. They're a top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis when specifically at home. And Grant Hansman, he stands right around about 6'10", 14 points, 6 boards. He shoots over 43% from three. Ross Caladino has been able to shoot 41% from three, 11.5 points per contest. North Florida has been having a really rough time with their interior defense as well, outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And with this Lipscomb team, they are a bunch that has been not necessarily grabbing a lot of second and third chances outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but with the way that they're able to generate turnovers and with the way that this Lipscomb team has been respectable with their 3-point shooting defense. About country average, they allow teams to shoot about 32.9% from 3-point range. If you look specifically at what they've been able to do in their home games, teams are only shooting in that neighborhood about 30.7% from 3-point range at home against them. That should allow them to be able to control this game and get the job done. We'll keep it at under. Semi-total 166.5 in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 20 with Lipscomb 365.91, 365.92. Florida A&M's on the road against Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman 7.5 to 8.5 point underdogs. 147.5 is the total, and made Cookman the 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, Bethune-Cookman, they've got some grody numbers with regards to their overall just stats, and Florida A&M the very same, because both of these teams, they played so many bye games that they just got beaten up. But for Florida A&M, I just don't know how they match up down low. At the very least, for this Bethune-Cookman team, you've been able to have Daniel Ruzon be able to give you 5+ rebounds per game, and Ontario Morris, he is by far the best player in this game. A former top 50 recruit that has been supplying in that neighborhood about 12.5 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. Was a little bit banged up, but should be all good to go here. And then you've got the Eady brothers for this Bethune-Cookman team. Jacoby Eady, top scorer, 16 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 44.5% per three. And Quentin Eady shoots 44% per three. Bethune-Cookman as a whole, if you include the non-D1 games, they shoot about 35% per three. Now they're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Then again, Florida A&M outside the top 360 in terms of ball security. They turn the ball over 15.5 times per game. Now Florida A&M also a top 125 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but they just don't have a lot down low. This Florida A&M team, a bottom 10 team in the country with regards to rebound percentage. You've got one guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. That'd be Mike Octave, who has seen action in 2 games thus far this season because he's been dealing with injury, and it's not great to say the least. With him still nursing an ailment, we will see if he ever comes back for this team. But you've got Antonio Baker along Jaquan Sanders combining for about 21.5 points per contest, and Sanders shoots 39.5% per three. They bring in Anquan Bolden Jr. from Buffalo, and he's been a little bit of a disappointment. 7.5 points per game has never really been able to find it with his 3-point shooting, but does generate a steal per contest. I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be played with quite a bit of pace. You've got a Cookman team that has been a relatively up-tempo team, about 106th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Florida A&M is 28th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so they are very much going to be looking to gun it. And I do think that for this Bethune-Cookman team, they do a nice job in terms of taking care of the ball and find a way to get the job done. Semi-line to 10.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and like the over. Semi-total 150.5, 306.593, 306.594. UT Rio Grande Valley is going to be playing us to Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and Corpus Christi does find themselves as a underdog of 2.5 points, 138.5 is the total, and I did set Corpus Christi as an underdog here of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a UT Rio Grande Valley team that's been really good with their 3-point shooting. They're a top 30 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. As for Grand Valley, they've just got a lot of weapons all around the backcourt, as they've got Always Right, comes on over from Rhode Island. That's a great name, by the way, as he's been able to do a nice job in terms of facilitating the offense. Doesn't give you much scoring with about 5.5 points per game, but 3 assists, fewer than 2 turnovers per game. Corey Cotton has been the main scorer, as it's a whole is greater than the sum of his parts sort of outlook for this team, as right now you've got about 7 different guys that give you at least 6.2 points per game, including Zay Blake, who was a 40+% 3-point shooter over at UW Green Bay 2 seasons ago. He's only shooting about 34.5% from 3. Corey Cotton shoots 41.5% from 3, 11.5 points per contest. Marvin McGee, who comes over from the Meep Cal State Bakersfield Roadrunners, 10.5 points. He shoots 45% from 3, throws in there 4.5 boards per contest, and this is a Grand Valley team that's been pretty solid on the glass. They're a top 175 team in terms of rebound percentage, despite the fact that you don't have anyone on the roster that gives you over 5.4 rebounds per game. And flip side, you've got a Texas A&M Corpus Christi team that has been having quite a bit of production out of Mr. Nicholas Shamboyo ever since he came off of injury, missed the first 4 games of the season. 11.5 points, shoots 42.5% from 3 for a Corpus Christi team that is about 156th in the country with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. It's a Corpus Christi team that is very much looking to be able to make their bones on the defensive side of things. Top 35 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And in the past, we have seen this Grand Valley team be really bad in terms terms of being able to take care of the ball. They've been able to do a much better job this year. They are still hovering right around about 250th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and specifically at home, they've actually been turning the ball over on over 24% of their possessions. I do think that we are going to see a little bit of positive regression there, and then with regards to this Corpus Christi team, I do think that it's going to be interesting to see what we get out of them moving forward, as this has been a team that they themselves have had a few ball security issues. They're turning the ball over 13 times per game, but you do have Sheldon Williams down low, give you about 7 boards, 11.5 points per game. In terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, Corpus Christi, a top 125 team with that regard, but it's also a Corpus Christi team that's 300th with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and they're in the top 50 in terms of percentage of their shots that do come from inside the 3-point line. Do you think that this Grand Valley team is going to be able to clean up the turnovers, find a way to get the job done? I did set my total at a 138.5. Right now, I'm seeing 137.5. We'll take a shot on the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 6 here with Grand Valley. 365.95, 365.96. This will be the last game that I hit before our final break. Southern plays those two. Texas Southern. Texas Southern is a underdog of 6.5 to 7.5 points. 154.5 is the total, and you've got two teams that are in the top 45 in terms of total possessions per game. I did set a total of a 156. I'm in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Southern. Last year, this was a team that really didn't have that one go-to score or anything like that. Not the case this season, as right now they've been able to get 20 points per contest out of Michael Jacobs. He's been shooting about 41% from three-point range, dealt with a little bit of injury, but should be able to go here in that game against Illinois. He was able to get out there on the floor, so we are looking like he's on the up and up there. And then Malik Ashwell, he should be the best rebounder in this game. 11.5 points, 7 boards, not giving you the same shot blocking that he did over at UMass, but he's been able to do a nice job being able to give you a little bit of versatility. And then Cameron Broy, 2.8 steals per contest for a Southern team that last season they were a top 40 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis generated on defense. Not quite the same this year, and they've been having a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball. 225th in terms of their ball security, but they become a top 250 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a Texas Southern team that they are very much not taking care of the ball right now. This Texas Southern team, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, well outside the top 3 and they're well outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Last year, they were a rock solid team with regards to their 3-point shooting, and we have seen some massive regression there. Right now, this Texas Southern team has been able to get good production on Troy Hupseed, who's been able to give you 15.5 points, 8.5 boards, and he does shoot 40% from 3, but the team has hold 28.6% from the outside. That is a bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball, bottom 55 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and with Texas Southern, they're just getting blasted inside. They're outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Honestly, not too bad with regards to their perimeter defense. They've been able to have Alex Anderson be able to give you 9 points, a little bit under 3 rebounds per game, so he's been able to give you some mixing and shaking, but they just dealt with a lot of injuries, as Anderson, Zaire Hayes, and Bryce Roberts have all missed multiple games due to injury, and Roberts just returned for this team. He's been able to give them double figures in each of the last 5 games, so that's been able to elevate this team a little bit more with their scoring, so I do like the over in this spot, but with the way that Southern, I think, is going to be able to ascend with regards to their offense, the way that you've got a lot of mixing and shaking, and team has been able to do a nice job in terms of grabbing some second and third chances. I do think that they find a way to get the job done. 1 to lay up to 9.5 here with Southern, and I'm in on the over, and we will hit our final break and hit the final 2 games on the flip side right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now a part of the Beeson Family Podcast. And we're back here, lovely Las Vegas, for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the Beeson Family Podcast. All right, we are down to 2 games left on the Las Vegas betting board to break down, so 2 more chances for winners as we continue to hit some bank shots in the bonus.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-597, 306-598. You've got Alabama State, and they're going to be on the road. They're facing off against Mississippi Valley State. Mississippi Valley State, 13.5 point home underdogs, 143.5 is the total line. I set my line at a 13.5. I was seeing a straight 13 out there with Alabama State. That's the max that I'd be willing to lay. You've got a Mississippi Valley State team that's back outside the top 345 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And for both of these teams, we're playing with a relatively brisk pace. Alabama State is about 135th in the country in terms of total possessions per game after being a very slow team the last few years. Mississippi Valley State has really sped themselves up. 84th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Alabama State, after taking great care of the ball last year, up to about 12.5 turnovers per game this year, but top 175 team with their 3-point shooting percentage with Asjon Anderson and Micah Simpson doing a nice job combining for about 32.5 points per game. Simpson, a 36.5% 3-point shooter, and Asjon Anderson right around about 3.5 assists per game, the 3.5 turnovers per game, less than savory, but Tyler Bird off the bench, he shoots about 38% for 3, 9.5 points per game, and you've got a Mississippi Valley State team that, let's call it what it is, they're not doing a great job in terms of guarding the perimeter outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they themselves only shoot 29% from 3, and they had to be downgraded with Daniel Mayfield, their top rebounder, with about 6.7 rebounds per game, being missing for the last 4 games, and they've dealt with a lot of injuries. Xavier Barnett was out there to begin the season. He's been dealing with a little bit of ailment, and right now Sam Murray, who has given them about 7 points per contest, he's missed the last 5 or so games as well, so it puts the onus on Michael James to just do it all, and he's been actually really great. 20.5 points, pair of assists, 1.6 steals, shoots 36% from 3, but outside of him, you just don't have a lot for this team, especially down low. It's a Mississippi Valley State team that is right now dead last in the country in terms of turnovers per game, with about 17, and bottom 5 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and with the way that Alabama State should be able to win the battle down low, as it's an Alabama State team that has been a top 175 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, doing so by committee. I do think that they find a way to be able to just barely cover this number, and I do think they get a higher scoring game with Mississippi Valley State cranking up the tempo semi-total 153.5, like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 13 with Alabama State, and wrap things up with 306 599, 306 600. Arkansas Pine Bluff plays us at Alabama A&M. Alabama A&M's a 2.5 point road favorite. Total on this game is 147.5. I did set a total here of a 150.5. I do like the over. You had an Alabama A&M team that's playing much more slowly this year than they have in the past, and for Pine Bluff, well, this is always a team that pushes quite a bit of tempo, and they're doing so once again this year. 19th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, while Alabama A&M is 310th, and Alabama A&M outside the top 320 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis away from home, but Pine Bluff well outside the top 320 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But for Pine Bluff, they dealt with some injuries to begin the season. I do like them outright on the money line, and for this Alabama A&M team under Dante Jackson, they have a lot of guys that come back, so I do think that the offense going to be able to ascend a little bit more moving forward. Katavius Dozier, 14 points, only shoots about 31% for 3. And Sammy Pacisis, who comes over after he was a pretty rock-solid player over at New Hampshire, he's been able to supply the team with about 12 points, 3.6 assists per game. Alabama A&M, about a country average team in terms of taking care of the ball. They're not giving themselves a lot of second and third chances on the defensive glass, and to their credit, they've been a top 225 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but this is a Arkansas Pine Bluff team that I think is very content to be pile driving the ball down low, especially with having Keon Williams, who's been giving you 17 points, 7.5 boards, 6 assists. He comes over after being the top scorer for Abilene Christian and was at Oklahoma State to begin his career. Pine Bluff, they only shoot about 31.5% from 3, outside the top 275 nationally with that regard, and this is a team that's going to gamble for turnovers. They've been outside the top 275 with that regard, but do think that defense gels a little bit more here in SWAC play, as for Pine Bluff outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but being able to get back Milan Charles after he was dealing with a little bit of an injury, 11.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. That's going to be able to help them out. Ramel Lloyd was the guy that was dealing with injury towards the beginning part of the season. Still probably going to be out of the fold once again for this team, but they've been able to have the UT San Antonio transfer and Jaquan Scott really be able to step up. 17 points, 7.5 boards, shoots 39% from 3-point range. Actually was very good for a UTSA when he was out there on the floor for them a season ago. And then also being able to have a 44% 3-point shooter in Trayvon Payton, I think is going to be just enough for the team to be able to get the job done. I think that they start to generate a few more turnovers, and I do think that this is going to be a very much up and down game with the Pine Bluff team that has been a top 275 team in terms of rebound percentage. With this Alabama A&M team, you've had James Graham be able to give you about 7.5 points, 4 boards per contest, and PJ Eason about 7.5 rebounds per game. So Alabama A&M pretty solid on the glass as well. Do think that in the end though, Pine Bluff is going to be able to push a little bit of tempo. You get some late game fouling, so in on the over and in on Pine Bluff on the money line, and that'll wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Soups, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. If you do like what you're hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Soups, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, whatever you for this podcast, you'll have one of 2 ways we'll throw those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, there's EM, they mean does not matter, so per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other ways, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review, and I'm with you guys every single day on this podcast to give you picks and analysis on every game, every day, so I'm back with you. Let's get them on. Thank you.